Hey everyone, I just played every video game adaptation of the Lost World Jurassic Park I could get my hands on, and they were a real mixed bag. The titles released in conjunction with the original Jurassic Park were almost universally terrible, aside from one or two hidden gems buried in the pile of dung. But the video game adaptations of the Lost World ran the gamut from some of the worst pieces of media ever made to genuinely some of the best, and I'm going to talk about them a lot. That's right, it's part 2 of the Jurassic Park tie-in game Retrospective, and it's going to act as though you've seen the first part, so I'll put a link up in the corner if you need a refresher. But if you don't mind jumping in the deep end, feel free to keep watching. I'm also going to let you down gently now. This video isn't going to feature a section on Trespasser. When I set out to make this retrospective, there were some games I really wanted to do right. The Lost World for the PlayStation was one, and we'll get to that in just a moment. The Telltale game is another I'm really looking forward to. But the one that has weighed heaviest on my mind is Trespasser, because it is the Jurassic Park tie-in game. No other title comes close. Trespasser isn't just infamous within the Jurassic Park fandom, it's infamous in the gaming community at large. So many articles have been written about its troubled production and disastrous release. So many big-name YouTubers have had a crack at the game over the years, either in reviews, essays, or Let's Plays. I got a whole bunch of comments on the previous part of this retrospective looking forward to my take on it, and I completely understand why. Trespasser is fascinating in every way. No matter what angle from which you approach it, there's something interesting to talk about, some rabbit hole to go tumbling down, and as a topic, it's just too big to fit into this video, which is why Trespasser is getting a part of this retrospective all to itself. That video was made back to back with this one, so hopefully will be out within the next few months. But for now, I hope you enjoy this look back at almost every Lost World tie-in game. Like the first part, it is absurdly long, so feel free to watch it in chunks if you want to. There's a table of contents in the description down below. Here's a timestamp if you want to skip the rest of the intro and get right into the game discussion too. Let's get to it. But before I get my hands into the guts of these games, let me ask you a question. How do you make a sequel to Jurassic Park? It's a question a few of the games released to tie into the film attempted to tackle, and the answers they gave were mostly pretty bad. 2 of the 3 picked up on the one big hanging plot thread from both the book and the film, InGen's rival company Biosyn, and its shady employee Lewis Dodson. 2 of the 3 brought back Alan Grant as the protagonist. All 3 of them featured an invasive army of scientists on the island to secure as many dinosaurs as possible in the hopes of creating their own Jurassic Park. Bad an idea as that obviously is. But only one of them actually felt like Jurassic Park. To briefly reiterate a point I made during that first video, Jurassic Park is nothing without the dinosaurs, but it's also nothing without the theme park. The title is kind of perfect in that regard. Both words encompass the entire idea. Remove one or the other and it is invariably diminished. Take out the amusement park resort side of things, and what is Jurassic Park if not just another generic dinosaur story? There's a reason why this book spawned a successful franchise and Carnosaur by Harry Adam Knight did not. Jurassic Park 2, The Chaos Continues, and Jurassic Park Rampage Edition both delivered on the Jurassic side of things, but not the park. Ironically, there were no titles that leaned too hard in the other direction. Not a single one of Jurassic Park's 12+ video game tie-ins were theme park simulators, which seems like a massive missed opportunity, but also kind of on point for the story if you think about it. Michael Crichton seemed to understand the difficulty of a sequel because the original novel is fiercely self-contained, with the island's destruction by the Costa Rican government at the conclusion of the story, and the film, while less definitively apocalyptic, makes it clear that John Hammond's dream of a dinosaur theme park is as doomed as his genetically resurrected attractions. Crichton, as an author, never wrote sequels, at least not directly, preferring to pen spiritual successors to earlier works when he bothered to revisit ideas at all. The Lost World Jurassic Park is the only exception. It is an interesting read, and one that is pretty different from its film adaptation, beyond featuring Ian Malcolm as its protagonist, the characters of Sarah Harding and Eddie Carr, and a set piece where 2 very angry T-Rexes push a bendy bus over a cliff. Adaptational differences aside, what's important is once again the name. This is not Jurassic Park 2, and it's not trying to be, nor is it trying to be The Lost World in the same sense as the Arthur Conan Doyle story and its derivatives were. This is The Lost World Jurassic Park. It's telling that Jurassic Park is the subtitle here. It is present, but not the focus. The fractured dream of the theme park has been shattered by an avalanche of lawsuits and investigations in the wake of the events of the first entry. The island is gone, and all the major players, John Hammond, Ray Arnold, Henry Wu, went with it. Recovery is impossible, so what's left? Empty office buildings collecting dust, old computers with old hard drives keeping the secrets of dead men. The survivors have moved on. Some have even perished of more natural causes between books. No one but Lewis Dodson and obsessed fanatics care about Jurassic Park anymore, and yet, sometimes strange reptilian corpses still wash up along the beaches of Costa Rica. And it's getting harder and harder to ignore that yes, something has survived. There is a second island, Isla Sorna, where the dinosaurs were torn from extinction and made presentable for the international showroom that was to be Jurassic Park. InGen is gone. Its facilities stand rotting amidst the natural splendour of the island's tropical jungle. The dinosaurs roam free. This is not Jurassic Park. This is what comes after. And somehow, by framing the story around the ghost of Hammond's dream, The Lost World manages to just avoid stepping into that aforementioned pit of generic dinosaur tales. The park is like a revenant, haunting not just the survivors of the original book, but the new ones too, and in more ways than one. Characters die by trusting in the outdated scientific theories that worked in the first book, such as how the Rex's vision is based on movement. InGen's abandoned equipment and computer systems constantly hinder the protagonists at every turn like poltergeists. Even the dinosaurs are living on borrowed time thanks to a prion disease ravaging the entire population of the island, because I guess bombing a second island into dust would have just been repetitive. It's a story about what should be dead lingering amongst the living. Even Ian Malcolm is said to have died in the last few pages of the first book, but here he is, still banging on about chaos theory. Interestingly, the only common thread between Crichton's official sequel and the games I covered in the last video are the return of Lewis Dodson and Biosyn, which ironically the film adaptation completely ignored in favour of an original villain, Peter Ludlow. The film also chose to ignore a lot of the book's tone, and a lot of the set pieces too, in favour of a story about the exploitation of the natural world by corporate greed, and that's fine, though it still has a little in common with those early video game attempts at a Jurassic Park sequel, with the presence of an invading army abducting dinosaurs. But to answer the question, how do you make a sequel to Jurassic Park? Well, you focus on the ghosts, and The Lost World's video game adaptations are absolutely swarming with them. The Lost World Jurassic Park for the PlayStation 1 certainly feels like a ghost. Not only is this 3D side-scroller the first Jurassic Park console game I ever played, this is the first PlayStation game I ever played. My family even rented a PS1 from the local Civic Video so we could give it a go. God, saying that makes me feel so old. I was never able to get very far into the game as a kid without the level select cheat, so I was excited to jump in and give it another try, to see if the experience matched my nostalgic memory. And in some ways, it kind of did. I remember the game capturing the vibe of The Lost World, and that memory is spot on. This game is much more of a thematic adaptation of The Lost World than a direct one. What little plot there is draws only vaguely from the cinematic and literary source material. None of the big standout set pieces like the Rex attack on the trailers or the rampage through San Diego are adapted. The closest you get is a section where raptors chase you through some long grass. If anything, some of its own set pieces serve as source material for Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom. Likewise, characters are only alluded to, rather than active players in the conflict. Peter Ludlow gets name-dropped in 2 cutscenes. Eddie Carr is only referenced through the presence of these high hides. Ian Malcolm doesn't even really appear at all. The only exception to this is Sarah Harding, who is actually a playable character for part of the game. One of 5 playable characters, 3 of which are dinosaurs. And they aren't here to tell a story. They're animals, they're out to survive. They don't care about narrative convention. And by distancing each of the campaigns from any kind of plot, the game instead captures the feel of something like a nature documentary, which was entirely by design. On the game's official website, developer Parker Davis stated, quote, "The sophisticated behaviours of our digital dinosaurs and the dynamism of control afforded the player combine for an emergent experience that is very believable and very real," end quote. In an interview with GamePro magazine, Patrick Gilmore, the executive producer, stated, quote, "We wanted to construct an environment where you work both sides of the coin, so to speak. The Lost World could have been just another game where you kill dinosaurs, but instead we created an ambience that enables you to feel what the hunter and the hunted go through. Too many games hand you a gun and say, go shoot, without giving you a feel for what's happening on the other side of the barrel. The Lost World lets you hunt and stalk prey, but it also allows you to feel what it's like to face an aggressive predator, and you have to use the mindset required to get out of a situation like that," end quote. To that end, the developers bashed out over 100 pages of Project Bible. They storyboarded the entire game like a film. They visited zoos to study animal behaviour and record animal noises. They even apparently did it under the supervision of Steven Spielberg, and it paid off. This game is gorgeous. The environments pop with colour and depth. The animations are so lifelike in their fluidity and detail. And the sound design is fantastic. The developers did a great job creating calls and growls and roars for all the new dinosaurs, without making them feel out of place with the already established creature noises from the films. But the music? Oh, you need to hear some of this music. The composer did not have to go this hard for a Lost World tie-in game, but he did. Just listen to it. Reportedly, when Steven Spielberg first listened to the soundtrack, he proclaimed the man a young John Williams, which makes sense given Michael Giacchino would end up replacing Williams for the Jurassic World trilogy as composer. But here he is in 1997 doing some of his best work fight me for a dinky little tie-in game. The Lost World has to be one of the best looking, best sounding PlayStation games out there, with a pitch-perfect atmosphere to match. It will always hold a special place in my heart, and whenever I think back on it after going years without playing it, I just bit my tongue. Those are the aspects of the game that come to mind. Actually sitting down to play it, on the other hand, is an exercise in frustration. The Lost World boasts an impressive 30 levels, but they're all really short. In fact, some of them are so short you could probably finish them in the time it'll take me to finish this sentence. And while my overall playtime ended up around 5.5 hours, if you knew what you were doing, you could easily finish it in 2. More frustrating in my opinion is that while The Lost World promises 5 separate campaigns, you can't play them in any order you want. You have to go through them on the game's terms, and the fine print sucks. It all starts, appropriately enough, with the T-Rex. We all know why we're here, and the game knows it too, which is why I think it plays the familiar roar in the far distance mere moments after it begins, to offset the immense disappointment the player undoubtedly feels to discover you have to start off playing as a compy. And just, who wants to play as a fucking compy? I don't. I never did. As a kid, I wanted to play as the T-Rex or the Raptor. I didn't want to waste my time playing as a bloody trash mob. The game's marketing leaned hard into the fact you can play as a T-Rex, and all the magazine articles I could find from back then were stoked at the opportunity to stomp a mile in the tyrant's shoes. But you have to survive a death march across Isla Sorna as a compy, a hunter, and a raptor before you even get the chance to try them on. And once you do, you wish you hadn't, because it's just so much of this. The T-Rex's campaign is just as bad as the rest of the game in its own unique way. All of the campaigns are like that. For every mechanical issue they share, there's an extra problem completely unique to that section of the game. For example, the button to feed is the same for the compy and the raptor, but different for the T-Rex. Let's start with the most common of the game's myriad problems, the controls. I don't know how they did it, but the developers somehow managed to make them both sluggish and slippery at the same time. And unfortunately, I think the game's graphical fidelity is to blame. Every single movement you make has to be shown in the animations, which makes something as simple as turning around into an event. The game's selective adherence to realism means you don't get to cancel a movement or an attack just because something's changed. You're forced to ride it out to the bitter end, regardless of the consequences. The only exception is if you take damage, which will always stop whatever you were doing to play a recoil animation. As the T-Rex, the worst that might happen is whatever you're voring will disappear, and you'll have to find another degenerate to swallow. But as every other player character, you're just going to go bouncing all over the place into other enemies or environmental hazards like a pinball. Or else if you're jumping, it'll somehow absorb all your momentum and drop you straight down, usually into a pit. Every step you take in this game feels like it's on ice, and the lag caused by the animations taking precedence over player input turns some of these sections into a mad scramble, just to get by. And it is a mad scramble because you're almost never given a moment of downtime, not even during jumping puzzles. Enemies are constantly spawning in ahead or behind you, and they never stop. You can end up accidentally fighting off an entire army of enemies if you keep running back and forth to try and get them all on one side of the screen, because the game will just dump another one into the level whenever it feels like it, which is all the time. It doesn't matter what you're fighting or in what circumstances you find yourself in. Human or dinosaur, herbivore or carnivore, everything on the island wants you dead at all times, even if it means at the cost of their own lives. Sometimes it doesn't even have the courtesy to show you that they're coming. It'll just drop them out of sight through a doorway, or send them zooming in too quickly to avoid, or hide them behind a foreground object. The game's not above hiding environmental hazards like these spiky plants behind foreground objects either, which is just bullshit. And because your hitbox is so fucking big, it's almost impossible to avoid getting hit by them anyway. Just standing next to an environmental hazard can sometimes be enough. You don't even have to be moving to take damage. The idle animation will take care of it for you. Equally as frustrating is the combat, which regardless of what difficulty you choose will swing wildly between effortless and impossible thanks to the game's bizarre instinct mechanics. Each of the dinosaur characters have this little eye in the upper right corner which represents the creature's instinct. The greener and more dilated the pupil is, the lower the instinct. This determines how much damage you can deal out and how much damage you can take as a dinosaur, and at high instinct you're basically a living chainsaw that can carve through literally everything the game throws at you. At full instinct, a single compy will have no problem obliterating a pack of Deinonychus. But at low instinct, even as the T-Rex, you're basically reduced to a rising souffle. If there's a loud sound in the same galaxy, you're dead. The only way to increase instinct is by picking up these teeth or talons around the level. Or you can go full murder mode and kill everything you see, but the game has to let you take that route. Enemy attacks will always take precedence over your own, even if you're playing as a bigger, stronger dinosaur. So you have to mash the attack buttons and just hope the game is feeling generous. If not, you're going to get ganked. It's something you can't afford to stop doing either, because instinct drains like pus from a perforated abscess. It's so fast. You can go from a full tank to nothing in 35 seconds, and once the onslaught of enemies inevitably starts up again, that means you're just going to have to go through another mad scramble to survive. Killing enemies not only raises instinct, but creates corpses you can then eat to regain health, which is a great mechanic in concept, but the way it's implemented is just shit. As the compy, just about every enemy only gives you 1 or 2 pips of health back. Even full-grown Deinonychus, which will usually be less than you lost trying to kill them in the first place. Unless you got lucky on the edge of a big group. Worse, thanks to the slippery controls, you can accidentally lunge right past a downed enemy after killing them with no way to cancel the animation, and as soon as that corpse leaves the screen, it's gone, and it's not coming back. You just wasted health killing it for nothing. At least it's funny sometimes when the blood freaks out and ascends into the sky. Playing as the humans, you don't have to deal with instinct, but you do have to deal with finite ammunition for your effective weapons, and a reliance on health packs that are usually hidden in awkward places around the levels. That scarcity won't stop an army of dinosaurs from descending upon you in all directions though. At least you get some kind of escape in this piton, but it's usually more trouble than it's worth. Theoretically, you can attach yourself to any surface and swing around, but if you so much as breathe against another object, that thing is going to drop you like a trailer over a cliff. Walls, dinosaurs, other parts of the jumping puzzle, the piton doesn't care. You can sometimes use it to fling yourself up onto a platform, but just as often after building up momentum, it'll drop you straight down. And that's if you can actually hit anything with it in the first place. After a while you do sort of get the hang of aiming the piton where you want it to go, but in the heat of combat it can still be a nightmare. Pulling off a series of swings is satisfying, but it doesn't outshine the frustration of the prior attempts, especially since this game has no checkpoints. This is the final nail in the game's coffin for me. It's the reason I was never able to get past the compy campaign as a kid. If you die, you get sent back to the start of the level with everything reset to 0. Some of these levels are super short, but as the game goes on, they start to get longer and longer, and getting through them in one go just becomes a fucking chore. You can't even save and quit to come back later when you've calmed down either. The game uses a password system to save your progress, which is just bizarre for a title released in 1997, especially on the PlayStation. Even at the time I thought this was archaic, but just to add insult to injury, you only get a code at the end of each campaign, which means you have to survive a third of the fucking game before you even get the chance to save your progress, thanks to the compy section running 9 levels long. Now, if you've watched the first part of this retrospective, you might be thinking a lot of those problems seem eerily familiar, and I know. I noticed it too. It's like the developers at DreamWorks Interactive looked at the success of the side-scrollers for the original Jurassic Park and said, let's do that, but more. Ocean Software and Blue Sky Soft may have had no hand in the production of this game thanks to Spielberg giving the rights to his own game development company, but their terrible impulses live on through its mechanics. Much like Isla Sorna's dinosaur inhabitants, something has survived. I scoured the credits to see if there were any names from Ocean or Blue Sky amongst the developers in DreamWorks Interactive, but couldn't find any. I guess it was just a result of convergent evolution, and don't worry, it's gonna get much worse. I said each of the campaigns have their own unique problems, and that's true, but it also has to be said that each of them have their own unique strengths as well. For as much as I've ragged on the compy for being too squishy, too slippery, having the worst and the longest campaign in the game, and just being a shit dinosaur in general, its levels do have some interesting set pieces. The game portrays the compy's everyday fight for survival really well. In one level you have to duck between the feet of uncaring brachiosaurs. In another you have to escape the attentions of a ravenous Carnotaur. Toward the end of the campaign you take a dive through some tidal pools. And it all culminates in a boss fight with the next player character, the Human Hunter. Of course, it's almost impossible to avoid the brachiosaurs. The tidal pool is just as frustrating as any underwater level of the era, and the boss fight with the Hunter is made needlessly frustrating by how it makes his attacks too random to reliably predict. But the worst defender has to be the Carnotaur chase. It doesn't just burst out of the trees and start chasing you like the opening of Disney's Dinosaur. The game forces you to wake it up as you pass it by, and then abandons you to just deal with the consequences. A lot of the Compy campaign feels like this. No animal would put itself in this kind of situation intentionally. Why run directly underneath the brachiosaurs when they're moving in single file, and there's a ton of room on either side to get around them? Why force the player to replenish air with these bubble trails when the surface is right there? Why force you to scramble up the cylindrical cave to escape the hunter when you could just turn around and leave the way you came? I understand there wouldn't be a game if these things didn't happen, but why stick so strictly to realism in some aspects of the title and not in others? Otherwise, the Compy's campaign is just a rush of greased up platforming, janky combat, and spiky plants. So many spiky plants. I appreciate it for providing a glimpse at what life is like for something small and often overlooked, but it's not fun to play, especially not as a starting point. No one saw The Lost World, looked at that Compy biting Peter Stormare on the lip and thought, God, I wish that were me. The worst part is, as bad a first impression as the Compy campaign is, it's also the only part of the game that feels properly finished. After the marathon 9-level long Compy campaign, the game dumps you into the boots of an unnamed InGen hunter. It's a welcome change of pace, but it's also a huge step up in difficulty. This is mostly thanks to the hunter's piton giving the level designers an excuse to turn each mission into a sprawling vertical mess of platforming pits and hard to reach pickups. But it's also because as a human you have to rely on the tried and true method of healing items to restore health. You can't just chow down on every dinosaur you kill, you have to scour each level for these Geneva Convention breaking bastards. They'll always heal you to full, but they're very rarely put out in the open. Usually you'll have to go out of your way, get up high, drop down low, slink down a side path, or swing across to a hidden platform in order to find them. Sometimes you can even find them in these crates, which usually just throw explosives at you if you break them. Oh god, not again. Are we sure no one from Ocean or Blue Sky worked on this game? Who keeps putting these things in? Is it you, Steven? Are you the problem? Ammunition is just the same. You get a couple of freebies here and there, but most of it is hidden in obtuse, out-of-reach places like on top of high platforms or over bottomless pits. There are a bunch of different ammo types, but most of them are useless in the player's hands. The nerve gas is only useful if you can pin a dinosaur against a corner long enough for it to do its thing. Otherwise, the canister will just sail right past and despawn. The timed explosives are just as bad, because when they finally do go off, the dinosaur you're trying to kill will have already moved. The flamethrower is fun but slow. I only ever used it accidentally because the icon looks so similar to the game's real workhorse weapon, the grenades. These things are so satisfying to use. You can feel the power behind them every time you pull the trigger. Its only drawback, which it shares with the nerve gas and the timed explosives, is that if you're too close to an enemy, you will take splash damage, but it is a small price to pay. The machine gun is a decent alternative, but even the tranquilizer with unlimited ammo is functional if you're quick enough on the draw. Despite how much firepower the game gives you to deal with the onslaught of dinosaurs, ironically the smartest play is to just dodge roll past most of them because they still never stop despawning. All you'll do by trying to fight them off is run out of ammo. Just don't try jumping over them. There may not be as many set pieces as the Compy's campaign, and the environments are kind of boring with yet more tidal caverns, the Grand Canyon for some reason, and an old mine leading to InGen's abandoned laboratory, but the Hunter does introduce some mechanical complexity through these moving platform puzzles, where you have to use the piton to hang from these rocks. It's not much, but it's something. The Hunter's campaign ends with a race through Isla Sorna's abandoned laboratory while an army of raptors tries to hunt you down. It's actually kind of exciting, especially when you get a good run of dodge rolls and jumps past incoming raptors, but the exit elevator comes way too soon. The raptor campaign is equally as short and in some ways even worse. The movement is a lot better, you can jump super high, you don't take dumb fall damage from falling an inch off the ground, you have a really fun leaping lunge and a really silly dodge roll, and you can even pin enemies to the ground and maul them. This is great! Plus you regain the ability to eat whatever you kill to regain health. There's even a button dedicated entirely to roaring. Unfortunately, the raptor has just as little health as every other player character in the game, and on low instinct is just as weak as the compy. There's just none of the power or weight behind any of the movements you make like there are in the animals from the films. It's not too bad when fighting humans, unless the gank squad shows up with their lifetime supply of nerve gas, but when battling other dinosaurs you don't feel like an apex predator, you feel like a joke. Even with high instinct, when you can just annihilate everything standing in your way like a full-grown triceratops, it feels just as lubed up as the compy's movement, and trying to hit anything smaller than yourself is an absolute chore. Bad enough that you can waste precious instinct trying to hit them at all, but if they attack at the same time, the game will always take their side. Waiter, this isn't shit enough. I asked for the most frustrating gaming experience of the 1990s. Well, try this salt to taste. Having high instinct doesn't negate the damage you take just from making contact with some dinosaurs like the pachycephalosaurs, which the game also expects you to use as battering rams to get past these rocks, and it's just cancer. 9 times out of 10, whenever I got them close enough to bash the boulders, they'd just end up killing me as collateral anyway. In one of the few times I actually got it to work, imagine my rage when I ran like a meter, only to discover a second boulder blocking my path. It didn't help that I had low health and lower instinct, but the game didn't have to play dirty like that either. Far more frustrating was the fact that other dinosaurs could just phase through the boulders like they weren't even there, but as soon as I got close to it they would run back and attack, making things even harder. And of course, in the middle of this massive volcanic eruption, the only thing on every dinosaur's mind is killing the player. They don't fight each other, they don't even try to run away. It's like they all know they're going to perish in the eruption and are just bullying me out of spite. And I'm right there with them. I thought velociraptors were meant to be smart, but this guy's just a big Dumbo. Because there's no reason why the raptor can't just, you know, climb over the rock? Or better yet, go around it. The three-dimensional environments look great, but they also reveal how arbitrary and forced most of the obstacles are, by making it obvious how easy they should be to avoid. It all culminates in a nothing boss battle with an ankylosaur. That's obviously an expanded universe Oplocephalus. It's like you're not even a dinosaur fan. Which, wrestling moves aside, is just more of the same. I'd like to say the T-Rex campaign is a step up, but it just isn't. There's nothing cathartic or triumphant about getting to play as the Rex, because he's still squishy enough to be killed in seconds, even at full instinct. And like with the raptor, none of the animal's strength is translated to the gameplay. There is weight behind his movements, but all that means is it takes even longer to do anything. At least the developers had the sense not to give him any jumping puzzles. God, could you imagine? Unfortunately, the absence of jumping puzzles turns most of the T-Rex's campaign into a matter of hold right until you find the exit, which is easier said than done given most of the levels are a jumbled maze of side paths and avenues positioned along the Z-axis, and you have to navigate them while under constant attack from dinosaurs and humans both. There are points while playing as the T-Rex where it feels like your raptor and human enemies are just lining up to get vored. I consumed a whopping 389 enemies as the T-Rex according to the stats given at the end of each level, which is almost more than double the amount of enemies I downed as every other character combined. And it's almost certainly less than the actual total, because I don't think the game counts kills from multiple attempts. You could just maul them or yeet them into the sky, but why waste time and health doing that? You have to stand in place anyway, you might as well get a little health back for your trouble, especially when the game loves throwing enemies at you around environmental hazards, and the vor animation is way quicker than any of the less degenerate alternatives. You can't afford not to either, especially in levels where you face off against human enemies. Getting chased by raptors is frustrating enough, but getting bullied with grenades from off-screen is just torture. They can triple shot you from the second they appear, and there's no way to avoid it. You just have to take it and hope you can vor enough of them before you run out of health, and God help you if they attack you in a group. I said before that the game never allows you a moment of downtime, but that is especially true of the T-Rex levels. If you stop moving for any reason, you're going to take damage, either from enemies or from the environment. It gets even worse once the hunters pick up machine guns too, because they can unload into you indefinitely and those bullets just melt your health away. I gave the combat in every other section of the game grief, but at least the other characters are fast enough to dodge past enemy attacks. As the T-Rex, you just have to stand there and take it. Got to eat your grenades before you can have dessert. At least bonking enemies out of the high hides is fun. It doesn't get any better when the T-Rex levels slow down to give you a fight with another large dinosaur either. The best I can say about them is that they provide the combat with a little mechanical depth, and the first time round they create a little bit of spectacle, but all that goes away the second you realise just how long every single one of these battles is going to drag out. You can grab them or pin them if you know how, but the Rex will only take a little nibble and then let go, which means you have to repeat the process over and over just to down a single enemy. And there's never just a single enemy. There's always 2 or 3 in a row, and even if you can make the grabs reliably, you'll still end up taking damage because just existing beside them is enough to hurt you sometimes. It takes 9 grabs at full instinct to kill a Stegosaurus. Who thought this was a good idea? The Tyrannosaurus Rex has the strongest bite of any animal to ever fucking live. Just rip the fucking thing's head off. Snap the Triceratops's neck. Maybe don't kill the Allosaurus. This seems like another kink thing with him. The T-Rex's section of this game should have been its crowning achievement, a reason to remember it the same way the Raptors campaign has immortalised the Sega Genesis Jurassic Park titles in the minds of so many, but it comes way too late and is way too shit to be considered memorable in a good way. It is genuinely the worst section of this game, and yet the Lost World somehow manages to end on a high note. The final 3 levels give you control of Sarah Harding as she makes one last desperate attempt to escape Isla Sorna. It's a very loose adaptation of the T-Rex chase through the hunter's camp toward the end of the film, complete with some raptors waiting in the long grass at the very end. The T-Rex is an almost constant threat that is always one step behind you, but it's also a tool that you can use to progress. This section introduces the flare gun, which you can use to loosely direct the T-Rex into helping you, either by killing enemies or by smashing through instant kill environmental hazards like these spikes and bones. Like everything in the game, it's pretty janky. Even if you succeed, sometimes you'll still end up dead as collateral anyway, but it's more mechanical depth than most of the campaigns feature, and for something only present in 3 levels, I think it's not too bad. The game ends with one last battle with the T-Rex on board InGen's cargo ship, the Venture, and it's actually pretty decent. The flares will keep it distracted long enough to pick up the ammo littered around the level, cramped though it is, and if you've been hoarding, you'll have more than enough grenades to blast the bastard. Why is that so hard to say? You'll have more than enough grenades to blast the bastard back to the Cretaceous even before the second one shows up. Well, this is getting out of hand. I remember hating this fight the last time I played through this game because I was too slow to slay the first Rex before the second showed up, and fighting both at once sucked. But one at a time, it's a walk in the park. With the second Rex dead, the game is over. You get a short cutscene where Sarah travels from the Venture to a car, and finally to an escape helicopter while Velociraptors watch on, and that's it. The end. This game is awful. I've complained so much about its long list of mechanical problems because otherwise there isn't much to actually talk about. The levels look good, but their design is pretty basic. You just keep moving to the right, and if you're lucky, maybe there will be a side path to wander down. The jumping puzzles are almost always the same uninspired jumble of platforms, whether you have access to the piton or not. The combat is almost always a matter of keep hitting the button until the enemy dies. Whenever the game does have an interesting idea like the Hunter's Piton, it uses them poorly, and ultimately it's too frustrating to try and engage with the game on its own terms. By the end of it, I just want it to be done. There's only one mechanic that actually asks the player to put in a little effort, to explore the levels and engage with their designs, and it's these collectible DNA strands. There's one in every level. Can you collect them all? A lot of the time time, they're pretty easy to collect. Most of them are just at the end of an obvious side path, or placed in plain sight just out of reach. Whenever the game presents you with a boss fight or a big set piece, it won't even pretend to put the DNA somewhere interesting. It'll just be off to one side of the arena, or right at the start of the level. Very occasionally, the game will place the DNA behind a decent challenge in a well-hidden side area that will ask for actual skill from the player in order to acquire. Other times, it'll just be hidden behind a fucking wall with no way to tell you that it's there. Each section of the game tries to put a spin on collecting the DNA spirals based on the abilities of the player character. The Compy's campaign hides them in tight spaces, for example, and the hunter usually needs to swing with his piton in order to grab it. But the worst has to be the raptor. 2 of the DNA spirals in the raptor campaign can only be collected by doing a high jump off a lunged enemy, and it is actual torture trying to do so. This one, where you have to bounce off a Pachycephalosaurus onto this log like Mario abandoning Yoshi to die, was bad enough given the contact damage you take just from touching the damn thing. But this one in the lab, where you have to jump off an InGen goon to grab the DNA hanging in the air, was even worse, because you only get a certain number of attempts before the hunter dies, and for some reason he's the only enemy in the entire fucking game who doesn't respawn. And even if you do manage to get lucky and catch the DNA on the bounce, you still run the risk of dying anyway if the goon pops a canister of nerve gas into the corner for you to stew in. This shit genuinely took me 10 minutes, and that was with the crutch of save states. I dread to think what attempting this legitimately was like back in the day. It's not even worth it, because if you do go to the trouble of collecting all the DNA spirals, your only reward is this.
How's this on? Can you hear me? It's on. Hello. If you can hear me, congratulations. Way to go. Way to go. You made it through. You spent all that time, and now you're done. You did it. That's quite an achievement. My gosh, you looked a 20-foot carnivore right in the eye, and you've lived to tell about it. Well, you are something. Thank you for sticking with it, for not giving up. That is really something. Now you know what you should do? Turn the thing off, for heaven's sakes, and go outside. You know, breathe the air, take a walk, call a member of the opposite sex. You know what I'm talking about. You know, you have a whole life out there. Get the stink blown off you. Just go, really. Turn off. I mean, really.
No, Jeff. I don't think I will. I can imagine this coming off as a massive disappointment at the time. Even something as simple as a cheat code for God mode probably would have been more warmly welcomed than this passive-aggressive congratulations after putting in so much effort to unlock it. Even as someone who blatantly cheated, I can't help but feel a little offended. But I also don't blame Jeff Goldblum for that. The video has the feeling of someone who's had a camera shoved in their face and been put on the spot to say something, like it was done as a last-minute favour. It's still amazing that they got him to do it at all, and what's even crazier to me is that this bonus cutscene is the only physical appearance of Ian Malcolm in the entire game. I sort of understand why. He's not exactly a compelling main protagonist the same way Alan Grant is. I can't even hold a pair of binoculars right. In the books, Malcolm is more or less a mouthpiece for Michael Crichton to lecture the audience on chaos theory, and spends a lot of both novels elevated out of his mind due to his injuries. Jeff Goldblum always plays him well, and I really like his take on the more reserved, scarred version of the character present in The Lost World. It's a stark contrast to his performance from the first film, which portrays Malcolm as much more of a womanizing rock star, and it really gives you a sense of how traumatizing the events of Jurassic Park were to him. But he's just not main protagonist material. The character only works as part of an ensemble. The game made the right call in making Sarah Harding the only playable character from the source material, but calling her section human prey is a bit crap. The film's interpretation of Sarah Harding might be a massive idiot whose bad decisions cause multiple deaths both on and off the island, but that's only because it combined her with book-only character Richard Levine, who is a massive dingus. In the novel, Sarah is badass. T-Rex. Not only does she survive getting thrown overboard by franchise big bad Lewis Dodson before even getting to Isla Sorna, she makes it on her own with no resources long enough to regroup with Malcolm and the other heroes. She beats a pack of velociraptors in a motorcycle chase well before Owen Grady appeared on the scene, and she lives long enough to get revenge on Dodson by feeding him to a T-Rex. And that's not even everything she gets up to once she arrives. That original interpretation of the character absolutely deserves a second chance to shine, and the game delivers on that with the final boss fight against both Rexes. I don't even know why they decided to go with Human Prey as the title of her campaign. In all the promotional material and magazine articles I could find for the game, she's referred to as the Human Scientist, which might not be as exciting, but it's definitely more accurate. Why not call the section Human Survivor? It would work just as well for the game's theme of predation. That theme is something I really like about the game. It might not have a traditional story, but it does weave a loose narrative where each of the player characters is in turn consumed or killed by their successor. The compy is presumably shot by the hunter, and good riddance. The hunter is chased down by raptors in this absolutely brutal live-action cinematic. The player raptor's got to be one of these horny degenerates looking to be swallowed whole, and the T-Rex dies at the hands of Sarah Harding during the final boss. It all adds to the atmosphere created by the art design, animations, and sound effects. The game isn't trying to tell a grand tale of corporate greed and humanity's inability to control nature. You're just an animal fighting to survive. One animal of many. This title easily has the largest roster of dinosaurs for a Jurassic Park tie-in game I've looked at so far in this retrospective, with a whopping 25 species, including the most famous dinosaur of all, the Mollysaurus. Sure, not all of them actually made it into the game. Giganotosaurus and Parasaurolophus both got left on the cutting room floor, the Dimetrodon is only seen in a cinematic, and Dilophosaurus is only ever heard as background ambience. But the rest are all present and accounted for in gameplay. You've got the franchise mainstays like Triceratops, Stegosaurus, Brachiosaurus, Pachycephalosaurus, Compsognathus, and Tyrannosaurus Rex, but the game features a bunch of lesser-known dinosaurs too, like Oreodromius, Leptoceratops, Baryonyx, Euoplocephalus, Geosternbergia, Parasuchus,
Typo detected, prepare to die,
and Styracosaurus. It's even got two of my personal favourites in there, Carnotaurus and Allosaurus. It's a good mix of herbivores and carnivores, boss monsters and common enemies, big creatures and small critters, and needless to say, they all look great, even if a lot of them aren't very fun to encounter in gameplay. But there are two species that stand out as the worst enemies in the game, and it's these two, the Deinonychus and the Dimorphodon. These things are everywhere for the first 2/3 of the game, and they suck. The Deinonychus is tiny and hard to hit as the hunter and the raptor. All they do is get in the way and drain your health. But the Dimorphodon is somehow even worse, because the game puts them in all the worst possible places. Making a jump, Dimorphodon. Starting a level, Dimorphodon. Swinging with the piton, Dimorphodon. Dodging past a Dimorphodon, Dimorphodon. Standing in place to eat, fuck you, Dimorphodon. They're the worst enemy in the game, and there's nothing you can do to check their bullshit, because they're so small and stringy that hitting them as the hunter and the raptor is almost impossible. They're like the small flying enemies from the Chaos Continues all over again, right down to how they can just spawn in through solid objects. Ironically, it's the compy that has the easiest time dealing with them, because at least compared to that little green shit, they're a much larger target. Or at least it seems that way. The size of the Dimorphodon doesn't really change between the compy, hunter, and raptor sections. The lack of consistency in the Dimorphodon's size might seem like a nitpick, but it's just another example of how the game only selectively adheres to the realism the developers were aiming for. And over time, it adds up. The size discrepancies, the way enemies can go through solid objects, the fact everyone and everything on the island wants the player dead at all times, the way you're not not allowed to fight dirty as the T-Rex, the arbitrary feel of some obstacles in the 3D environments, the constantly spawning and despawning enemies. Each of these problems only take a small bite out of the game's atmosphere, but by the time you reach the end credits, there's nothing left. The verisimilitude has been swallowed whole, void, if you will. It's like so many of the games I covered for the first video all over again. Great atmosphere brought low by terrible gameplay. I mean, does this look like an emergent experience that is very believable and very real to you? And like with so many of the other Jurassic Park games I've covered, it seems to be a case of ambition outstripping ability. A project bible filled with atmospheric paintings and storyboards laying out set pieces is all well and good, but this isn't a movie. You need more mechanical depth than just hold right and sometimes hit jump or attack, because that's really all this game is. Sure, the hunter gets the pit on and the T-Rex gets to navigate a maze or two, but even at their most mechanically complex, all you do is hold down a button and let the game do the rest. It's all so bland. Why didn't the QA testers tell the programmers what they were making was shit? Oh boy, Caleb the bulletproof monkey, why didn't you save us? The raptor's animation was so realistic that several testers were killed during the QA process. Oh, I guess that's why. The raptors must have got them before they had the chance to tell the programmers the game never teaches you how to play it either. Tutorials are still a tantalizing thing of the future. The only way to learn how to play is to read the manual or pick up a controller. Well, that's not entirely true. Each campaign begins with an introductory cinematic that usually deals with the protagonist of the previous section and sets up the lead of the next. They're a quintessentially 90s mess of overproduced graphics that I swear looked fantastic at the time, and they do include information on how to survive as each of the characters, but it all passes by so quickly and is buried so deeply amongst all this other garbage that the tips and tricks are just as well hidden as the actual Easter eggs. They're charming in their own way, and they do tie the campaigns together, but the only one I really genuinely like is the raptor one. Remember? Be the hunter, not the hunted. Yeah, that didn't work out so well for this guy. It's understandable why this game is so forgotten these days, but there was actual hype leading up to its release. People were pumped to play as the T-Rex. It even made the front cover of an issue of GamePro. That excitement seemed to vanish overnight with the game's release. Reviews were scathing for all the same reasons I've been ragging on the game for the past however many minutes it's been since the start of this section. People praised the art design, the animations, the music, and the variety of player characters, sure, but the gameplay itself? Yeah, no. GameSpot called it the perfect blend of frustrating and frustrating. Game Informer was so strapped for special features they listed the game's password system twice, which might have been an appropriate thing to praise when the tie-in games for the first film came out, but in 1997 it feels like a living fossil. But what these magazines reveal is that the final product is probably not the game the developers were looking to make. One article mentions their intent for the game to boast 40 levels, but like I've said, it ultimately only featured 30. It seems to me like they were too focused on capturing a specific atmosphere that they ran out of time to make an engaging game to go along with it, which is a shame because the vibe is definitely there. They were clearly invested in making something special and unique. They weren't interested in chasing trends to make a quick buck. They didn't just want to do Tomb Raider with dinosaurs. Which, first of all, Tomb Raider already had dinosaurs, so get your fucking facts straight, mate. And second, that could have been fucking amazing. But instead we got this, which just feels like a relic from the previous console generation. Like a ghost of the games I covered in the first part of this retrospective. As an adaptation, even just a thematic one, it's great. As a part of my childhood, it will hold a place in my heart forever, but it is not a good game. In 1998, roughly a year after the initial release, DreamWorks Interactive put out a special edition of The Lost World for PS1. Sorry, Sega Saturn owners. It had sold well enough to warrant a second printing, but this edition wasn't just the same game with the words greatest hits slapped on the front cover. The developers listened to the not unwarranted criticism the game received, and the special edition added a lot of gameplay balances to make it a little more palatable, such as by making each of the player characters stronger in terms of damage and health, and putting in mid-level checkpoints to help with the difficulty. I jumped in to give it a go, just to see if the balances were noticeable, and honestly, I couldn't really tell the difference. You start off with a little instinct as the dinosaurs, whereas you didn't before. You might be stronger, but it's hard to tell. I was never even able to find any of the checkpoints they supposedly added. Checking around online, I could find people talking about having used them, so they must be there somewhere, but I don't know where DreamWorks Interactive hid them all. The only addition really worth talking about is a new prologue set during the events of the first film, where you get to rampage through Jurassic Park as the original T-Rex, and it's great. Honestly, it's the best level in the game. It feels like the developers heard everyone complain about how much of the game you have to play before getting control of the T-Rex, and they just went, alright, fine, here. Play as the fucking T-Rex. It's a shame that it's so short. It's also a shame they didn't add in any of the other T-Rex-centric set pieces, like the attack on the trailers or the rampage through San Diego, because this is one of the few Lost World tie-in games where such set pieces would be easily adaptable given you play as the T-Rex. In this day and age, this sort of post-release update is commonplace, but in 1997 the fact the developers put in the effort to do so, especially on a console-only title, is actually pretty remarkable, and only reaffirms to me that DreamWorks Interactive weren't just out to make a profit by shitting out some shovelware with a big name to shift units. The Lost Worlds Special Edition might ultimately be too little too late. The damage was definitely already done, but right now in 2023, it's definitely the better version. And you know what? I'm just glad they didn't add in egg collecting. Oh, you motherfuckers. I was a little surprised to discover that The Lost World had a tie-in game for the Sega Genesis. It may have been a titan of the gaming landscape in 1993, but by 1997 its heyday was well and truly past. Not only did it have a successor in the Sega Saturn, but the Sega Dreamcast was only a year away from arriving on the scene with all the fanfare of an eventual cult classic, which is to say that of a wet fart in a silent theatre. It's like if Jurassic World Dominion was given a video game adaptation on the Xbox 360. Yeah, there are still a lot of them floating around, but no one makes games for the console anymore. 1997 saw the release of 7 total original titles for the Sega Genesis, one of which was The Lost World. It's another relic, another ghost, but at least it's a friendly one. I was just as surprised to discover how much love there is for the Genesis tie-ins to Jurassic Park and The Lost World. I got a bunch of comments on the first part of this retrospective, some nice, some not, saying how much they loved the games when they were young, and while I still really don't get the appeal of the side-scrollers made by Blue Sky Software, I absolutely understand why someone would look back on The Lost World by Appaloosa Interactive with nostalgia. It's a very cozy, comfy game. It conveys the feeling of a lazy Sunday afternoon from your childhood, where you're free to play games for as long as you want, while the sun slowly crawls across the TV screen and eventually vanishes over the horizon. And I'm saying that as someone who had never played it before sitting down to make this retrospective. I played the game in a single marathon 7-hour sitting, and for the first 2 of those hours it was actually able to dethrone Jurassic Park for the SNES as the best video game adaptation of this series I've played so far. I wouldn't recommend that though. As implied by the playtime, this game is long, and while it's more than capable of reducing the player to an enthralled couch potato for hours on end, its problems do start to become more obvious the longer you play it. It still ended up pretty high in the ranking, though given the quality of the competition, it didn't exactly have to try. Like the still reigning king of Jurassic Park video game adaptations, The Lost World for the Sega Genesis is a top-down shooter. The game is divided into 4 hub levels, each with 3 missions you're free to complete in any order to unlock a boss battle and progress to the next section of the game. There's also an introductory level and 2 climactic missions that detail your escape from Isla Sorna after the 4th boss fight to round out the title. That's a lot of game, 23 levels in total, and some missions can run upwards of 30 minutes if you don't know what you're doing. But to its credit, The Lost World does make a valiant effort to keep things from getting repetitive. I don't think it entirely succeeds, but again, that might be because I played the game in one sitting. The game's environments might pop with colour, but after a while it just became so monotonous. The cave maze where you have to find and rescue a fellow scientist from the first hub area felt new and fresh when I started playing, but after going through the same environment to destroy raptor eggs in the second hub area, collect 20 crystals in the fourth hub area, and just straight up escape a maze in the third hub area, the novelty had worn thin. The map layouts are mixed up between every level, and the obstacles, enemies, and power-ups you encounter are always a little different, but visually they're all just the same jungles, the same caves, the same rivers, and the same ruins on repeat from start to finish. Sometimes the game will hit you with a bit of visual flair in the backgrounds like this flooded forest, or a bit of lava, but when it's refreshing to discover a cave has reinforced walls, something has gone wrong. It's really hard to distinguish what parts of the level are background and what aren't too. There are rarely any foreground objects to indicate you're at the edge of a jungle or cliff. You just sort of glitch into the background like you're one wriggle away from clipping through them out of bounds. Sometimes the game will let you walk across dense jungle, but others it won't, and there never seems to be any pattern behind it. The only way to check for certain if an area is traversable is to take a look at the map. The caves are a little better about this sort of thing, but even then you can come across things like these bottomless chasms between rocks that look like they're obstacles, but are actually just fine to walk across. It doesn't help that a lot of the missions are just endless collectathons in those same environments. Destroying raptor nests and sabotaging enemy camps is essentially the same thing as activating sensors or collecting crystals regardless of how the game frames it. It does try to mix things up with interesting obstacles and expansive side areas filled with pickups. You can come across some wild things like a 1-up contained within a cage of electric fences, but they're only ever momentary distractions from your ongoing search. It's only when the game hits you with a unique environment or something new to do in a reused environment that it doesn't feel overly monotonous. It was during these set-piece levels that the game was at its best, because it wasn't just another 30-minute slog of wandering the map just to collect or destroy some ultimately meaningless bit of junk, like these eggs, but there were moments when it backfired. In one of the first levels in the game, you're sent into some caves to rescue a missing scientist, and I completely fucking understand how he got lost because the map is a sprawling maze of identical tunnels and rampaging dinosaurs until you pick up the map card. Even when you do find him and sit through his maddeningly slow dialogue, you still have to get him back to safety, which is in many ways a chore all of its own, because if you wander down a dead end and the guy follows you far enough, you can just get stuck with no way to move past him if it's narrow enough. At least it's funny when he gets hit. I excused the repetitive environments for the first couple of hours because I figured, hey, I'm in the first hub area, they're working to a visual theme, they'll mix it up for the others. But they didn't, and I would be lying if I said that wasn't disappointing. At least there's a lot of variety in the gameplay, not just in the mission objectives, but how you're free to go about them. You can complete all 3 levels in all 4 hubs in any order you want, and there's plenty of variety in the combat to keep things from getting stale. The Lost World for the Genesis gives the player 9 weapons, and for once most of them are actually pretty useful. Like a few of the previous titles, the weapons are divided into lethal and non-lethal. The lethal weapons like the machine gun, the grenade, and the 2 types of missile are better at dropping enemies quickly, but the non-lethal options like the taser, the Lindstrat rifle, and the gas grenades will net you better rewards when used against dinosaurs because they don't drop these tokens when outright killed. Both types of weaponry work against all enemy types too, so you don't have to desperately mash buttons to switch back to a lethal weapon when you encounter other humans like some games I could mention. The game doesn't expect pixel perfect aiming from you either. Most of the time if an enemy is in front of you, the unnamed player character will take the care of lining up the shot, whether with a single dart from the Lindstrat or a spray of bullets from the machine gun. Gas grenades will leap toward nearby enemies if you throw them close enough. The taser can even hit enemies through walls or on top of cliffs, which is fun. Overall, most of the weaponry feels good to use too. You feel powerful when you pull off the perfect throw with a grenade, or take down a T-Rex with nothing but a handful of tranquilizer darts. The only weapons I didn't really use were the shotgun and the landmines. The former because it was just pretty weak even by comparison to the other infinite ammo weapons, and the latter because unless you could drop one with the certainty that an enemy would follow you into it, all it would do is create another obstacle you'd need to deal with. Most of the time when I used one, it was by accident. I can't even remember the amount of times I dropped a landmine at my feet while trying to select the grenades so I could clear a bunch of other mines nearby. That said, said, it was never not funny to see or hear an enemy wander blindly into a landmine in the corner of the screen. In fact, if I have any criticisms of the game's gunplay, it's that scrolling through your weapons can be annoying because the game sometimes tries to guess what you're looking for instead of just equipping the next one in the list, which turned finding the right one in a crisis into a mess of button mashing. Not that it ever set me back that much though. I was tripping over pickups my entire playthrough. Enemy hunters drop ammo when killed, and every mission is flush with health kits, body armor, tokens, map cards that remove fog of war, and extra lives hidden away in their many nooks and crannies. You don't even really have to search them out, they'll come straight to you. Collect enough tokens either in the environment or from tranquilizing dinosaurs, and headquarters will airdrop in a loot box of goodies for you, even if you're underground. This is the future Jeff Bezos wants. You need to collect 6 tokens to get the best tier of airdrop with an extra life, body armor which basically doubles your health bar, and a couple of ammo pickups, but you can manually order one in yourself at 4 or 5 tokens through the pause menu if you're willing to forego the included 1-up. This mechanic is a lifesaver. There were so many times when I found myself on death's door only to be saved by Amazon's same-second shipping. Its one rather substantial problem is that the drones sent in to make the delivery don't care where you are when the order comes in. If you're wedged into a corner, the box is just going to drop in that same awkward spot, usually half out of bounds, and because items explode when they take damage, well... yeah. Glad to see the exploding boxes have made the jump to the Lost World games in earnest. You can usually tell when a loot box is out of bounds, and if you shoot it from afar, you might even be able to get one of the pickups when the explosion hurls it across the screen. But if you get in close, you're just going to take damage, possibly even die. It's an unexpected obstacle, but hardly the only one the game throws at you. There are other boxes and barrels littering Isla Sorna, some of which also explode when shot or struck, although thankfully they usually give you a bit of time to get away before blowing up. Beside the old game of exploding box roulette, there are bodies of water, lava flows, 2 kinds of poison plant which hurt you if you dare to exist on the same planet as them, minefields, 2 types of electric fence, one you can walk through and one you can't, giant crates, absolutely chaotic mazes of steam vents, even those fucking awful homing boulders from the PC game make a return, and there's still nothing you can do about them, you still just have to eat those rocks. All these obstacles are just as deadly for the enemies as they are for the player too. It was always satisfying whenever one of them stumbled their way into an electric fence or a poison plant. Sometimes I never even saw what got them. I'd just hear a distant death scream and have myself a good old chuckle. But my favourite obstacle in the game is just a dead Stegosaurus blocking a bridge that you have to blow up in order to bypass. I love that it lets you do this. It's such an unexpected solution to such a common video game trope. Like, imagine coming across a Snorlax in Pokemon and just reaching for a stick of dynamite. The explosion of bones just completes the image. 10 out of 10, chef's kiss. Otherwise, most of the obstacles are easy enough to avoid, and if not, they can be switched off by destroying generators in the case of some electric fences, or bypassed entirely, either on foot or with vehicles. These vehicles are simultaneously the best and worst parts of the game. It's such a breath of fresh air to jump behind the wheel of an SUV or a hovercraft, but unnamed Hatman drives like a weeb obsessed with Initial D. It's so much fun to zoom around a level, especially given there's no run button, but it's so easy to crash into an invisible wall or an obstacle because the turning circles of both vehicles are so big. Going slow isn't an option either. Both vehicles have exactly 1 speed, and it is fuck yes. The only thing in the game faster is the screen itself, which will leave you and your vehicle in the dust if you're forced to make a sudden stop. Which makes the handful of missions where you actually have to use the vehicles to outrun a forest fire, or a T-Rex, or an impending countdown into a real struggle. You just have to hold down the D-pad and hope for the best. There's really no other way to get through them unless you're willing to put in the effort to memorize the entire map. I discovered this too late to really make use of it, but both vehicles come with their own weapons as well, which you can use to clear out nearby enemies or obstacles like sea mines, even if it is usually more fun just to run everything down. Better yet, even if your vehicle is destroyed, all of them just respawn. You can even see the new vehicles racing in to replace the one you wrecked if you're close enough to a spawn point. You'll probably need more than one per level too, because they are squishy. A well-placed mine or grenade can take their health down by half, and dinosaurs aren't above rushing in to rip the wheels off if you let them, though it's just as likely to kill them as it is the player. There are health pickups for the vehicles scattered around the levels, but like everything in this game, they'll explode if they take damage, and sometimes it feels like enemies go out of their way to target them whenever you find yourself behind the wheel. The developers seemed to understand just how overpowered the vehicles are in this game, because half the obstacles in any given level are usually just to force the player out of the driver's seat and back onto their own 2 feet. The last aspect of the general gameplay loop I want to talk about is the pause menu. I really like the way it's presented, like the face of a wristwatch. In terms of colour it's a bit bland, but overall I find it really charming. Plus, it is extremely useful. It's here you can review your mission objectives, put in your Amazon orders, and check out the map. You need to find map cards placed around each mission to fill them out, but once you do, it'll give you information on pretty much everything in the level. Looking for 20 crystals in a maze-like cave? Here they all are. Can't find a generator to shut down an electric fence in your way? There it is on the map. Looking to find a specific kind of dinosaur? This is where you'll find them. It's a great tool, and unlike a lot of maps featured in today's major releases, it doesn't feel choked with icons and symbols. It's definitely my favourite part of the pause menu, but these dinosaur facts are a close second. If you've ever heard that no matter how big you think moose and wolves are, they're always bigger, the same is true of the dinosaurs in this game. The dinosaur facts tab of the pause menu just doesn't give you any idea how big they're going to be when you encounter them in the wild. From the size of the Dilophosaurs, I was not expecting the raptor or the troodon to be so incredibly big, or the T-Rexes to be so disappointingly small. The game might boast 9 dinosaurs in total, but you're only ever going to regularly interact with 6, which is a pretty big step down from the previous game, but also kind of a relief. The roster might be smaller, but it also means each dinosaur requires different tactics to defeat, at least early on. The Dilophosaurs are the most common enemy you'll encounter, and pretty much everything in your arsenal will take them down, if you can catch them before they scatter after losing enough health, that is. The larger raptors are a little more dangerous at first, and are better taken out at a distance with gas canisters or grenades until you get skillful enough with the Lind strat to take them down that way. The same is true of the big herbivores, Stegosaurus and Triceratops, who can drain your health in moments, but reap big rewards if you can bring them down non-lethally. Ironically, the T-Rexes are kind of a non-event, or at least the small ones are. The adult is pretty much an instant kill if she catches you, but she only appears very briefly in one level. Alone, the Troodons act much like the raptors, but in swarms they can be a nightmare, and I don't even know how you're meant to deal with this one that decided the laws of physics are for losers and started walking on water. That's right, this game has Troodon Jesus. If that isn't a cool dino fact, I don't know what is. The rest of the non-human enemies are only encountered in the boss levels. You've got these derpy mosasaurs, pterodactyls, dimorphodons, and who could forget the most famous dinosaur of all, a bat. They're all pretty forgettable, although I do find it very strange how closely the dimorphodons resemble their eventual movie appearance in Jurassic World Dominion. It's uncanny how similar it is. Did they build a model for the Lost World and just not use it until Jurassic World? Why are they so similar? Otherwise, this game's just not interested in trying to overwhelm you with numbers, be it by species or individual. Aside from a couple of set pieces where the horde drops by to say hello, at most you'll be menaced by 2 or 3 dinosaurs at once. It is nothing like the endless conveyor belt of enemies featured in so many of the other Jurassic Park tie-in games I've covered. Most of the time they don't even respawn once you down them either, and even if you game over, only the dinosaurs you killed after last hitting a checkpoint will return, the rest will remain extinct. Going from the meat grinder of the PS1 version to this was such a breath of fresh air. It was so nice to have some actual space in which to play, rather than suffer a constant flood of enemies from start to finish. The Genesis game does share one thing with the PS1 version though, and that is how your human adversaries are way more annoying than the dinosaurs. You don't get the luxury of knowing they're coming, they'll just waltz right in from off screen and start blasting. The cowards hiding behind sandbags and in pillboxes won't even give you that courtesy. They'll just open fire as soon as you're close enough, and that doesn't mean they have to be on screen. If you're really lucky, you'll catch a glimpse of enemy-controlled vehicles, which is a cool idea, but I saw it happen so rarely that I don't even know if they're actually pre-programmed enemies or just regular vehicles commandeered by a poacher that got pathfinding lucky enough to steer them into the driver's seat. They can certainly pick up health packs lying around the level, and I swear once or twice they snatched up ammo drops to use as new weapons as well, which is a really cool mechanic when you're not on the receiving end of it. That said, I could only find footage of them grabbing health packs while taking notes, so maybe enemies picking up ammo is something I just made the fuck up. I definitely caught a T-Rex chomping down on some Bezos bucks in a blind rage when it couldn't get to me down a flight of stairs. I wonder what her Amazon order would look like. Frustrating as the poachers might be, at least the dinosaurs seem to agree. Once or twice I stumbled right into a battle between them, which I have to say is pretty cool. It was pretty funny to see a T-Rex bullying a Dilophosaurus for a change too. When the game isn't slapping you with monotonous collectathon after monotonous collectathon, the Lost World's missions become big action set pieces that are among the best parts of the title. There's at least one for every hub area, and they all put a new spin on the game's systems and mechanics. The first of them is Stego Abduction, where you're tasked with luring 3 stegosaurs into these cages. The stegos can deal out huge damage if they catch you, and it can be a little awkward to get them into the cages. Wow, I just spat a huge wad of spit onto the monitor. Holy shit. The stegos can deal out huge damage if they catch you, and it can be a little awkward to get them into the cages, but the rewards are worth it. For each one you catch, command airdrops in a car, which is great until you run into a barrier 5 meters away that will force you back on foot again. Trike Rescue is the second big set piece, and it's very different. Your goal might still be to capture a couple of big herbivores, but the pacing is completely different. It starts off as an obstacle course filled with poison plants and minefields that draws your focus before it throws you into the first Triceratops like a jump scare. At least their unconscious sprite is funny. Even once you down the Triceratops, you have to protect it from this absolute swarm of Troodons that suddenly appear out of nowhere. You have to be quick in holding them back too, because they do not fuck about. If you're too slow on the draw, they'll munch the Triceratops down to bones in no time flat. There is a way to make it easier, but it relies on the mercy of RNG, and you're on the wrong team if you want help from Troodon Jesus. If you can tranquilize the Triceratops close to a wall, most of the Troodons will spawn on the other side of the forest with no way to reach you, leaving you with a heavily diminished swarm that is much, much easier to handle. Run out the timer and you're golden. The second hub actually features 2 big set-piece missions, and Blastco Defend Transport is the second. It's an auto-scroller where you have to defend this big fuck-off truck from an army of poachers and obstacles. The truck never stops moving, not even if there's a big-ass rock in the way, not even if the player's about to be crushed under the tires, so you have to be constantly aware of what's going on around you, which is impossible because this level is pure fucking chaos. Not even the enemies know what the fuck is going on. You've got to be quick to clear the road because if the truck hits any ammo dropped in its path, the pickup will explode and deal out damage. It'll stop if it hits a rock, but every moment it's stuck, its health bar will be melting away before your eyes, meaning if you don't clear the blockage quickly, you're in for a bad time. If it drives into the minefield, you might as well give up. And even if you do manage to survive long enough to find some vehicle health, you still have to push the fucking thing into the truck. It is madness. The fourth set piece is called T-Rex Chase, and it is exactly what it says on the tin. It's the only mission in the game that starts you off in a vehicle, and there is a very large, very angry reason for that which makes itself apparent a few seconds after you spawn in. It's also the shortest level in the game. I got through it in maybe 1 or 2 minutes, which on the one hand is a shame because it's a fun set piece, but on the other hand is good because this mission is also fucking chaos. The road is nothing but a mess of minefields, barriers, exploding barrels, and whatever else the developers could think to throw in your way. The vehicles are already hard enough to drive, but here if you see an obstacle coming, it's already too late. The car has already hit it, and you are already dead. The adult Rex is impressive, but she's also a massive fucking cheater who rubber bands onto the player on the y-axis, meaning even if you just clip an obstacle, she's still getting a little bit closer. And you really don't want her to, because this is the only level in the game without any checkpoints. You need to get through the whole obstacle course in one go, or not at all. The game does sprinkle health pickups throughout the mission, but unless you know they're coming, you are not catching them as you drive by. A bigger mitigating factor is that the T-Rex doesn't even appear for a few seconds after you start the level, which means you can make it around a quarter of the way through before she even shows up. But the easiest way to get a head start is just to hug the top of the screen, because all the obstacles are placed in the middle of the road, and at the edges you can pretty much sail right through to the finish line. At this level of difficulty, it would be annoying if it were any longer, same as Defend Transport, but the short length combined with the quick load times still make it a lot more fun than any of the marathon slogs where you are asked to collect 20 raptor shits or whatever. The last big set piece mission, Rough Road, is also focused on getting a vehicle from A to B, but instead of a high-speed chase, it's an escort mission. You have to get this dinky little truck all the way through the maze of fences, minefields, and concrete barriers to reunite it with the mobile lab on the other side of the map. It is absurdly long too. I walked the whole thing on foot to clear out all the obstacles ahead of time, and it still took me ages to get the truck through the maze. I even drifted right over 3 mines I'd missed to my death. I swear to God this truck homes in on the fucking things. It's the only set piece mission to come close to outstaying its welcome, but I guess it could always be worse. It could have had eggs. Ironically, the level where you're tasked with collecting eggs is actually one of the better collectathons, because there's much fewer things to pick up and it's set in an environment that's actually kind of unique for the game. The eggs are scattered about on these islands in the middle of a lake, which you have to explore and discover on your own with a hovercraft. Overall, it's not that bad. It's actually kind of decent. Certainly better than the other collectathon missions. But it has eggs, so it can go in the bin. Bye. The set-piece missions were definitely among the game's highlights, but where it really excelled were the boss fights. They convey a sense of speed and emotion that no other game I've played for this retrospective so far really has, aside from the Jurassic Park arcade machine. Each of them feature a fast-moving vehicle, be it a motorcycle, a hunter's truck, a river raft, or a helicopter, and your goal is always to either pursue or escape a rampaging dinosaur. The first boss, where you chase down an inexplicably giant raptor through the jungle while fending off rival hunters, looks like hell to play at first, but the hitboxes on the trees are all super forgiving, and it's actually a really engaging fight, right up to the point where the raptor keels over like a felled tree upon defeat. The second boss, where you have to take down a T-Rex by stunning it long enough for you to smash it into an electric fence, was less engaging. I died to this boss more than anything else in the game, not because the Rex's attack patterns were hard to avoid, but because it was such a fucking chore to build up the stun meter to a point where I could send the car back to try ramming the animal into the fence. Sometimes I'd get lucky with a series of clean hits, or the T-Rex would play nice by not attacking for a little while, but most of the time I'd get 1 or 2 shots in, and then it would just start spamming sweeps or bashes that would last so long the stun meter would drain well before it was finished. The hitbox was much smaller on the T-Rex than it was on the Raptor or the enemy motorcycles too. It was a hard fight, one where you just kind of had to let the boss do its thing before you could do yours, which always feels a bit shit. I was more than happy to be done with it. The third boss fight sees unnamed Hatman and Ian Malcolm blasting dinosaurs and dodging obstacles on a ride through some river rapids. There's a good variety of both, and it's a decent challenge. It feels good to pull off a long string of kills and dodges, especially since the game isn't unfair in the amount of things it asks you to avoid, but the set piece does feel like it goes on just a little bit too long, especially if you happen to die right at the very end. I'm not sure if the progress bar is based on time or obstacles dodged, but either way it straddles the line about staying its welcome. The fourth boss fight is an escalation of the third. It adds another axis of movement by putting you at the controls of a helicopter, but but the increase in difficulty is far beyond what you might expect. To begin with, there's so much visual noise on screen during this boss fight that it can be hard to tell when enemies appear and start blasting at you. Worse is that your hitbox is not attached to the helicopter, but to the cage hanging underneath it, which is really unintuitive your first time through. The synchronized pteranodons are easy enough to avoid if you know their patterns, and the enemy vehicles are basically a non-event once you learn where they're going to spawn in. But the helicopter moves so slowly that you'll still probably end up taking damage even once you learn the level layout. Like with the third boss fight, the mission is on a timer and it goes just a little bit too long for what the level is. The progress bar can be full and the fight will just keep going. This fight, combined with the final two levels straight after, is probably the cruelest the game gets in terms of difficulty, but I wouldn't call it unfair. As far as Jurassic Park tie-in games go, The Lost World for the Genesis has to be one of the easiest I've played. I didn't even have to rely on save states to get through it. I played the game legit. The Lost World smothers you under a mountain of extra lives, and even if you do game over, just about every mission is flush with checkpoints. It might send you back a few minutes when you hit continue, but it's nothing like having to restart the entire game. The checkpoints are usually placed in areas you'll be travelling through a lot anyway, so you can't avoid them even if you try. Just make sure to hit continue quickly, because if you take too long, it'll just boot you back to the main menu for some reason. Even hitting quit to come back later isn't a huge setback because the game features a robust password save system that slaps you with a new code with the completion of every level, regardless of the order in which you beat them. It's basically impossible to lose a large amount of progress in this game. Not that you would anyway, because the difficulty curve is pretty well balanced. You don't even lose lives if you die in a boss fight, you just get booted back to the hub level with all your stuff intact. You do lose your weapons and 1-ups if you reload from a password code, but given how common pickups are, it's barely a punishment. After playing so many games with unreasonable levels of difficulty, it was such a breath of fresh air to find a title that knew what the fuck it was doing. At worst it got monotonous, but it never reached the heights of bullshit I had to put up with in games like Jurassic Park for the PC or The Chaos Continues. The closest it came was in the final collectathon level I played, where you have to collect 20 pieces of amber from the mine. In one section of the map you have to drive a hovercraft through a tight maze of sea mines in multiple directions, and it sucks. Not just because it's so fucking hard to maneuver in such cramped spaces, and not just because the sea mines home in on the hovercraft, but because the little shits respawn even if you blow them up. You can die on a mine, go back to the dock, and find yourself facing down the same obstacle a few seconds later, which I wouldn't mind if it weren't the only environmental obstacle in the whole game to do this. None of the barrels or boxes reappear if they kill you, it's just these fucking floating shits. And even if you get past them, the game throws in an electric fence that you cannot bypass without destroying a generator, meaning if you lightly bump it without thinking, you're going to have to do the whole fucking maze again. It fucking sucks, but it was also one of the only sour notes I encountered in the game. Even the final two levels aren't that bad. They come right after the fourth boss fight, but you're not expected to play them all in a single gauntlet. If you die without a checkpoint, you just get sent back to the start of the level instead of the hub. Both of them are effectively the same mission. The first tasks you with escaping an incoming forest fire, and the second gives you a countdown timer to beat before the island just outright explodes for some reason. The forest fire level is interesting in that it actually gives you two methods of escape. You can take the southern route and flee the fire on foot, or you can go north and try your luck behind the wheel of an SUV. The northern path is definitely the more visually exciting version of the level, but the control problems with the vehicles make escaping the forest fire very difficult unless you've mastered the drift. Dying in the driver's seat isn't an automatic fail if you've got extra lives though. You'll just respawn in place, and usually there will be a replacement car nearby, but the time loss will usually be too much to recover from. The southern route might be boring, but it's definitely easier. Whichever one you take, it's still a struggle with the amount of poachers and dead ends the game throws at you. The final level only features a single path to take, and the timer it hits you with before the island explodes is very strict, but the map is covered with stopwatches you can grab to top up the clock. You'll need them for the vehicle sections too. This final gauntlet of tight corners and sea mines designs with the hovercraft was fucking awful. Even with the top-ups from the stopwatches, you do not have time to fuck about. I only made it through the level with moments to spare. It is a pretty shit way to end what is otherwise a perfectly decent game, especially since when you reach the level exit and get to the ending cinematic, the island doesn't even fucking explode. That said, once you're finished, you can always jump in to give a couple of the game's bonus passwords a go. One of them pits both players against each other in a cage match filled with constantly spawning weapons and items, which I bet would have been a lot of fun back in the day. Another allows you to play as the guy you rescue from the caves, and cool? Thanks, devs? In the only bit of promotional material I could find for this game, this lost scientist appears in the screenshots as the player character, so maybe he was originally slated for the player 1 slot before he got replaced with unnamed Hat Man. Side note, but this article gets so much wrong about the Genesis game, it's almost incredible, making claims that you can play as the dinosaurs like in the PS1 and Saturn versions. So either someone at the magazine wasn't doing their job properly, or one of Appaloosa's marketing team were being a little bit cheeky. Anyway, if there is any part of the game that's a bit of a letdown overall, it's the sound design. None of the dinosaurs sound the way they should, and it's not because the developers didn't have the film's Foley library. They're all in there, they're just on the wrong things. The Dilophosaurs sound like raptors. The raptors sound like the T-Rex. These random birds sound like the Dilophosaur, which was very confusing every time I heard them. Compared to the live orchestral score of the PS1 and Sega Saturn versions, the music was nothing to write home about, but there was at least one bop in there. And the weapons and vehicles all sounded fine. But while I think it's a decent game, it's not a very good adaptation. There are one or two art assets that evoke the film, mainly in the vehicles like the trailer and the SUV, and this hunter's rig from the second boss fight. The background of the main menu is a straight up still image from the movie, but you're not playing as anyone from the film, not even Roland Tembo. You're just a dude in a hat. Granted, Ian Malcolm does take the role of player too, but unless you're playing with a friend, you'd never know he was there. His only appearance in single player is during the boss battle on the river. Otherwise, there are basically no references to the film at all. Your employers are never identified as InGen or even Biosyn, and neither are your enemies. They're just poachers, or snipers as the manual inexplicably calls them. According to the manual, you're not even there to stop them from hunting the dinosaurs. You're there to beat them to it as a competitor. I've been joking, but you might as well be working for Amazon. It does sort of adapt to the game trail chase from the movie, and the raptor attack from the book during the first boss, and also the climax originally planned for the film where the protagonists are menaced by a flock of pterodactyls as they escape Isla Sorna. But even that was never planned to involve a T-Rex hanging from a cage. You do get the Lindstrat rifle as a weapon, but overall it just doesn't feel that much like The Lost World. But it does kind of feel like Jurassic Park. Think about it. You're playing as a nameless man in a hat. Ian Malcolm is the second player character, and his model looks way more like his appearance in Jurassic Park than The Lost World. The game doesn't really adapt that many moments from the second film, but there's a bunch from the first, as well as its tie-in games. The T-Rex chase is in there twice, the river rapids are back, you have to destroy raptor nests in a massive cave maze. Egg, for an island infamous for its lack of fences, Isla Sorna sure does have a fucking lot of them. That's just the fucking raptor pen from the first film! Those jeeps are from the first one too! Am I going going crazy? Does no one else see this? I have zero evidence to back up this claim, other than what's present in the game itself, because by 1997 not even gaming magazines were giving the Genesis version of anything much attention, but I don't think this game was made by Appaloosa Interactive. They may have finished it, but I'm not entirely sure they started it. Ocean Software's fingerprints are smeared over every aspect of the design. The generic backgrounds, the repetitive mission objectives in sprawling environments, the very specific roster of weapons, the presence of the Dilophosaurs when they are absent from the film, the random fences all over the place, the action set pieces from Jurassic Park. It feels like this game was started by Ocean with the intent to release it beside the first film, but was for whatever reason shelved. Maybe because the rights for a Genesis tie-in were ultimately given to Blue Sky, but when The Lost World rolled around, the rights owners took what had already been done by Ocean, threw it at Appaloosa Interactive, and told them to polish it into a finished product so they could flog it alongside the second movie. How else do you explain all the weird references to Jurassic Park over The Lost World? Why else would they bother to make a game for the Genesis when the console was on death's door? At times, the game feels like it's torn between Ocean's intentionally slow, sprawling mission design based around mazes and collectathons, and a sharper, shorter ethos focused on smaller levels with a greater density of content, which I have to assume comes from Appaloosa Interactive. I am joking, of course, but I think it would be fun if it were true. Much more likely is that I'm reading too much into it again, that Appaloosa Interactive saw what Ocean had done with the SNES game for the first film and did their best to emulate it. I spoke a little in the previous part of this retrospective about how Ocean Software's English team working on the PC version had far less access to the filmmakers and design documents than their American counterparts working on the NES and SNES versions of the game. And given Appaloosa was based in Hungary, I imagine they had even less to go on than Ocean's English team. They clearly had some access to the production, but these art assets resemble promotional images and concept art so much that I'm guessing most of what Appaloosa had to go on were the books, the first film plus the games made to adapt it, and possibly an early draft of the second film's screenplay, and the end result turned out to be a Lost World tie-in that looks and sounds and plays like a Jurassic Park adaptation. They made Player 1 Grant only to learn the character would not be returning for the Lost World, and so changed the model to make him into a nameless Hat Man, while keeping Ian Malcolm as Player 2. They included so many dinosaurs and designs from Jurassic Park because that was the only reference material they had. The Lost World for the Sega Genesis may have been a living fossil even at the time of its release in just about every way, but that doesn't make it any less of a good time. I could imagine having a lot of fun with this game as a kid, especially in co-op. I could imagine having even more fun with it than I had if I hadn't forced myself to finish it in a single sitting. The game is really too long for that. Its peaks and valleys probably seem less extreme when spaced out over several days, and why not take your time when the password system actually allows for it? Jurassic Park for the SNES might still be the reigning champion for me, but this game has come the closest to dethroning it. In a lot of ways it feels like the distillation of mechanics and concepts I was so hoping Jurassic Park for the PC would be. If not for the monotonous collectathon levels, the repetitive art design, and the sudden bursts of difficulty, I'd call it a forgotten classic. I can easily understand why so many people look back on it fondly, because as far as the Lost World tie-in games go, Appaloosa Interactive knocked it out of the park. I got a couple of comments on the first part of this retrospective asking, hey, where are the Jurassic Park Gameboy games? And the answer is, I don't really know. I'm not sure how I missed them, and rest assured I'll take a look at them in some future installment of this series, but don't worry, I'm not making the same mistake for The Lost World. The Lost World received 4 handheld tie-ins, all of them on different consoles, and the first we're going to look at is the Game Boys, developed by THQ. It's not bad, but it's not that good either. To borrow a phrase from the parlance of today's youth, I'd even go so far as to declare it mid. It's the kind of game perfect for occupying you in the backseat of a car for a couple of hours during a long road trip. Engaging enough, but the mechanics are so simple and the challenge so low that it's not the kind of title you would ever actually want to play unless you needed a distraction. In essence, it's the video game equivalent of airport fiction. It is also, to my eternal despair, eggs. Eggs in the trees, eggs underground, eggs eggs on mountaintops, eggs on a boat, eggs by a moat, eggs, disc eggs. My playthrough of The Lost World for the Game Boy clocked in at a respectable hour and 50 minutes, and the vast majority of that time was spent collecting eggs. It is practically all you do, to the point where by the final level even the game is sick of it. If you bring us these last 10 eggs, I promise we will never ask you for another egg again. I should be so fucking lucky. The game consists of 8 levels, 6 of which task you with collecting 10 eggs in order to progress. The other 2 levels mix it up by having you collect 10 discs, or 10 cryogenic canisters filled with DNA. But that is the only variation you get. You never have to find a level exit, you never even have to fight a boss. As soon as that collectible count hits 0, the mission just ends wherever you happen to be. Sometimes the mission briefings bring up the possibilities of expanding the game mechanics, like maybe you'll have to escape the underground lab before the timer runs out, or find a boat to escape, but there's never any actual change. There's just nothing more to this game than collecting eggs forever. To the game's credit, its short length and low difficulty do keep the core gameplay loop from becoming tedious, despite the repetitive mission objectives. It's not like the ultra-hard adaptations of the first film. It is really hard to fail in this game, and even if you do, there's a password-based save system that can drop you right back where you left off. It's rare that you'll even find yourself lost either, thanks to this arrow in the bottom right corner that always points you to the nearest collectible. There were 1 or 2 moments where I found myself stuck between a rock and a hard place, and there were 1 or 2 enemies that were an absolute bastard to deal with, like the compies. But for the most part, I had to go out of my way to take damage and die, and I did with every enemy and obstacle in the game because all of them come with their own unique death scenes. Some of them were funny, like these dinosaurs covering all 10,000 taste buds.
That's a 10.
Others were fucking nightmare fuel. Oh, why did they put this in a kid's game? I made the effort because these death scenes are unfortunately the height of the game's presentation. It looks fine for a Game Boy title, and the way every level comes with its own unique thematic colour palette did add some variety to the otherwise fairly milquetoast background designs. But there's just no getting around the fact most of the Lost World is spent running through hallways or caves. Sometimes it'll hit you with something really unexpected and cool, like this enemy base in level 2, these bone piles in level 5, or this armada of boats in level 8. But for the most part, all you're going to get are repetitive corridors devoid of detail. The mission briefings do break up the monotony, but the text scrolls so slowly that they become a hell all of their own. At least the character models look good, for a Game Boy title. Bland as the maps look, and contrived as the repetitive objectives might be, the level design isn't actually that bad. There's a good variety across each of the missions. Some are closed in and claustrophobic, while others are open and airy. Some add in gimmicks like water you can swim through. Some add in gimmicks like water you can swim through, or elevators you can ride, or doors you can use. Some are quite flat, while others are quite tall. Some put effort into placing the collectibles in interesting or challenging places. Others really don't. They just drop the eggs right next to each other on the ground. It's a good mix of ideas, and thanks to the game's short length, none of them outstay their welcome. None of them feel that repetitive either, thanks to the way the game remixes different ideas and gimmicks across all 8 of its missions. The only exceptions were Mission 2, Searching the Forest, and Mission 6, The Dark Forest, which were essentially the same level. But given the treetops were my favourite part of the game, I didn't really mind. There is something fun about the game's movement. The player character might handle like a semi-trailer on a patch of icy highway, but when you build up speed over a long run or pull off a series of tight jumps, it is genuinely quite satisfying. You just rarely get the opportunity to do so thanks to how close closed off so many of the levels are. It is very hard to keep up momentum, but in levels 2 and 6, it is possible, and it's great. Whether climbing up the branches of a tree or racing across the canopy at a dead sprint, it is just a good time. Fall damage isn't an issue. You can leap off a tree from the very top of the map, and it'll only set you back a fifth of your health bar and 10 seconds of playtime. The pteranodons that could pick you up from Rampage Edition are back in these two levels, but they are far less annoying here than they were there. Sometimes they'll snatch you out of the branches right as you sneak in to grab an egg, but just as often you can use them as a free ride between trees or to bypass a particularly annoying jump. The only other gimmick of the level design that stands out is the water sections. They're not bad, but they are a little bit bullshit. You have to spend long amounts of time swimming with no access to air, and the player character can only hold their breath for so long. You can't avoid these sections either. Almost all of them have an egg to collect on the other side, which basically means you have no choice but to take damage in order to progress. The only thing that stops it from crossing over into outright cruelty is that there's not really any other way for the game to hurt you. Just about every enemy in the game drops health when killed, and so do these boxes littered around the levels. They don't even explode, all they do is drop pickups. What am I meant to complain about here? Aside from the bigger health pickups like this heart, the boxes drop ammo for your two main weapons, and a shield that acts like an invincibility star in Mario. Only it's rendered useless, first by how easy the game already is, and second by how it lasts less time than it'll take me to finish this sentence. Like with The Lost World for the Genesis, there are so many pickups you'll be tripping over them by the end of the game, but unlike in that title where you really did need pretty much all of them, here they just go to waste. The game adds further variety to each of the missions by switching up the enemy roster for each level. There may not be as many as in the PS1 game, but there's still more than you might expect for a Game Boy title. There are compies, stegosaurs, triceratops, pteranodons, T-Rex, raptors, dino birds that definitely aren't just the pteranodons again, they're an original character, do not steal, Mr. Stompy, these little guys, baby T-Rexes maybe, some kind of hadrosaur according to the manual that never actually appears in the game, and who could forget the most famous dinosaur of all, Lagoosh. What's a Lagoosh, I hear you ask? Good question. According to the manual, it's a sloth-like creature that lives underground and spits acid. Guys, you could have just used Dilophosaurus. It's an already established part of the franchise. You didn't have to come up with your own dinosaur OC to fill out the roster. I'm not even sure what Mr. Stompy's meant to be. The long neck implies some kind of sauropod, but no such creature is listed in the manual. He can't be the hadrosaur, the manual describes them as small, and Mr. Stompy is the biggest thing in the whole game. Maybe the baby T-Rex things are the hadrosaurs? But that still doesn't explain what Mr. Stompy is. What are you? There are a handful of non-dinosaur enemies to pad out the roster too. You've got bats, you've got scorpions, you've got eels, you've got the piranha plants from Mario for some reason, you've got steam vents and lava pools, and a whole lot of humans. Humans who stand, humans who run, humans who throw grenades, humans who swim, and even a couple of elusive humans who man gun turrets on boats and are no actual threat to your survival. It's a good amount of enemy variety on the surface, and the game makes the right decision of only using 3 or 4 enemy types per level in order to make each of them feel a little more special. But the combat is so simple that none of them are that engaging to fight. A few of them have special abilities like the raptors who can maul you, and the T-Rex who can give you the big yeet, but once you learn how to fight them, or better yet, how to avoid them, you'll never see these cool moves again. The one exception being the pteranodons, who can pick you up and take you for a ride like I've already mentioned, since it's actually useful in gameplay. The game only gives you 4 weapons across the entire game, but they're all so powerful that combat is basically a non-issue. The gun is quick enough to stun lock every enemy you come across until its health points hit 0, and while the grenades take a bit of time to get the arc of the aim right, they can basically take out everything in the game with 1 or 2 throws. You'll rarely ever run out of ammo for them either because the game throws pickups at you every other second, and there's no point in hoarding since there are no boss fights. The third weapon is the harpoon, which you can can only use underwater, but it's so easy to avoid enemies down there anyway, you'll probably never need to. The fourth and final weapon is your fists, and they are easily the best offensive option you have. They deal just as much damage as the gun without any of the cost. There's a surprising amount of variety in the melee combat too. You can do jump kicks, spin kicks. This guy knows kung fu, but you'll never actually need that particular set of skills. By far, the easiest way to deal with every human enemy you come across is to crawl up to them and punch them in the nuts until they die. Oh god, this is another kink thing, isn't it? You can stomp on some of the smaller enemies too, which is fun, but most of the time you won't even have to do that. They'll just take care of themselves for you. Like everything in the game, the combat is competent enough to function, but isn't really competent enough to stand out. If there's any part of the game I can praise above, yeah, it's alright. It is the atmosphere. The game does create a sense that you're travelling across a dinosaur-infested island throughout its 8 levels, and the briefings before each mission do kind of build a very basic narrative. You start out on the coast, travel through the forest beside an enemy camp, infiltrate the old laboratory to stop them stealing data, venture into the tunnels underneath to stop them stealing DNA, escape through an old cave system, go through the forest again at night, venture across Tyrannosaur territory in order to reach the coast, and then make a break for it on board one of the enemy's own boats. It never feels like you're dropped into a random area and told to collect eggs. There is a narrative purpose behind it. Some of the briefings don't really make a lot of sense, but hey, that's all part of the charm. The underground caves contain Jurassic creatures which we were not aware of. What do you mean? You made them. It seems that life finds a way after all. Fuck off. Your next mission will be in the forest tonight. It will be safer for you since many of the more dangerous creatures will be asleep. We need 10 eggs from a dinosaur bird that lives in the treetops. Okay. Unfortunately, this bird is dangerous and is active at night. Oh, for fuck's sake. End of message. Yeah, thanks, mate. I wish I could say the same for the game as an adaptation, but I really can't. The only set piece from the movie or the book to make it into the game is this raptor-infested abandoned laboratory. There might be an army of poachers on the island looking to kidnap dinosaurs, but they are never named in-game, and according to the manual, they're actually employed by Biosyn. Even Lewis Dodson is running around the game somewhere according to the manual, but I was never able to tell him apart from the rest of the faceless goons present on the island if I did actually encounter him. I'm not even sure who I'm meant to be playing as. I don't think it's Ian Malcolm. I think he's meant to be the man in the mission briefings given the life finds a way quote, but honestly the character art is so scuffed, I genuinely can't tell. At least he's easier to look at than this half-melted T-Rex. JFCD? Jesus fucking Christ, dude, you said it. The game ends with the island exploding for some reason, and it says a lot about how memorable this title was that I had to watch the playthrough back to take notes to even remember that happened. The Lost World for the Game Boy is nowhere near the worst title I've played for this retrospective. In some ways it's actually pretty fun, but overall it's just mediocre. And in a sea of forgotten classics and digital train wrecks, that just makes it forgettable. Every time I look away from the screen, I just completely forget it exists. Case in point, I never even talked about the sound design. Like everything in the game, it's functional. There are a couple of music tracks I like, here they are now. But as far as crunchy dinosaur roars go, it was a real letdown, and that's really all I have to say about this game. One of the biggest surprises of making this retrospective is discovering just how good the Jurassic Park tie-in title for the Game Gear turned out to be. It was short, it was sweet, it was a lot of fun. I'd love to be able to say the same for the Game Gear title for The Lost World, but unfortunately I can't. It's definitely short, the second shortest I've played after the Jurassic Park arcade game with its crisp 30-minute playtime. And it's still fun, but there's definitely some bitter to go with the sweet. It feels like a demo rather than a full game, like it's missing a ton of weapons and levels and gameplay mechanics. But no, this is the whole thing. If I hadn't gone into the game knowing its length, I would have reached the end and said, that's it? What's most frustrating about the short playtime is that what game is there is pretty good. good. As with the other Lost World games, you're dumped into the shoes of a nameless hunter on a mission to, I don't really know honestly. The game never tells you and the manual is equally as cryptic. Either way, you've got to escape, and that means trekking across Isla Sorna to reach the helipad to call in the rescue team. The opening cinematics are simple, but effective. The raptor prowling through the long grass and the T-Rex looming out of the darkness create such a great sense of atmosphere. The park is gone. You're in their world now, not the other way around. The sense of dread built by these opening cutscenes does simmer down once you get into the actual game and discover how lush and colourful it is, but it never really goes away. Glowing eyes watch you from the depths of the jungle. Raptors stalk the empty halls of this abandoned InGen complex. Predators are hiding everywhere, and the T-Rex is never as far away as you'd like. None of the dinosaurs really look that much like their film counterparts, they're not even really consistent between appearances in the game itself, but they do fit the art style and the aesthetic the title is aiming for. And hey, at least their sound effects are from the film. Sort of. You might think that the game's atmosphere would be ruined by the bleep bloop sound effects and the MIDI soundtrack common of the era, but no. Like the lush colours, it paints a certain picture in your head of what the game is like. A picture that is completely ripped to shreds the second you reach the abandoned InGen complex and everything goes deathly quiet. It's definitely not the best horror game ever made, but as a bait and switch, it's effective enough. And the music isn't even that bad, although there was only one track that really stood out to me. Have a listen. I guess not everyone can afford a Michael Giacchino, not even in 1997. In terms of gameplay, The Lost World for the Game Gear is dead simple. You run, and you gun, and you jump, and in one level you're even allowed to slide. But that's really it. There's no weapon variety, your starting rifle is the only gun you'll ever find, and there are no pickups to spice up the gameplay aside from these vests, which restore your health. They do it in a weird way too. The colour of your vest determines how much health you have before a game over, but the pickups will only ever restore you to their corresponding colour. So if you're above half health and pick up a red vest, it won't actually do anything. You'll just stay at whatever colour you're already on. And if you're one below red, picking up a vest of the same colour won't restore half your health, it'll just bring you back up to red. The game is so easy overall that it was never really a problem, but I did find it odd. I've never seen a health system like that before. I've never seen an overworld map so confused either. When the game starts, you're given an option of 3 levels on the western side of Isla Sorna, and at first it feels like as you progress, it's going to open up more missions on the overworld to select, like Shovel Knight for example. But once you're done with these opening 3 options, the game becomes rigidly linear. You still go back to the overworld after each level, you still see your progress across Isla Sorna, but you never get the option to choose between multiple missions again. After a few seconds on the map, you just load into the next part of the game. The levels are at least nice to look at, and all of them have some kind of theme or gameplay gimmick that keep the game from getting repetitive like the PlayStation, Genesis, and Gameboy titles did. In the Brachiosaur area, you can change the terrain around. In the Baryonyx and Mamenchisaurus areas, you need to jump onto dinosaur heads to get up high or cross large bodies of water. The Site B area is a tense game of cat and mouse between the player and a pack of raptors as you navigate the ruined InGen research facility. One of the levels is an auto-scroller where you have to outrun a stampeding Triceratops by leaping over spikes, swoosing under stegosaurs, and diving through concrete gates, and it is so satisfying to pull it off flawlessly. Each level culminates in a boss fight, and they're all unique mechanically as well. You have to stun the Pachycephalosaurus by luring it into trees before you can deal out damage to it. The Carnotaur can only be hit while the lights are on, and if you're quick enough you can bully him into defeat in one cycle. The Mamenchisaurus Tyrannosaurus's attacks will get faster the more damage you deal. Even the climactic battle with the T-Rex has 3 phases. The first has you racing to unlock doors while the Rex pokes its head in through the ceiling to grab you. The second is another auto-scroller where you have to avoid the Rex, jump over barrels, and shoot baby T-Rexes until you reach the exit. And the third is a race down the mountains of Isla Sorna, complete with drifting. Sure, none of these things might be that complex mechanically, but every level is so short that no part of them felt like they outstayed their welcome. If anything, I would have liked to have seen them used more. Shooting bones to change the terrain in the Brachiosaurus area is something you get to do once, and then it's never brought up again. Same with these vines, and these bouncy nests. This derpy Brachiosaur will cause the ground to crumble beneath your feet, but the mechanic never comes up again after its introduction here. These swimming baryonyx will zoop up out of the water when you jump on them, but you can never use it to get anywhere. This Dimetrodon skeleton explodes for some reason. I kept finding these hard-to-reach nooks and crannies that felt like they should contain secrets, but they never did. You'll never even be asked to collect a single egg, much less find one. In fact, after a while, the game just starts throwing them at you. I know it's dangerous to say I wish this game was longer, given how terribly tedious it might have turned out, but there's so much potential here that just feels wasted. The overworld map, the set pieces, the boss fights, the mechanical gimmicks, they're all just introduced and then forgotten. There's so much you could do to build on them or combine them to give the game a difficulty curve instead of a straight line with a slight incline at the very end. Just add in a couple of extra weapons like Jurassic Park's Game Gear title had, and you'd have something equally as special. The only level that's really worth talking about in any great detail is the Velociraptor area, since it's the only part of the game where you play as a different character, that character being another fucking compy. Admittedly, it is the most aesthetically pleasing interpretation of a compy I've ever come across. It's Chubby Bobby. There. It's Chubby Bobby. Why can't I say Chubby Body? Who is Chubby Body? Chubby Bobby. Chubby Bobby. Its chubby body and big anime eyes make it look more like a rejected Pokemon than the shit-eating child murderer it is in the books or the vengeful trash mob it is in the films. And it does play a lot differently to the hunter. No compy would ever have the fashion sense to wear a vest, so true to its trash mob status, it only has a single health point. Combine that with a hitbox as big as the fucking moon, and you can expect a lot of lightning-quick deaths that come so fast you'll wonder how you got hurt at all. The game doesn't have any kind of in-level save or checkpoint system either, so if you get hit as the compy, you're just going back to the start of the mission. But given they're all so short, it's not a huge setback. To offset the compy squishiness, it comes with a strong melee attack and can climb up walls with ease. Its boss fight is against a Dilophosaurus in the darkness of this power station, and it's actually pretty moody with the way it slides in and out of the gloom, but it is also ridiculously hard. It is so easy to get hit by the Dilophosaur, even if you're constantly moving to avoid its attacks, because as soon as it reaches your position on the arena, it will instantly move into the light and become dangerous. And if you happen to turn around at that exact moment, you're dead. But again, the boss fight is so short that I don't really mind it overall. It might only be a very brief section of the game. It took a grand total of 4 minutes in my recorded playthrough. But it's another way the Lost World for the Game Gear feels like a proof of concept rather than a finished product. The developers went to the effort of designing this second player character with completely different mechanics, and then did nothing with it. Even the game's ending feels abrupt. You race away from this absolutely giant T-Rex around bends, past obstacles, and over jump pads, and then you just escape. Maybe the T-Rex runs off this cliff, but it's genuinely hard to tell. The facility is struck by lightning and the power goes out, but then you're just rescued. The credits are just a still image of some brachiosaurs as the sun rises. The compy escaped with you at least? It just feels so muddled. Like the cinematic where the InGen complex is struck by lightning should have been before the mission set inside the building. And there should be a different cinematic here showing the hunter getting rescued by a helicopter. Either way, it's a pretty poor ending given how much promise the game's introduction had. As a game, The Lost World for the Game Gear was kind of a letdown, but what about as an adaptation? Well, as usual, it doesn't feature any of the film's major set pieces. At best you could say the Stampede level is an adaptation of the game trail scene, but that is really pushing it. You do fight raptors through an abandoned laboratory, and the building does feel like a proper ruin, but it's clearly not the same one from the movie. You don't play as anyone from the film either. Like with all of these Lost World tie-in games, and as I've already mentioned, the player character is just a nameless hunter or a nameless compy. Isla Sorna doesn't even have the same shape from either the book or the movie. And yet, it does do a pretty good job of adapting a set piece from the book. The Carnotaur boss fight, where you have to turn on lights to reveal it stalking through the darkness toward you, is a pretty spot-on take of its literary source material. The level art even depicts the Carnotaur as camouflaging itself like it can in the book. It's a small detail, but it's really cool that the developers took the time to put it in. But aside from that, this is another game you could probably rename Dino Attack, and no one would ever be able to tell it was originally a Jurassic Park tie-in. At least there's a shot of a raptor in some long grass. As far as a roster for a dinosaur game goes though, it's pretty stacked. You've got franchise mainstays like the T-Rex, the Raptors, Triceratops, Stegosaurus, Brachiosaurus, Dilophosaurus, Pachycephalosaurus, and a single compy. You've got Lost World newcomers from both the film and the book, like Carnotaurus and Mamenchisaurus. You've got game-only additions at this point, like Baryonyx and Ferrozenosaurus. And you've got a bunch of others that only die-hard dino nerds are likely to recognise, like Coelophysis, Rosilasuchus, Plateosaurus, Nodosaurus, Archaeopteryx, Dryosaurus, Oviraptor, Rhamphorhynchus, Stegosaurus, and Proceratosaurus. Plus, who could forget the most famous dinosaur of all, the Stegoshoggoth? I don't even know what these long boys are meant to be. You're on your own with that one. It's a crazy amount of enemies for such a short title. I kind of love it. The Lost World for the Game Gear has all the makings of a hidden gem, but it's just too short to be anything more than wasted potential. The game was over so fast it gave me whiplash, and given the lack of a save system, it kind of had to be that short to even give you a chance of completing it before the handheld's batteries ran out. As it is, it's not bad, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't disappointed. Jurassic Park for the Game Gear's surprising quality had me pretty hyped for its Lost World counterpart. I guess I should have tempered my expectations. At least I won't have that problem with the next game. Before we begin talking about The Lost World for the TigerGame.com, we have to talk about how fucking hard it is to get running. I had never heard of this console before setting out to make this video, and I'm not exactly surprised. The handheld had a whopping total of 21 games made for it, 2 of which came with the purchase, and according to that font of reliable information Wikipedia, sold less than 300,000 units across its lifetime. Most of the games are the kind of things you'd expect, like Centipede and Frogger, but the Gamecom also had ports of Duke Nukem 3D, Mortal Kombat Trilogy, and even Resident Evil 2, which is just wild. I'm genuinely curious to know if anyone watching owned one and what the games were like. It feels like the most we have Game Boy at home console I've ever encountered, and it is damn near impossible to emulate. Because it's not like there are any dedicated Gamecom emulators out there. Why would there be? It's garbage. And yet, life finds a way I'll see myself out. The Tiger Gamecom has no dedicated emulators, but there is a way to get Tiger Gamecom titles running on MAME. MAME? I don't know. Which, for those unaware, is a program made primarily to emulate arcade machines. It took an afternoon of fiddling around with it, but somehow I got it running, so now here we are. We can actually talk about The Lost World for the Tiger Gamecom. I'm so sorry. Not that there is much to talk about. I got the game running, but much like a zombie forced back from the dead, it was not happy about this turn of events, and the underlying rot made itself apparent pretty quickly. This is the first game I've been able to play, but unable to finish for this retrospective, and I can't even tell if it's some janky quirk of the emulation or if the title itself is just that bad. You know what? It's probably both. I beat my head against it for 40 minutes, and then peaced out. Before I get into the gameplay, I feel I need to acknowledge the presentation. If you ever saw a still image of this game, you might think, oh, this doesn't look too bad. The sprite work is detailed, the backgrounds pop, the character models are a little scuffed, but we've all seen worse, right? You don't play a Jurassic Park You don't play a Jurassic Park tie-in for the humans anyway. The dinosaurs are where it's at, and they're fine. The vehicles are even better. And then you see it in motion, and you realize, oh, Oh, this is fucking garbage. It's such a bait and switch from how clean the game looks in screenshots. The way the screen shakes and shudders while scrolling, the terrible slowdown on the player character and all the dinosaurs, the way the enemies are perfectly hidden by the backgrounds, it is unplayable. It's not too bad during the game trail sections, but the side-scrolling nest areas are just offensive to look at. And I genuinely can't tell if this is caused by the emulation, or if the game always looked this shit. Sure, it was never meant to be seen on a screen this big, but I don't think it being any smaller would make it any more playable. Once you see the game in motion, you realise how awful so many of the baby dinosaurs look too. They're all a little fuck ugly, but the worst has to be the T-Rex. There's something disturbing about the way they move, like some cult skinned a bunch of them and are wearing their skins. Their upright stance brings to mind outdated reconstructions of Tyrannosaur fossils, and that scientific inaccuracy is, let's be honest with each other, a far greater crime. At least the adult dinosaurs look good, in the rare instances they even appear during the side-scrolling sections. Most of the time they remain tantalizingly out of reach as part of the background, but they will drop in to get in your way if you make it to the end of a level, and good fucking luck. The game is divided into 6 areas, which for the most part are split into 2 sections, a game trail driving section and a side-scrolling nest area. Let's start with the game trails because they're actually playable. The game gives you the option of selecting a different player character when you hit start, and who you choose actually determines what vehicles you get to use on the game trail. If you choose Sarah Harding, you get access to the RV Mobile Lab and the RV Free, while as Roland Tembo, yes it actually is him this time around, you get to jump behind the wheel of the Humvee Cargo Carrier and the Humvee Snagger. Both characters also get access to a Humvee and a motorcycle. Each of these vehicles come with different stats, which is actually pretty cool. Smaller vehicles come with less health but are more maneuverable. Larger vehicles are brick shithouses on wheels but can't turn to save your life. The motorcycle can dance across the screen, but will lose health if it gets hit by a light breeze. The Mobile Lab, meanwhile, can tank pretty much anything the game throws at it, and make it to the end of the trail with hit points to spare. There's no reason not to use it as Sarah, as long as you don't mind being deaf by the end of the game trail. God, no wonder the dinosaurs hate this thing, it's so fucking loud. Honestly, all of the vehicles, aside from the motorcycle, are pretty decent. The aim of the game trail is to make it to the end in one piece, which is easier said than done when literally everything on the road deals out damage. You don't just have to worry about the onslaught of dinosaurs. There are rocks, sticks, bushes, all of which scroll in too fast to reasonably avoid, which is why a tanky vehicle is the way to go. The game does throw you a bone with a health kit every now and then, but you'll only ever pick them up by accident. The only real way to win is to keep moving side to side to avoid the dinosaurs, and do your best to avoid whatever gets dumped on the road in front of you. It's not a huge setback even if you do fail, because you'll just respawn in the same place you died, minus one vehicle. If you run out of one type, you just can't use it anymore. I don't know what happens if you run out of every vehicle, I didn't hang around long enough to check. The game trails are easily the best part of the game, not just because it's actually possible to play them, but because they're genuinely fun. I don't think it's enough to carry its own title, but you could make a great mid-2000s Flash game out of this. They would be even better if most of them didn't lock you into a narrow corridor the entire way. Once you reach the end of the game trails, you're thrust into the nest areas, and you'll never guess what you have to do. Oh, you have to collect more eggs! Again? Fucking hell, my life is eggs. But here's the best part. You can't. You just fucking can't. Or at least I couldn't. It's at this point that the game chugged down to about a frame per second, and suddenly became unplayable. Not because it was slow, although that certainly did not help, but because the movement mechanics were rendered basically non-functional, which is a real fucking problem when the first level in the game is nothing but one giant fuck-off jumping puzzle. Putting aside for one moment that life on Isla Sorna is apparently so difficult that most of the dinosaurs have evolved telekinesis for the sole purpose of levitating their eggs 5 meters off the fucking ground. In order to reach the first of them, you have to climb to the top of a fucking tree, and it is just impossible. I felt lucky to make it to the next branch, let alone reach the canopy. You have to be standing so close to the edge stage to even have a chance of making the jump, and the game is so hungry to munch inputs that most of the time you'll just waltz right off and take fall damage, assuming the drop doesn't outright kill you, because for some reason if the ground is even a single fucking pixel off screen, you just die instantly. Even if you do manage to climb your way up, you're still not safe, because the game will be only too happy to let you leap to your death, and it's not like you can collect the eggs anyway, because you just don't have the height to reach them from below, or the distance to reach them from the side. The endlessly respawning enemies are just the cherry on top of this shit sundae. Fuck off, game. Things on the ground aren't much better. The backgrounds are nice enough, as I've mentioned, but the baby dinosaurs are just infuriating. All they do is camp your position to deal out contact damage, and nothing you can do will make them move. They can stun lock you for 3 or 4 hits at a time, and I don't even think it's intentional. I think they're just so slow and your hitbox is so big that it's a complete accident. The worst part is when they lightly nudge you during a jump or when you're trying to climb, which just cancels whatever you're doing and drops you straight down, usually to your death. And they're going to do it a lot too, because they just love camping tight spaces where you need room to move. There's not even anything you can really do about them either. The tranquilizer darts will stun them for about a second, and then they'll just get right back up and continue bullying you. Sarah's flares and Roland's sonic emitters are meant to drive them away, but they never seemed to work. The only dinosaurs you can actually deal with reliably are the pteranodons. You can shoot them out of the sky with a single dart, but they'll always just immediately respawn anyway, so what's the fucking point? There are pickups to find like tranquilizer darts, ammo for the flares and emitters, and 1-ups, but nothing of any actual worth like a pogo stick or a jetpack. I was able to get to the top of the tree and collect a single egg, but I was never able to get the second. No matter what I did, I just kept falling to my death in the attempt, and after 20 minutes I just said fuck it, no omelette is worth this shit, and let myself game over. I'm so fucking sorry, Jeff, you tried to warn me, I should have listened.
Just go!
And here is really where this section of the video should end, but I was curious. There's something oddly satisfying about getting to experience a piece of media very few others have. So I looked up all the level passwords and just went for a joyride. The second level, the Triceratops area, was somehow even worse, because instead of just climbing up some trees like in the Stegosaurus area, you have to swing on vines in order to progress. And I don't mean you have to swing on individual vines to cross individual pits. No. There's no fucking easing into this mechanic. You have to swing on multiple vines to get across one bottomless pit before you even run into a single egg. Which means not only do you have to avoid the baby Triceratops camping underneath the vine, and not only do you have to make the jump to even grab the fucking thing, and not only do you have to build up enough momentum to make it across the gap, you have to do it twice in a row without hitting the ground. And I don't know what to tell you, game, but that's just not fucking happening. I managed to grab hold of the second vine once and immediately dropped to my death. I have never game over to get out of a level faster. The third level, the Pachycephalosaurus area, takes place in a swamp instead of a jungle, and was the first mission in the game I was actually able to complete. I don't know why. The baby Pachycephalosaurs and Pteranodons were just as annoying as before, but for some reason now I was actually able to jump high enough to grab the levitating eggs, which is why I genuinely can't tell if the game's problems are inherent in the code or if the emulation is somehow fucking it up. Not only does Sarah jump higher from the third level onward, she clearly jumps faster too. Fast enough to grab the eggs floating 10 feet off the ground at least. Please, if there's anyone watching who had this game on an actual Tiger Gamecom, get in the comments and set me free. Is scuffed emulation to blame or was it always like this? I will not be able to sleep until I have an answer. As for the level itself, I genuinely kind of like it. The flat swampy terrain is such a breath of fresh air after 2 impassable jungles, and it was cool to finally see one of the adult dinosaurs waiting at the end of the level. I only ever encountered 2, this Pachycephalosaurus and a T-Rex in level 5, and the challenge they presented swung wildly between instant death machines and a complete non-event. At least there's something different. The fourth level, the Velociraptor area, was another mission I was unable to complete, but not for lack of trying. The level is set among rocky cliffs and crumbling bridges, which is another cool change of pace from the previous jungles and swamps. Unfortunately, it also introduces the game's climbing mechanics, and I don't think we can blame the emulation for this one. I think they're just shit. You have to be pixel perfect accurate while climbing up and down these ladders, or else you're falling to your death. Try to switch ladders too high or too low, you're dead. Try to climb up and down while halfway between ladders, you're dead. Hit by the baby velociraptor camping the top of the ladder, you are dead. I genuinely game overed trying to complete this level, and once I found myself back at the main menu, I thought, you know, I don't care enough to try again. I'm just gonna skip to level 5. At least the climbing animations are funny. The fifth level, the Tyrannosaurus Rex area, was another one I was actually able to complete, and is probably the best in the game. It's set in these craggy canyons and narrow caves, and aside from the disgusting baby T-Rexes, was actually pretty atmospheric. I was even able to find a side area with a 1-up in this small tunnel, where a bunch of the little fuckers were waiting in ambush. It ended with another visually cool but mechanically flaccid encounter with an adult dinosaur, and then it was off to level 6. The final mission, the Pterodactyl area, has no game trail section, and as I quickly discovered, no nest area section either. The level just didn't load in properly, not when I reached it from mission 5, and not when I got through with a password. So I really fucking hope that's a result of the emulation and not true to the original game, because otherwise that is a grand fucking oof. After that I didn't really know what to do, so I just restarted the game as Roland Tembo just to see if he played any differently to Sarah, and you know what? He didn't. The only real difference aside from their special weapons is that Sarah's moan upon taking damage is just a little bit too horny for its own good. Whereas Roland's moan evokes that meme that made the rounds for about 5 seconds back in 2022. Which brings me to the sound design, the worst aspect of this game. Yeah, I know, that's shocking to hear, right? But it is. Jesus Christ, just fucking listen to it. It's so shit. Bad enough that the ambient sound pauses every time a dinosaur makes a noise like this shit was mixed in Windows Movie Maker, but they're all so repetitive. Listening to it genuinely makes my brain hurt. The sound design's one saving grace is its only music track, which is the first piece of music featured in any Jurassic Park tie-in game I've covered to actually sample a bit of the film's soundtrack, in this case the Lost World's main theme. I wonder if the developers actually managed to get the rights to use the soundtrack, or if this game was such a non-event that Universal never even knew or cared that they used the music without permission. I guess we'll never know. Needless to say, The Lost World for the Tiger Gamecom was a baffling experience. It feels like something out of a nightmare. It shouldn't be real, but somehow it is. I was so confused after finishing this game, I tracked down a copy of the manual to see if it could shed some light on the situation, but instead of answers, all it left me with was more questions. It feels machine translated by multiple machines through multiple languages, like Star Wars The Third Gathers, Backstroke of the West. Just listen to the opening words of the manual. Quote, instruction/object, found. The secret island that was used to supply Jurassic Park with its dinosaurs has finally been found. Site B, as the island is known, was once the factory that housed the genetic engineering wing of InGen, the company backing that most unique project. When the original Jurassic Park failed and was overrun by its inhabitants, Site B was quickly abandoned. Those that fled gave no thought to the welfare of their creations. The scientists felt that without the chemicals they had been supplying, all of the dinosaurs would eventually die. This was not the case, however. The creatures not only survived, but began to thrive in this tropical home. Sarah Harding, anthropologist, has led a small group of conservationists to Site B in hopes of studying the dinosaurs in their natural habitat. A second team, funded by InGen, has also landed. The team is intent on hunting the dinosaurs and returning them to the mainland, which would be disastrous. The lead hunter is the famous Roland Tembo. You may play the game as either Harding or Tembo. Each of the characters must navigate the various game trails to individual dinosaurs' nest areas. Tembo wants to collect the dinosaur eggs in the nest and return them to the mainland. Harding wants to retrieve the dino eggs and keep them out of Tembo's hands. In either case, these are dangerous missions. Game trail dinosaurs will attempt to destroy your vehicle. Nest area dinosaurs, some babies, some full grown, will attack, end quote. Are you expecting more? Because there isn't any. That section of the manual straight up ends there, and just, what the fuck did I just read? What is introduction/object? Why is the first sentence just found? Why is factory in quotes? Why did they call Sarah an anthropologist? That's the study of human societies and cultures throughout history. She wasn't that in the movie or in the book, and if she is here, why the fuck is she going to Isla Sorna to study dinosaurs? It's so weird, and it only gets worse the deeper into the manual you get. Toward the end, there's a section titled Defective Cartridges, which states, quote, "If you find that your new Lost World Gamecom cartridge is damaged or non-functional, do not return the game to the store. The store will not have replacement cartridges," end quote. Why, did you only send them one each? Fucking hell, the Tiger Gamecom walked so that the PlayStation 5 could run. Instead, it instructs users to write to Tiger directly, which is tempting, but somehow I don't think they can help me anymore. As a game, I think we can all agree the Lost World for the Tiger Gamecom is cancer, but what about as an adaptation? It features 6 dinosaurs. Stegosaurus, Triceratops, Pachycephalosaurus, Velociraptor, Tyrannosaurus Rex, and Pteranodon, all of which are franchise mainstays, and, to its credit, all of which appeared in the film. Bizarre wording in the manual aside, it's also the only game so far to really adapt the basic premise of the film. Ian Malcolm's been bullied out of the Player One chair, as usual, but it does feature Sarah, who takes on aspects from both her book and film incarnations. It's also the only game to directly include Roland Tembo, who really was the best part of the Lost World's film adaptation. The guy just commands every scene that he's in, thanks in no small part to Pete Postlethwaite's fantastic performance. Dude just barges his way into the movie, tells Peter Ludlow off for being an idiot, saves the protagonists even though he has good reasons to leave them to die, because it's the right thing to do, takes out a T-Rex non-fatally at point-blank range, and then just goes home to mourn his friend who died. What a fucking legend. No wonder they cut out his introductory scene. There's only so aroused an audience can get. Wait, is that guy in brownface? Oh no! Beyond the basic premise, the vehicles, and the inclusion of the best characters from the book and the movie respectively, the game does very little to adapt The Lost World. None of the levels resemble any of the set pieces from either version of the story. The game trail sections come the closest, but that's about it. I guess if you manage to get the T-Rex to ram the mobile lab, it could sort of count as an adaptation of the trailer scene. You know what? Fuck it. I'll take it. It counts. Roland Tembo's evil plan to steal dinosaur eggs might seem like the same sort of shit as in the Gameboy title, but it was actually Lewis Dodson's nefarious plot from the novel, so to my eternal despair, both egg hunts are in fact book accurate. Dodson's crew even had sonic emitters like Roland Tembo uses in this game too, which isn't exactly the first thing I would think to adapt from the Lost World, but it's neat, I guess. Combine that with the sampled movie soundtrack, and this game actually comes closest to adapting the movie than all the others I've covered in this video so far, and that does not feel good to say. Oh, that is some cursed knowledge. This genuinely feels like the result of a wish made over a monkey's paw. You get a pretty decent adaptation of the source material, but the trade-off is it plays like this on a console that I'm still not even sure ever existed. The Lost World for the Gamecom is cancer. Do not play it. I suffered through it for the sake of the retrospective and historical preservation. No one ever has to experience it again. That said, again, if you played it legit when it first came out, please let me know about your experience down in the comments. I need to know I'm not crazy. But hey, at least the game trail sections were decent, and it was cool to see Roland Tembo get a look in as a player character. He deserved a better game on a better console. There was also a Lost World game for the Tiger R-Zone too, whatever the fuck that is, but from everything I've read, that thing is even harder to emulate, and you have to draw the line somewhere. The Lost World R-Zone game will just have to join the Jurassic Park Paint and Activity Center and the online ride adventure as titles this retrospective will not cover. I mean, I thought the game Famicom was a piece of shit, but the R-Zone was a ripoff of the Nintendo Virtual Boy, which is really not a horse you want to bet on? Compared to that, the Gamecom's touchscreen and internet connectivity seem positively amazing. About a decade too early, but hey, they tried. And if you feel even a hint of sympathy for Tiger and their failed attempts to break into the console wars, don't. Because a year later in 1998, they signed an eldritch pact with Satan and set loose upon the world an infernal terror that still haunts our every waking moment to this day. Oh, and along the way they were bought by Hasbro and created the Furby. That's not exactly how it went down, but, you know, close enough. Now, I can't prove that the failure of the Lost World for the Gamecom led to the creation of the Furby, but I can't disprove it either. And looking at the two products side by side, they're so cursed you can really tell they were made by the same company. But I think we've spent enough time on this eldritch horror of a forgotten handheld. What the fuck was that? Ah! When Jurassic World Evolution released in 2018, a lot of the media coverage focused on how the developers were able to get Jeff Goldblum to reprise his role as Ian Malcolm for the game, and rightfully so. He's a high-profile star, and his involvement probably did boost the game's visibility in the media landscape at the time. I'll certainly talk about it in more depth when it comes time to cover Jurassic World Evolution in some future installment of this retrospective, but I bring it up now because it was treated as such a big deal. This wasn't just a cameo slapped together in one take between shots while filming The Lost World on location. This was a full scripted voice role. Game Informer even had Jeff Goldblum react to the bonus video from the PS1 game during an interview in the lead up to Evolution's release to demonstrate that escalation of involvement. And despite his ominous declaration that he remembers everything when asked if he recalled shooting it, he had very little to say about it, unsurprisingly. But what I found most interesting is that for all the attention given to the PS1 bonus video, there was almost no mention from anyone, not even Jeff Goldblum himself, that he had already reprised his role as Ian Malcolm in a Jurassic Park video game adaptation. Not just as a cameo, but as the main protagonist. And it wasn't just him either. Chaos Island doesn't just star Jeff Goldblum, it features the voice talents of Julianne Moore, Vince Vaughn, Vanessa Lee Chester, Richard Schiff, who would also later dip his toes into the world of big-budget video games as Odin in 2022's God of War Ragnarok, and Richard fucking Attenborough. This cast is stacked, and it is insane to me that barely anyone remembers that this game exists. I scoured all the articles, interviews, and videos about Jurassic World Evolution I could find, and the only one to mention Chaos Island at all was this piece from Looper. And it's not just the cast that is full of big names. The development of Chaos Island was spearheaded by Noah Falstein, the man behind classic Indiana Jones tie-in games like the adaptation of The Last Crusade and The Fate of Atlantis. It's not like it's boring or bad either, it's actually very good. I really don't understand why it's so obscure. I could find nothing contemporary about this game online or in old magazines, other than its official website and the occasional carbon copy review where they all misspell Vince Vaughn's name as Vince Vaughn. Even Noah Falstein comments how little known it is on his own website, something he puts down to internal politics at DreamWorks Interactive at the time of the game's release. Thank God I didn't have any trouble getting it running on Windows 10. The game is so buried in the sands of time, I can't imagine there are many fan patches floating around such as there are for the more well-known games like Trespasser. Aside from its impressive voice cast and bonkers anonymity, Chaos Island also has the unique distinction of being Jurassic Park's only real-time strategy game. I went in expecting a simpler Paraworld, and that's pretty much what I got. I finished the game on hard in around 5.5 hours, and that feels about right. Any longer, and it definitely would have started to wear out its welcome. Its 12 main mission and extra bonus level pack a surprising amount of variety into the gameplay, but its mechanical simplicity puts a limit on how far Chaos Island can ultimately take things. Not that its inherent simplicity is a weakness. The game was intended for 8 to 12-year-olds, and the difficulty curve and mechanical depth reflect that better than pretty much any other game I've covered in this retrospective. Unfortunately, Chaos Island is also eggs, so integrity dictates that I have to say it's shit. Sorry everyone, I don't make the rules. If I never see another dinosaur egg in my life, it'll be too fucking soon. Thanks to its high-profile voice cast, Chaos Island also has the biggest focus on story out of all the Lost World tie-in games, with the possible exception of Trespasser. For once, the plot isn't relegated to a couple of paragraphs in the manual. It's front and center from the opening moments of the game, and it's integrated into the mechanics to a far greater extent than pretty much any other Jurassic Park tie-in, even the relatively narrative-heavy Sega CD title. It's actually kind of impossible to separate story from gameplay in Chaos Island, so I'm not even going to try. That's right, this is another full critique in the middle of an already too long retrospective, on the 6th game of the video too. Does that make it a tradition now? Oh no. The story begins before you even get to the main menu. The game opens with this pre-rendered cinematic of the team's approach to Isla Nublar by helicopter. That's right, Isla Nublar, the island from the first film, not Isla Sorna, the one from the second. Chaos Island might be a more direct adaptation of The Lost World than pretty much every other game in this video, but it's not above making drastic changes to the plot if it feels like it. Case in point, Ian, Nick, and Eddie have apparently taken some potions of invisibility in transit to hide from any dinosaurs that might be left on the island. They're still here at John Hammond's request, and they're still on a mission to rescue Sarah Harding, but they've also come in search of InGen's DNA serum, a plot device the game uses as a handwave to explain how you can control the dinosaurs left to rot somewhere in the ruins of Jurassic Park. It's a plot device that doesn't make any sense if you think about it for more than a second, but I kind of love it. Sure, it's absolutely insane that InGen scientists would create a way of directly controlling the dinosaurs and then not use it, but if you look at the DNA serum from the perspective of a kid playing with their toys, it's the perfect kind of easy handwave necessary to explain why Ian Malcolm can suddenly control an army of T-Rexes. It's exactly the kind of shit I would have come up with when I was younger. In fact, that's the vibe I get from Chaos Island's plot more than anything. Just some kids who love the Lost World playing in the park with a box full of toys with their own ideas of how the story should have gone. Only in this case, the action figures happen to be voiced by their high-profile cinematic counterparts. I have no way of knowing if it was intentional or not, but the dialogue gives off that vibe too. It's full of movie quotes, and all of the characters are kind of uncanny valley versions of themselves, and almost everyone is having fun in the booth, and it's just a good time.
So how's the team holding up?
Well, Eddie's too nervous, and Nick's too confident. I'm not sure which is worse.
Great, splendid. Listen, Ian, we're having a bit of trouble reaching Sarah on the island.
See, John, it's starting already.
Nonsense.
Unpredictability.
You overreact.
Total chaos.
Ian, she's fine. Just collect the specimens, document your observations.
And stay off the menu?
Get the DNA serum. Think of it, Ian. It's possible something really has survived.
Yeah, well, let's hope it ends up being us.
Don't worry. This time I've taken every precaution. Spared no expense, you know? What could go wrong?
The voice cast do the absolute best they can with the material too. There's an old saying that you can't make a silk purse out of a pig's ear, but goddamn did they try. Reading some of this dialogue off the page in my head, I think, this is not very good. But when spoken aloud by actors like Richard Attenborough or Richard Schiff, it suddenly just works. I don't know how else to describe it. The performances really go a long way in selling the story. Attenborough and Schiff gave my favourite performances, but everyone else was good too. Julianne Moore and Vanessa Lee Chester sound like they're having a great time, and Vince Vaughn is giving it his all. The weakest link in the voice talent is unfortunately Jeff Goldblum. I don't want to speak on his behalf, and I may be wrong, but it just doesn't sound like he's having a very good time. His performance isn't even bad, and it's not like he's a stranger to doing voice-only roles. It's just dispassionate. There's almost none of his usual charisma here, and most line reads feel like he wasn't given any time to prepare, or to redo a scuffed take. You know when you have to read something aloud in public and you haven't really looked at it ahead of time, so you just try to wing the cadence of the sentence, but then it just keeps going, so you have to course correct, and it just sounds really awkward. There's just a lot of that.
The pilot was in such a hurry to get off the island that he barely touched down. Not that I really blame him. Eddie suggested we build fire barriers to keep them away. We should also try to hatch some compies to use as protection. Airdropped supplies landed someplace in the nearby jungle, presumably intended for the men we've come to refer to as the Hunters. Nick got some footage of these hunters running down dinosaurs in their jeeps and generally trashing the landscape. It appears they were sent here by InGen to repossess what they consider their property.
I imagine given the availability of the actors, DreamWorks Interactive could only get them each for a single recording session, which was probably enough for everyone but Goldblum, who has the lion's share of the game's voiceover lines with these audio logs given between each mission. And I can't even blame him for being dispassionate because they are, to be completely fair, not very well written.
The helicopter deposited us on the all-too-familiar landing pad near the deceptively peaceful waterfall. Deja vu. Welcome back to Jurassic Park.
And as the player, I love that, because it only adds to Chaos Island's charm. But as an actor, I imagine I would find it less than engaging to recite, especially on a time limit. All that said, it's still great that the Lost World gang is here at all. The only other actor in the game is Stephen Ratter, who voices the generic research assistant worker units. I never really used them, so I never really got the sense of his performance, but he plays well off Richard Attenborough in the tutorial.
Hey, look what I found! Well, what do you suppose you've got there? Breakfast. No. Big old Denver omelet with a side of bacon?
Those are very valuable dinosaur eggs that you can hatch.
The tutorial is actually a separate option available at any time when you hit the play button on the main menu, just like Croft Manor from Tomb Raider, and it's pretty decent. I've ragged on a lot of games for their piss poor or outright lack of tutorials on this channel, so it's nice to see one that actually explains the central mechanics in a clear and concise way. The level is framed as a dialogue between John Hammond and one of the research assistants, and the banter takes up so much of the runtime that the player doesn't actually get the chance to do anything more than click a few buttons and scroll the screen back and forth a bit. You can get through it in less than 5 minutes, and that's fine. Any seasoned RTS veteran probably won't need to play it, and it ends so abruptly that it feels like the game itself is impatient to get on with things too. You get sent back to the main menu like John Hammond just slammed a door shut in your face.
Very well, my brave friend. That should be enough to get you started. Well, goodbye for now.
But I'm not going to knock that it's there at all. Even if you decide to skip the tutorial, Chaos Island doesn't just throw you to the raptors. Regardless of the difficulty you choose, the first level picks up where the opening cinematic left off, with Ian, Eddie and Nick standing beside the helipad on Isla Nublar.
Well, that's a nice screensaver, Eddie. Now, can you stop fooling around?
Will you be patient? Just watch. I've tied this into the satellite global positioning sensor. Give it a second.
What am I looking at?
That's me, that's you. I'm the one waving my arms. With the help of this little number, we'll be able to track each other, tap into the internet, talk to Hammond, and hopefully get off this island in one piece.
Hey, that's custom. I can also play back any video I've shot, Doc.
I'm thrilled. Now, can we set up base camp and find Sarah?
Wow, I thought you said there were no dinosaurs left around here.
Life will find a way.
Before the start of each mission, you get hit with a list of objectives, and the ones here are extremely simple. All you have to do is find Sarah, build a base camp and 2 tents, and that's it. This mission briefing screen is where you get to listen to Ian's notes as well, the audio logs I mentioned before, and on paper I think they're a neat idea, but most of them just repeat what was already said in the pre-mission cutscenes without the collective charm of the ensemble cast. This first one might be the worst of the lot, which is why I've used it as an example so many times now. Past the mission briefing screen, you get a bunch of helpful game hints, and while a lot of them are just generic tips and tricks like build your base close to supplies, and save scum, and you can select multiple units by holding the left mouse button and dragging across the screen, there are nuggets of genuinely useful info that the rest of the game never tells you about, like how fire barriers can ward off wild dinosaurs and injured dinosaurs can be healed with the occasional snack. It just sucks that you have to scroll through them individually to read them all. Mission 1 might actually be easier to complete than the tutorial. The map seems big at first, but it's actually tiny, and Sarah is only a short stroll away from the helipad. She's not even in any danger, she's just hanging out.
Hey there, what took you so long?
You get the option to pick your hero units before the start of each mission, and even if you choose them all here, you'll still start the level with enough supplies already on hand to build a base camp and a tent. All it takes to finish the level is a little exploration to find one extra supply crate. The only dinosaurs present are a bunch of Parasaurolophus and a few swarms of compies, and it's only the latter that will ever try to bother you. It's alarming, to say the least, the first time you hear the game's emergency siren or a distant cry for help, which means one of your off-screen units are under attack. But here it's only ever going to be a bunch of compies nipping at your feet.
Mayday! Mayday!
And true to their trash mob status, they go down real easy. Good riddance. There aren't even any eggs to collect. The only reasons to explore are to find those extra supplies and to enjoy the map itself. It might be pretty small, but it's well made. They all are. And I really like how it's framed around this little lagoon island in the middle of the map. It's just a shame the level doesn't give you much reason to explore, and even if you do, you'll never clear the map of Fog of War completely. The only way I got to see it properly was in the Chaos Island strategy guide. Yeah, I wasn't able to find a copy of Chaos Island's manual, but I was able to find this official Brady Games strategy guide, and it was actually pretty useful. It wasn't often I got stuck in this game, but whenever I did, the guide was there to get me through the trouble in question, and aside from that, it gives you full pictures of each of the maps, albeit without colour. It is a little scuffed with these absolutely horrific T-Rex skeletons at the start of each mission. God, I can feel my spine snapping in 20 different places just looking at it. And the formatting in this section on the dinosaurs just makes my soul hurt. But otherwise, it's pretty comprehensive and pretty useful. Anyway, I completed mission 1 in around 3 minutes, and the only reason it took that long was because I spent most of the time clicking on Ian, Eddie, Nick, and Sarah to hear all their unique dialogue.
Yeah, what? Yes? This is Eddie.
Ian here. You called? What is it?
What's the scoop? You got Nick. How you doing?
Right here. I'm all ears. I'm all ears. Right. Can do. Good idea.
Everyone has a handful of lines for when they're selected.
Yep. Uh-huh. Kelly.
Or given orders.
Yeah, I suppose.
Or complete an objective.
That's a wrap.
That's finished.
Or, you know, die.
Right. Ian's out.
Eddie's down!
Nick's out of here.
And they're all pretty funny. I love how petulant some of them sound, especially when you show up to help after someone gets attacked off screen.
Mayday! Mayday! Yes?
There are even a couple of tongue-in-cheek joke lines if you click on someone enough times.
Didn't I die in the movie? I died.
Eddie here. Just kidding.
It's all good, but it's also very repetitive, which is admittedly a problem a lot of RTS games have. It's the reason Carlos from Age of Mythology and Over There from Paraworld are burned into my brain, but those titles also feature far greater unit variety. Chaos Island has 6 human units. The rest are just dinosaurs and enemy hunters who scream and grunt, but never speak. After 5 hours of playing the game, the words just lose all meaning. Not to mention their charm. You get little voice lines at the end of each mission too, and there are a bunch depending on whether you win or lose.
I gotta hand it to you. You pulled it off.
Well, we're gonna have to try once more, aren't we?
Yay, you finished!
Well, 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 what can I say?
At least they didn't outstay their welcome. My favourite has to be this line from Vince Vaughn. He just sounds so earnest, it's so wholesome.
Success! You're the best, aren't you? You really are.
Hammond sent us these files. The theory is that we can control any dinosaurs that we hatch using the special DNA serum developed here.
That's some theory.
Very cool. Like radio-controlled cars with teeth.
I'm not sure I like the sound of that.
Listen, Sarah, I came across some fresh tracks this morning.
Hey, Hammond's coming online.
Hello there. I see you found one another.
Hello, John. We were just going over the info in the serum.
Excellent, excellent. Look, once you find it, get to the pier on the far side of the island. And from there, the freighter will take you to Isla Sorna. Good luck to all. Hammond, over and out.
Okay, let's get moving.
Sarah, the tracks I found were human. We're not alone on this island.
Mission 2 is really where Chaos Island actually begins. Your main objective is to recover an artificial nest from the ruins of the Jurassic Park Visitors Center, and you can even find a few eggs to start building your dinosaur army, though you really don't need to. You don't actually need anyone but Ian, Eddie, Nick, or Sarah to complete the mission. There are a handful of enemy hunters wandering around, and they do pose a danger if they catch one of your explorers alone. But at the start of the level, they're mostly confined to the southern half of the map, and the bridge connecting the two sides of the mission can only be repaired by you. I guess a single structural engineer is just too expensive for InGen after all those lawsuits. The level begins under the arch of the Jurassic Park gate, which provides a decent space to set up a base camp and get your bearings. A hunter might crash the party if you're unlucky, but otherwise the only obstacle you'll run into on the northern side of the island is a few compy swarms, and aside from how fucking hard the bastards are to click on, they're basically a non-event. The artificial nest is located in the ruins of the Visitors Center in the top right corner of the map. Once again, only a short stroll from the level's starting area. Once you find it, you can basically beeline for the freighter at the bottom of the map, but it's worth hanging around to stock up on eggs because they carry over between missions and add to your score. You could go out of your way to collect all the supplies as well, but there's really no point. Supplies are required to recruit human units and build things, but once you reach the back half of any given mission, you probably won't need to do either unless the island gets really chaotic. Supplies don't carry over between missions or add to your score either, which is another big reason to ignore them once you've got a foothold in the area. And that is pretty much Chaos Island's gameplay loop. You load in, you build up your base, you hatch a few dinosaurs to clear out enemy camps and wild herds, you collect every egg you can find, and then you complete any remaining objectives to move on. That's what I meant when I said Chaos Island is simple, but that doesn't make it bad, and that doesn't mean it's easy. Mission 2 might be a nice stroll down memory lane through the ruins of Jurassic Park, and a pretty decent tutorial for those who skipped the guided tour, but it does not hold your hand. If you fuck up at any point, it will punish you for your mistakes. Go into a fight with a hunter unprepared, and your explorers will probably die, which is a big problem because they can't be recruited more than once per mission. If you go back to the base camp, it won't even give you the option to select them, and if they all end up dead, it's an instant game over. I lost Nick Van Owen to an encounter with a hunter, even with a Parasaurolophus for backup, and Ian Malcolm almost ended up dead too when an enemy barged into camp looking for a fight, and a wild dinosaur took it as an excuse to start bullying him as well. It's definitely a wake-up call after Mission 1's walk in the park, but if Mission 2 isn't interested in holding your hand while you cross the road, at least it doesn't stand back and let you run into the path of an oncoming train.
I gotta hand it to you. You pulled it off.
Thus ends our brief stay on Isla Nublar. The rest of Chaos Island takes place on Isla Sorna, though it's nowhere near as smooth an arrival as it is in the book or the movie. The Luna Lacura, Hammond's freighter, ends up caught in a storm and runs aground on some rocks off the coast, though thankfully the only casualties are these nameless Gumby people stupid enough to be on deck during rough seas. By dawn, the ship is half sunk in shallow waters, and Isla Sorna's local inhabitants have already started creeping in to take a look at whatever's washed up on shore. It's a pretty dire situation, but don't worry, Eddie has a plan.
We should have some dinosaurs for protection or something.
And that's not all.
Hold on to your hat. Looks like we have a stowaway.
Hi, Dad!
Kelly? How did you... Are you alright? What are you doing here?
I just thought you might need rescuing.
Well, I do.
With the introduction of Kelly, you now have access to every human explorer in the game, so I guess now is as good a time as any to discuss Chaos Island's stat system. There are 5 in total: carry, armor, vision, damage, and speed. Carry determines how many supplies an explorer can take at once. Armor determines unit health, vision determines how far everyone can see through the fog of war, and damage and speed are both self-explanatory. Every stat is slightly shuffled across all 5 heroes, ratios except for armor, which always begins at 0. And on paper it's a cool idea, but in actual gameplay it just means you should recruit literally anyone but Ian Malcolm. Out of the 4 starting characters, he's the slowest, the weakest in combat, and can carry the least amount of stuff. The only stat in which he isn't dead last is vision, where his 4 takes second last to Eddie's 3, and even if his mathematician eyes could see through the fog of war, he would make a terrible scout due to his low speed. The only unit he's outright better than in terms of raw stats is the research assistant. Even Kelly has a speed of 10. There are ways of upgrading units either by finding special supply crates around the levels, or just buying them outright from some of the buildings, but unless you've got money to burn, you're better off spending them on characters with stats that are already, you know, good. It makes way more sense to upgrade Eddie, Sarah, and Nick, because most, if not all of their stats start off way higher, and you can see it in gameplay. If you send explorers off to gather supplies collectively, you can see how fast everyone is compared to Malcolm in real time on the minimap. They can make it to the crates and bring them back to camp before Ian even manages one trek across the level. There's a limit to how many times a unit can upgrade a stat too, so the skill discrepancy between Ian and everyone else will persist even if you go out of your way to max out all the explorers. This early in the game, you're better off sticking to Nick, Eddie, or Sarah. Now, having just explained how the stats work, let me tell you why they don't actually matter. Carry is pretty much useless because it's almost always quicker to just build another base camp next to a cache of supplies. Even if you max out armor, sometimes enemies will just get lucky and one-shot you, and all the Kevlar vests in the world won't stop a T-Rex or a Raptor from ripping your head off. Vision is made obsolete as soon as you start using dinosaurs to scout through the fog of war, damage seems to fluctuate depending on the game's mood, same as armor, and speed is rendered worthless for the same reason as carry. If you're building collection points right next to supply caches, you don't actually need to be that quick. The only upgrade worth getting is the gun, since it allows you to attack enemies from Obi-Wan Kenobi's favourite vantage point, the high ground. Upgrading explorers makes them much more valuable too. The more upgrades a character has, the more expensive they become to recruit. At the start of the game, each hero unit costs around 15 supplies, but a fully maxed out explorer can run you upwards of 55. They lose every single upgrade upon death too, so it's not even worth the risk of sending them out with the dinosaurs on the front lines. You're better off just keeping them back at base until the coast is clear, which really sucks. It's one of the only aspects of Chaos Island's gameplay that I really don't like. You can put so much effort into maxing out each explorer's stats, but all the upgrades really do is make them more expensive without making them any less squishy, at least on hard. Sarah, Eddie, and Nick are more than capable of getting you through the game with their base stats. But, fool that I am, I kept choosing Ian for every mission. Alan Grant was the player character for 8 of the video game adaptations of Jurassic Park, in name if not in spirit, and he appeared in a 9th as an NPC, which makes sense because he is the protagonist of that story. The Lost World Jurassic Park is Ian Malcolm's story, and he's physically appeared in what, 3 of the games so far? And of those 3 he's only been playable in 1, and only as the second player character at that. The guy got done dirty. I wanted to give him a chance to at least appear consistently for one section of this video, which is a mistake Chaos Island was all too happy to stand aside and let me make. Mission 3 tasks you with building free fire barriers and hatching free groups of compies, which, alright, whatever. You start out on the beach beside the wreck of the Lunar Lacura, with a cache of supplies hidden just out of sight through the fog of war, which seems like a pretty sweet deal. Wait, who are you?
Yeah, I suppose.
Kelly's hurt!
Ian's out.
Eddie's down!
Nick's out of here. Well, we're gonna have to try once more, aren't we?
Oh, that's how we're gonna play it, are we, game? This stack of crates is a massive first-time player trap that Chaos Island has been setting up since the very first level. The previous 2 missions have started off in safe areas close to extra supplies. In other words, perfect places to set up camp. Mission 3 starts you in what appears to be the same position, and waits just long enough for you to build a base camp before sending in the gank squad to throw you back into the sea. You've got maybe 30 seconds at most before the hunters hunters find you, and that's not enough time to build up a proper defense. Even if you get an artificial nest built before they show up, you won't have any dinosaurs worth hatching to reliably defend the base. And the human explorers don't stand any sort of chance in doing it themselves. They've got what? Stun rods? Knives at this point? The only way to avoid the hit squad is to abandon the wreck and head further down the beach to somewhere safer. They still might chase you down, but they're more interested in grabbing the supplies washed up from the wreck than dealing with any of your explorers. Make it past the first minute of Mission 3 and you're pretty much golden. It's not a matter of if you'll succeed, but when. Like Mission 2, Mission 3's map is divided in halves, though vertically rather than horizontally. All the compy eggs you need to complete the mission are on the eastern side of the map, just across this river from my camp in fact, and having to send your explorers around in a big loop to collect them drives up the playtime significantly, but it also forces you to explore the other areas of the level. There are several other eggs worth collecting on your travels, and the mission also features the first 2 special upgrade supply crates, one of which is a gun, just to be mindful of the lone hunters prowling through the jungle. Mission 3 also introduces one of Chaos Island's lesser used mechanics, tactical deforestation, although I didn't realise it was an option until later, so you won't be seeing any footage of it here. Herbivores gotta eat, and they're more than capable of reducing a forest to splinters if you let them. Once you order them to start eating, they won't stop. They'll just keep scouring the map for more of that sweet, sweet green until there's nothing left. I don't even think they can stop thanks to the DNA serum. Their stomachs could swell up and explode, and they'd still keep munching. Man, this got dark. Normally this is just to heal injured units, but you can order herbivores to start ripping up the trees at any point, which can open up shortcuts across the map or areas that were previously inaccessible. Do it right, and you can create a bottleneck where enemies have no choice but to come at you in single file. In Mission 3, it's only useful to gain access to a couple of eggs in the top left corner of the map, but, you know, baby steps.
Yay, you finished!
Mission 4 is where Chaos Island more or less crashes back into the Lost World in terms of plot.
Okay, though, Nick, you're hooked in.
Submitted for your approval. Nick Van Owen's prize-winning documentation showing the ruination of the fragile environment. Welcome to Disaster Park.
You know what? That is not funny.
Everyone knows the hunters are on the island kidnapping dinosaurs, and like in the movie, Sarah and Nick can't just stand by to let it happen.
Ian, we've got to do something.
Okay, listen, I'll just run over there and yell, hey, you guys, cut it out.
You have to destroy enemy jeeps and upgrade an explorer with +1 speed. It seems like it's another simple mission. It is not. Even Malcolm doesn't seem to know what to do.
Taking these prehistoric creatures off the island is a huge mistake, but I don't know how to stop them.
The map is divided into thirds. You start off on the western side, and like with Mission 2, all the actually dangerous enemies are blocked off on the other areas of the map. The enemy base is on the far eastern edges of the level, but most of your time will be spent battling for control of the central swamp, and its absolutely massive cache of supplies. The hunters are really bad at picking them up, but even if they did put in the effort, you don't have to worry about running out, because enemy air support will drop more crates infinitely. These planes show up in just about every level from this point on, and they keep dropping crates even if all the enemies are dead. You can stumble across huge piles of supplies in the middle of nowhere. No wonder they don't count toward your final score. Anyway, there are enough supplies and eggs on the western fringes of the map that you can build up a sizable army before taking on the hunters. You don't even have to cross the river to begin the battle. You can start picking them off with Dilophosaurs as soon as you lock eyes across the water, and you should, because enemy vehicles can turn on a dime, and they do not care about the laws of physics.
Deja vu.
You could try to bypass the center of the map and make a run for the enemy camp on the other side of these trees, but the hunters are pretty on top of things. Every time I tried to sneak through, they ended up sending a jeep over to let me know just how much they didn't appreciate it. Once you do reach the hunters' camp, all bets are off. You can clear out the swamp and they won't try to retake it, but uncover their home base and it is like kicking a hornet's nest. They will boot you out if you arrive unprepared. Once you take them out though, you'll still have to upgrade one of your units to complete the level, but with so many supplies lying around, it's not a huge deal. You'll have more than enough for the speed boost, and the building from which you need to buy it. I haven't really spoken about the base building up to now because there isn't really much to say. Chaos Island gives you 11 structures to work with, but aside from 2 or 3 missions that require you to build certain high-level buildings, you'll only ever need 3. A base camp to recruit explorers, a tent to heal injured explorers, and an artificial nest to hatch dinosaurs. If you really want to splurge, you could build some fire barriers to ward off wild dinosaurs too, but I got through the game fine without them. High hides would be worth it because they protect your units completely and dinosaurs generally won't attack them, but so many of the missions just have them pre-built around the environment, there's not really a point in building any of your own. Otherwise, every other structure is either dedicated to unit upgrades or are slightly stronger or faster versions of your starting buildings. The incubator doubles the speed at which dinosaurs hatch, but the artificial nest is already super cheap and fast enough that I never felt the need to seek out an improvement. The shelter and the hardened shelter have more health than a tent, but by the time you get access to them, you won't actually need them. The electronics shed and the science lab allow you to buy the highest upgrades, but you're just as likely to find them on random supplies throughout the game, and as I've already mentioned, maxing out each explorer's stats is just a waste of resources. It does give you a little variety in the base building if you care enough to engage with it, and I probably could have saved myself some grief by investing in a fire barrier or 2 in the late game, but it does feel a little bare bones. Especially when the enemy hunters get access to structures you don't, like a garage that spawns vehicles and electric fences. I understand why the devs might not have wanted the player to have access to vehicles. Restricting them to the enemy faction does create a contrast between the heroes and the villains, but in the late game the hunters steal the DNA serum and start spawning dinosaurs anyway. Spoilers for this 26-year-old game, by the way, so I don't see why you couldn't do the same back to them. Eddie builds the things for a living in-universe. It would have been the perfect excuse to include the trailers or an RV or 2. Either way, pound the enemy camp into the dirt, and that's it.
Congratulations, you did it!
I agree that the shipwreck was unfortunate, Ian, but you seem to be getting on all right.
Oh, yeah, we're all just dandy. Get us out of here, John, now.
It's not that easy, Ian. There are other factors involved.
You mean like those hunters from InGen? What's going on here? I thought you were InGen.
Well, I was. They took it away from me and now they're going to pillage my island. There's too much invested to back out now. The mission continues as planned. Hammond out.
What a knob.
Wow, Nick. And in a kid's game too. Watch your fucking mouth, you prick. Mission 5 starts off with a pretty simple premise.
What are we gonna do?
I guess we're gonna herd some dinosaurs.
But as with most of Chaos Island's mid-game, things can go wrong pretty quickly.
Finally got through to Hammond. He refuses to take us off the island until we safeguard the dinosaurs and their habitat. Great. Who's going to safeguard us?
The aim here is to herd 5 wild Parasaurolophuses from the plateau along the northern edge of the map to the western lake. The plateau is guarded on one side by a large enemy camp, and on the other by electric fences surrounded by wild dinosaurs. It's a map with numerous plateaus and bottleneck canyons that can make it hard to avoid combat. You're not even given much room to move in the starting area. You might begin with 2 Dilophosaurs next to a stack of supplies, but the herd of wild Pachycephalosaurs nearby will make short work of your team if you so much as look at them funny, never mind take any of their eggs. The wild dinosaurs were an aspect of the game you could pretty reliably ignore for the first third of the game, but from the 5th mission onward they really come into their own as the 3rd major faction on the map. You haven't had the real Chaos Island experience until you've scrolled back to your camp to find it trampled into the mud by a herd of runaway stegosaurs. The hunters occasionally send out a raiding party or two, but once you learn where their camp is located on the map, you can usually predict how they're going to act. That wasn't possible with the dinosaurs. There is no negotiating with nature. I can't even count how many times I had to reload a save or reset a mission because a bunch of wild dinosaurs found their way over to my camp before it was fully set up. I probably could have saved myself a lot of time and a lot of grief by investing in a few fire barriers, but even then, if any of the big herbivores find you early on, before you've got enough supplies to build up your defenses, you're basically cooked. And it was always the big herbivores, Stegosaurus or Triceratops or Parasaurolophus. I never found a camp ravaged by a pack of raptors or a wayward T-Rex, mostly because the game just kept going out of its way to start each mission within walking distance of a belligerent vegetarian's nest, which, while useful when collecting eggs, made it very easy for the angry parents to follow my explorers home and ask some pointed questions. Frustrating as it could get, it was nice to see the big herbivores portrayed as dangerous and defensive creatures given how docile they would become in the later films. The Jurassic World trilogy treats all the big herbivores like domesticated dogs or horses or cows, completely ignoring the fact that in real life, it's animals like the hippopotamus that take more human lives annually than the big carnivores like lions, wolves, sharks, or crocodiles. Even if you try to poach an egg from the other side of the map, sometimes the parents will still chase you all the way back to base to wreck your shit. And it got so bad in Mission 5, I actually had to relocate to the nearby plateau just to survive. And all that's not to say the carnivores will leave you alone if you cross paths. The compies and Dilophosaurs will constantly slink in to take pot shots at your camp, though they're at least manageable. Stumble across a T-Rex though, or even a single raptor, and you better pray they were looking in the other direction. Did it see me? Ah, shit. The only way to reliably deal with them is your own dino defense force. Your explorers on their own don't stand a chance. The wild dinosaurs don't even care if you're there to rescue them. Let them out of their cage and they'll be doing just fine, goring you to death. They have just as much patience for the hunters too. Hell, the wild dinosaurs can barely even stand each other. In fact, the game even encourages you to guide the two factions together and then run for the hills while they deal with each other, though it was rare that I got the chance to do so. Once or twice I even stumbled onto an enemy base that looked like it had been hit by a hurricane, and I can only imagine what they did to set a wild dinosaur off like that. They were pure chaos. Every time one got even a little close to camp, it felt like there was just a ticking time bomb waiting for an excuse to go off right next to me. They sent me grumbling to the load screen way more than the hunters ever did, and sometimes not even because they had bested me. Here in Mission 5, I had to reload multiple times because the wild dinosaurs kept winning the level for me before I was ready. It is so easy to free the Parasaurolophuses up on the plateau by accident, and once they're loose on the map, it's only a matter of time before 5 of them end up reaching the lake on their own to end the level. Even Ian Malcolm seemed amused by how badly I fucked up.
Oh, nicely done. I'm impressed.
You might think you'd need to destroy this electric fence on the eastern edge of the map, and you can, but all it takes is a quick raid into the hunter's camp and you'll be flooded with the fucking things. And you really don't want that to happen before you've collected every egg on the map, because you're going to need big herbivores to make it going forward, so you really can't afford to miss the Stegosaurus nest on the eastern ridge. Once I realised how quickly the level would end once the Parasaurolophuses got free and started zooming, I had to change tactics and just deal with the hunters and wild dinosaurs while I went around egg collecting. I never wanted for supplies thanks to the constant airdrops right by the starting position, but the constant traffic almost always drew the wild Pachycephalosaurs closer than I would like, though ironically it was a Stegosaurus that made it all the way back to finish my first base camp off. At least Sarah ended up with a lot of upgrades. When it finally came time to complete the mission objective, the show was over in about 10 seconds.
Remarkable work! Now what?
Hold on. I'm coming.
Mission 6 is the first of Chaos Island's explorer-only missions, and actually adapts a set piece from the film, the team's raid on the hunter's camp.
Let me get this straight, Sarah. You want to sneak into a heavily guarded camp, snatch a baby T-Rex, and bring it back?
And release the other dinosaurs as well.
You're nuts.
Your objective is to free the caged dinosaurs and return the baby T-Rex to base camp. It's still just as terrible a plan as it was in the film, but hey, at least the characters seem to know it this time around.
Predictably, it wasn't long before Sarah came up with the misguided idea to sneak into the hunter's camp and not only rescue the young T-Rex, but release all the other dinosaurs as well. I told her she was crazy, but I was outvoted. Having a headstrong scientist as a girlfriend can have its drawbacks.
Wow, Ian. Anyway, Mission 6 is also where I realized I had fucked up. Not only that, I'd been fucking up for multiple missions in advance, and the game had just been sitting back with a big old grin on its face thinking, oh, I am going to ruin this guy's fucking day. Remember how I said the upgrades aren't worth the effort? Well, there's another very big reason why you shouldn't invest in them early on, and especially not into a single character. In general gameplay, you spend supplies to recruit explorers from the base camp, and the cost increases the more upgraded a unit is, which isn't a huge issue given Chaos Island is pretty generous with its resources. But recruiting units before the start of a mission requires a certain number of points. Points that are either calculated based on your score from the previous level somehow, or increase incrementally as you progress through the game. I'm not really sure, but either way, if you over-level a certain explorer too early, you just won't be able to recruit them. And if you've been pouring all the upgrades into a single explorer, then chances are everyone else will still have their base stats. Do you see where this is going? Do you understand just how badly I fucked up here? I had been dumping every upgrade I could into Sarah, not only because she was usually the first person to reach the special supply crates, but because the guide had been telling me to. And why not spend the resources when I had so many? By the time I got to Mission 6, all that extra training put her recruit cost at a whopping 44 points, when the game was only ever going to give me 35. I couldn't recruit her in the level either, since there are nowhere near enough supplies for that. And since everyone else had died at least once, it meant that any upgrades they had picked up were gone. Oops. So who do you pick? Well, not Ian Malcolm obviously, and not Kelly or the research assistants either. Nick's got the speed, but not the damage, so looks like it's you and me on this one, Eddie. Which is ironic, given he's the only one of the team who didn't take part in the raid on the Hunter's camp in the movie. It feels good to give him a bit more time in the sun though. The dude did nothing in the film to deserve such a brutal death. He didn't make any stupid decisions like Nick or Sarah, he goes out of his way to help people, he's just a decent guy. And oh look, he can actually hold a pair of binoculars right. Ian? About the only person in the franchise less deserving of their fate is Zara from Jurassic World. Mission 6 starts off on an outcropping at the bottom of the map, and do you fucking mind? You don't have time to get your bearings, or explore. The second you spawn in, you better be ready for a fight, because the hunters aren't fucking around. I had to reload multiple times within the first 30 seconds of starting the mission because the hunters just kept wrecking my shit.
Well, we're gonna have to try once more, aren't we?
The only reason I settled on Eddie was because he was the only explorer I could afford strong enough to survive the initial onslaught. You start off with a couple of compies too, but like, what the fuck are they gonna do? Scream? If you're actually able to survive the first minute of the mission and get your bearings, you'll find the map is a labyrinth of cliffs and canyons that is crawling with hunters. Their camp runs along the northern border of the map, and if the hunters catch you close by, you better be ready to hit that reload button. But even getting there at all is a struggle. You have to take a winding path across this land bridge and down through this canyon past the eastern plateau to even get close. And in order to make it the whole way, you have to destroy your only means of returning to camp. Once you set off this first detonator and destroy the land bridge, it's a race to reach the second and open the way back home before he finds you. That's right, turns out Mr. Go Fuck Yourself from Jurassic Park for the Sega Genesis had a brother, and he is out for blood. Say hello to Dr. Go Fuck Yourself. This dude ended more runs than I can count, and there was nothing I could do about it. He had the high ground, he had the tactical advantage, and he fucking knew it. Because, like, What could Eddie do? Throw his cattle prod up there? Without a gun, there was basically nothing I could do to avoid him. Once Dr. Go Fuck Yourself started camping the canyon leading back to the base, it was basically a guarantee that Eddie was going to take damage every time he made a raiding run, and it was only by the grace of Woden One-Eye himself that the guy ever made it back home alive to heal. I was never able to take him down, but I did force him to stand by and watch while I destroyed the hunter's camp right in front of his eyes. So, you know, small victories. It's not like it was any easier to deal with the other hunters around the level anyway, because the combat in Chaos Island just doesn't make sense. Sometimes you can run up to an enemy and gank them in 1 or 2 hits, but other times the two of you will just stand in place trading shots without losing any health. You can run up to a hunter with full health, but the second they glance in your direction, you'll just end up vaporized. Or maybe they won't even notice you and stand in place while you take them down. It's not just the hunters. It's the same with vehicles, wild dinosaurs, and even buildings. I just don't get it. It's like the game is rolling dice behind your back and throwing out damage based on whether they turned up evens or odds. Playing the game and watching it back to take notes, I kept thinking maybe it's to do with distance or positioning or the number of units, whether or not you're facing them or they're facing you, but every time I thought I had it worked out, I'd see another clip of some shit like a hunter MLG no-scoping Eddie from across the fucking map, so I don't fucking know. It just feels off. Maybe it's because I'm running it on a modern computer at speeds no game made in 1997 was meant to go, but I genuinely can't tell. Whatever the case, every combat encounter in Chaos Island felt like a gamble, and most of the time that was fine because I can't hear the sound of your bullets over my avalanche of T-Rexes. But you just don't have that option in Mission 6. The only way I got through it was by save scumming after every single kill, and even then, only reaching for the menu after I got Eddie back safe and sound to base camp. I spent so much of this level just waiting for him to heal in one of these tents. There was no other way to get through it, at least on hard mode, but even clearing out the level wasn't the end of my troubles because the enemies respawn, and I really like Chaos Island, but that is just a step too fucking far. It's not like a big event or anything, it's not determined by enemy buildings or bases, they just unceremoniously appear on certain parts of the map. You can even see it happen in real time on the minimap. This is something that had happened in previous levels too, and I didn't like it then either because I would always clear out a map and start collecting resources, only to find my explorers under attack from some wankstain who'd wandered in from off screen while I wasn't looking. But here it just becomes torture. It's such a struggle to clear out the camp at all, especially with Dr. Go Fuck Yourself taking potshots at you the whole time, and the reinforcements can arrive well before you get Eddie back to base. Not only that, they spawn in right in the middle of the path you have to take to reach the dinosaur pens. So it's not like you can just sneak past them, you have to deal with them, or else you're going to end up crushed into a gully, surrounded by hunters on all sides. It is such a chore, and that's all before you get to freeing the dinosaurs, who will also just attack you as soon as their pathfinding can figure out a way to reach your explorers. I don't even know how I got hold of these Triceratops eggs. This mission was such a clusterfuck, but once the dinosaurs are free, all there is to do is grab this fuck-ugly baby T-Rex and run back to base camp.
Oh, nicely done. I'm impressed.
Shut the fuck up, Ian. Mission 6 is not bad in principle, but it's so easy to fuck yourself over if you're unfamiliar with the mechanics. The game's janky combat certainly didn't make things any easier. It took me 40 minutes, and I don't even know how many attempts, but thankfully once it was over, Mission 7 was much better.
Oh, he's so cute. Can we keep him, Dad? Can we?
T-Rex would make one severely cool watchdog, kiddo.
Kelly, I think there'd be a problem with housebreaking.
After crossing orbits with the plot of the film in Mission 6, Mission 7 once again goes off script. You've got the baby T-Rex with you, but unlike the film, it's not injured. All you have to do is return it to its mother, who the hunters have also captured.
The only thing we need to do now is reunite the two without getting killed. As Nick would put it, no sweat.
There's just one problem.
Nick and I found a dead Stegosaurus.
Yeah, what a mess. Torn limb from limb.
Hunters?
Raptors.
Thankfully, I actually have the points to recruit Sarah right off the bat, and you start with a pair of pachycephalosaurs. But that doesn't mean Mission 7 is going to let you off lightly. The hunters are here too, and they are out in force after what you did in Mission 6. Their camp isn't even on the other side of the map this time around. It's only a jaunty stroll across this river. Let your guard down, and you'll find your camp getting crushed under the wheels of a hunter's snagger if the wild triceratopses nearby don't get you first. Hell, sometimes they'll show up together. You can keep the hunters on their side of the river just by posting a couple of dinosaurs on this bridge, but the triceratopses are more of a problem. They're big, they're strong, and they are fiercely territorial. God damn, I wish I'd taken on that tip about the fucking fire barriers. It doesn't help that any explorers you send to raid the nests will go out of their way to walk past the wild dinosaurs, because the pathfinding in this game is, to put it simply, shit. There are ways you can exploit it. Sending dinosaurs to camp the bridge is a perfect example of that, but most of the time it'll just get in your way. Sometimes if you send a unit somewhere close by, they'll take the longest circuitous route to it possible if there's already something in the way, like going around the entire map circuitous. I think they always try to take the shortest path between any 2 points, but that sometimes means sending them right through enemy camps or dinosaur nests, which is about as close to waking the sleeping dragon as a player can get in this game. I once even caught a triceratops I had ordered to eat through some trees, zooming up through multiple enemy camps halfway across the map to start chomping on the nearest bit of edible terrain it could reach. Chaos Island is aware of these potential traffic jams, and the guide does make note of them, but there's nothing in the actual game to help avoid them. The only solution is to just keep your army small, and where's the fun in that? Easy as it is to get ganked at the start of Mission 7, there are a bunch of high hides nearby where you can not only hide your explorer of choice, but also the baby T-Rex if it's being carried around. The hunters are very annoying, but once you take control of the bridge, you can pretty much forget about them. The mission doesn't require that you take them out, although it is certainly very fun, and their side of the river does have a few eggs you'll want to grab before moving on. The real problem you're going to face are the velociraptors hiding in the long grass in the middle of the map. You should have enough big herbivores by now that they'll go down as easy as the hunters. It's just really fucking hard to see them through the terrain. And of course, once you do take them out, a bunch will still respawn. Once you make it past them though, the level is pretty much over. Just return the baby Rex to the nest, set the adult free, and that's it.
Great, you're playing like a pro.
Night falls, and apparently you've made the hunters so mad, they've deployed their secret weapon. Their ace in the hole, the tank jeep. A teep? No. It's gotta be a jank. Not only is this thing as fast as the rest of their fleet, it's packing depleted uranium shells and deadly neurotoxin. Jesus, what the fuck did InGen expect to find here? Fucking Cthulhu? It doesn't matter anyway, for all that firepower, it gets taken out before the cinematic even ends by one of the Tyrannosaurs.
Go, let's go! Why aren't we moving?
Compy, non-threat.
Hey, you said it, not me.
So, Hammond, how about a bonus?
That may well be in order, Mr. Matthews.
Whoa! Is everybody all right? Kelly?
I'm okay. Eddie, what the heck was that?
Our transmitter. That, my friends, was our last conversation with Mr. Hammond. We're on our own now.
I guess the hunters are playing for keeps.
This is exactly what I was afraid of. Gambler's Ruin?
Oh, I know what that is. That's where everything goes in streaks. Good and bad, win and lose.
Exactly. Good girl. Chances are the bad luck is just beginning. We gotta find a way off this island.
But with no way to contact Hammond.
What about the original engine communications facility?
It's halfway across the island.
Well, according to the blueprints, a service tunnel cuts through the mountain near here. That might save us some time, but those guys have a lot of firepower. We don't even up the odds. We're not going anywhere.
Mission 8 begins with the hunters already on the Warpath. The game dumps you right next to an enemy camp hidden just beyond the fog of war, and it does not care if you're not ready for them. Frustrating as it is to be under attack before you even get your bearings in the level, it does make you feel like you've really pissed the hunters off. They are so sick of your shit, they just want you gone. It's a good a sight as any to set up your own foothold in the area, and once you do, you've pretty much won. Mission 8 is really where Chaos Island's mechanics start to wear thin. The map is huge, but aside from a much larger enemy camp hidden away on the western edges, there isn't much to it. Just some rocks and a lot of open grassland. The Hunter's Camp will send out the odd jank to menace you, but for the most part it'll remain idle while still hidden by the fog of war. There are a bunch of wild dinosaurs with eggs to steal and a lot of supplies all over the place, but that's old news by now. It still takes a lot of time, and you still have to deal with a few angry adult dinosaurs, but it's not really all that engaging anymore. You know the steps. Build a base, hatch dinosaurs, scout out the map, bully any enemies out of the level, collect all the eggs you can find, and then finish off whatever objectives you've got left. You have to build an electronics shed before sending everyone to the exit point, but like I've already mentioned, all it does is give you access to more useless upgrades. The objective to construct one here is just a time sink, and not even a good one considering how many supplies are scattered around the map. The simplicity of Chaos Island's mechanics have been a strength up to this point, but from here on out, it's just not enough to keep me engaged. And I can't even sit back to let the game play itself because you have to initiate every action a unit takes, so you have to be paying attention. You can't just send an explorer to collect supplies and sit back while they do it. You have to send them back for more every single time, which is why I've said it's just easier to set up a collection point close to wherever the resources happen to be. About the only way to shake things up now would be to have another set piece mission. Wait, no.
Sarah, what's your status? Over?
I'm up on the ridge. The hunters have captured a number of our dinosaurs and they've got tanks patrolling the enclosures. Over?
This is Nick. I suggest we do a little creepy crawly and divest the scoundrels of their ill-gotten gain. Over.
I really wish you spoke English, Nick. You two get back here. Over and out. Eddie, which way do we go from here?
Okay, as near as I can tell, we have to make our way across this area called the Valley of Death.
The Valley of Death. Perfect, just perfect.
Mission 9 is another explorer-only level, no base building or dinosaur hatching allowed. Your objective is to strike one last blow against the hunters by freeing the dinosaurs they've captured on your journey through the Valley of Death.
Gee, I hope it doesn't live up to its name.
The map is a maze of rocks and canyons that is a refreshing change of scenery from the last couple of levels that were just divided into thirds. You'll have enough points by now that you'll be able to recruit your most upgraded character and probably one or two others to join them, and you can even find a few dino friends along the way, but that doesn't mean you're in for a free ride. The Valley of Death isn't just a maze, it's a war zone. The hunters are already under attack by a very pissed off Tyrannosaur, and you can hear them fighting all through the level, just beyond the fog of war. The hunters will still go after you if you cross paths. They've got a grudge to bear now, T-Rex or no T-Rex. And even if you try to avoid them by hugging the eastern edge of the map, you'll just end up running into the Buck's backup. Ah, shit. There's even a couple of raptors come to watch the show. It is madness, and I love it. You'll just be creeping along trying to free the dinosaurs, and then bang, you're in the middle of a fight. Not all the dinosaurs are on your side either, so freeing them is just as likely to put one of your explorers in a body bag as it is to make things worse for the hunters. In the end, I had to sacrifice Eddie and Nick to complete the level with Sarah still alive, but their deaths were not in vain. Their actions drew the attention of the T-Rex and sent it straight into the heart of the hunter's camp, leaving the way clear for Sarah to make a quick escape. I still had to reload a bunch of times, the combat still felt like a roll of the dice, but there was so much going on, I didn't mind. The set piece feels organic in a way I don't think any other part of any other game I've played for this retrospective has. Sure, it was planned out by the developers like everything in Chaos Island, but it doesn't feel like it's happening because of anything the player's done. It feels like you've just stumbled onto a crazy situation completely out of your control. It takes real talent to make you feel like there's a living, breathing world that exists beyond the edges of the game map, that you're not the center of this digital universe, that you're not the only driving force behind the conflict, whatever it might be, that it's not all just there for your benefit, even though strictly speaking, as the player, it is. Way back when I was talking about the PlayStation 1 game, I brought up how the developers at DreamWorks Interactive plotted out every step you'd take, and through that curation managed to build the atmosphere of a lost world, but that the pitch-perfect vibe was never expressed mechanically in any way. In fact, the clash between atmosphere and mechanics was one of the most frustrating aspects of that game. But here, by framing the mission around the battle between the hunters and the T-Rex, and allowing the AI to go buck wild, the game manages to create the sense that what's going on here just emerged from the chaos of the universe. It's immersive and it's great, but it doesn't last.
Yeah, that's how you do it!
Hey, before we can radio for help, Eddie's gonna have to hotwire the old InGen power plant.
By the way, where is Eddie?
He's on recon with Nick. Nick, are you on radio?
No, I'm right behind you, Doc.
Hey, I wish you wouldn't do that.
Sorry, I haven't seen Eddie all day.
Dad! They took him, they got Eddie!
What? Who's got Eddie?
The hunters! They would have gotten me too, but I hid!
I hate those guys.
We've got to save him, we've got to do something!
Kelly, did you see where they took him?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, listen, you can bet he's gonna be heavily guarded. What kind of resources do we have?
I saw some T-Rex tracks not far from here. There could be eggs nearby.
Great, we're gonna need all the help we can get. All right, let's do it.
Putting aside that the hunters got Eddie the way the First Order got Chewie in Rise of Skywalker, Mission 10 is just a return to the usual base-building resource management gameplay loop. The map is arranged in these weird spiral patterns around these volcanoes that sort of look like giant sea stars. You start off in the bottom right, the hunters have a couple of camps along the western edge, and the power station you need to get Eddie to after rescuing him is kind of just right of the center. As usual, the level starts with you under attack from a group of hunters, but leap that hurdle and you're pretty much guaranteed the win if you've made it this far. The level does throw some surprises at you, like the hunters have their own dinosaurs now, but they're no harder to fight off than the wild ones. In fact, they might be easier given they don't constantly zoom around the map. I actually had to restart this mission once when a wild Pachycephalosaurus took out Eddie on his way back to base after I'd bulldozed the hunter's camp into nothing.
Eddie's down!
Excellent, look at you.
But now that we're on even footing, we might as well talk about the dinosaurs. There are 8 in total, and while T-Rex, Raptors, Stegosaurs, Triceratopses, Parasaurolophus, Pachycephalosaurs, Dilophosaurs, and Compies might not be the most imaginative roster on offer among the Lost World tie-in games, it's at least functional, and they all look good. There is a hierarchy of value to them though. You're only ever going to need the T-Rex and the Triceratops. Stegosaurs and Pachycephalosaurs are a good backup as far as herbivores go, useful in the early game before you get access to the big Ts, but the rest of them aren't even worth hatching. Compies and Parasaurolophuses are meant to be used as scouts, but the former is so squishy, and the latter deals out so little damage, that they're basically useless if they actually encounter danger. And the Dilophosaurs are only useful for taking out enemies incapable of getting close enough to swat them into paste. They're just too weak to be frontline troops. Even the raptors are useless, which is pretty disappointing. The idea of commanding your own pack of raptors would have been really cool back before Jurassic World ruined it for everyone, but it turns out velociraptors ain't shit when you've got guns and tanks on your side. The mission is a bit of a slog, but compared to level 8, it's not too bad. As always, there are supply crates to spare for when it comes time to upgrade the base and build a science lab, and aside from the family of T-Rexes that decided to set up shop next to the power station, getting Eddie from the hunter's camp to the end of the level was a non-event.
Success! You're the best, aren't you? You really are.
The power's on, and that means there's just one thing left to do. Get through the worker village and call for help. The locals don't seem too thrilled at the idea, but before we deal with them, Eddie's got some explaining to do.
Ian, did you notice something abnormal about those dinosaurs near the hunter camp?
I did. It was like they were only attacking us.
Guys, there's something I should tell you about my little visit with the hunters.
Oh, Eddie, you didn't. Tell me you didn't.
They tortured me.
You look all right.
Well, they were going to.
It doesn't matter. They would have eventually gotten the DNA serum some other way. At least you got the power on. You did get the power on, didn't you?
Yes.
We still have to get to the engine facility and radio for help.
You ready for more good news? According to this GPS infrared map, the old engine site is crawling with raptors.
At the edge of chaos, the unexpected happens. I fear that we're no longer at the edge, but have plunged over it.
Ian, what the hell are you talking about? Mission 11 is another point where Chaos Island crosses paths with the plot of the film, though only partially. The raptor-infested worker village is located in the bottom left of the map, and there's a maze of crags and canyons in the top right where you're likely to run into a couple of very angry T-Rexes if you're not paying attention. But between the two locations are a pair of absolutely massive hunters camps along the shores of the river that cuts the level in two. At least the objective's pretty simple. All you need to do is get one explorer to the communications tower in the worker village. It's worth hanging around to grab any eggs still lying about, but otherwise you can ignore the huge piles of supplies. By the time you reach the worker village, getting past the raptors won't be a problem. It's not much more than a sideshow in the real war against the hunters blocking your way. Even the usual dream team of a T-Rex and a couple of herbivorous tanks might not be enough to take them out this time. You so much as look at that river, and they'll start blasting from across the water. But take them out, and it's back to the usual loop of egg collecting. There's a whole lot of them, and it takes fucking ages to get them all, but at least it gives you ample time to appreciate the visuals. The gameplay might wear out its welcome a bit, but Chaos Island's presentation never failed to impress. You already know if you've been watching this long. A couple of the dinosaur models look a little scuffed, but the humans look fine, and the vehicles look even better, but where the visuals really excel is in the backgrounds. The developers found a way to squeeze so much variety and spectacle out of what is just an island covered with tropical jungle. There are cliffs and canyons, open fields and plains, swamps and forests, dormant volcanoes, and even a live one smoking away somewhere on the island. The occasional building baked into the backgrounds only add to the atmosphere of how far we've come from the glory days of Ilasauna's industry. It's not just the same tile set over and over and over again. Each mission has a unique map with elements determined by the level design and the story, and better yet, they all pop off the screen. I was a little surprised at how gory it was for a kid's game, but 8 to 12-year-old me would have loved that shit. Sure, sometimes the graphics go a little fucky, but all it takes to fix is just opening and closing a menu. The pre-rendered cinematics are great too, but where the visuals are at their very best are the pre-mission cutscenes. It's also where the visuals are at their very worst. I just can't help but love them. They're edited like old Flash animations, if anyone is internet old enough to remember those. The harsh colours, the spinning graphics, the constant movement all over the place. You couldn't intentionally make a YouTube poop or a shitpost this authentic to that old style if you tried. I've already talked about the voice acting, but the rest of the sound design is pretty good too. The ambient dinosaur noises do tend to interrupt one another, but for me that's all part of the charm. Get a bunch of T-Rexes in the same space together, and the game's soundscape becomes a wall of noise. I love it. After the success of the PS1 game's soundtrack, DreamWorks Interactive kept Michael Giacchino around to compose the score for Chaos Island 2, and it's pretty good, though there are far fewer pieces, and they're nowhere near as memorable in my opinion. Sometimes the audio fucks up like the visuals too.
What? All right then.
But I have no idea what caused it, or why it sometimes just fixed itself. I don't know. Old games, huh? They've got code held together with chewing gum and prayers.
Yay, you finished!
Help is now on the way, but you've still got to make it to the helipad on the coast. And as if the trek weren't bad enough, the hunters know you're coming.
I'm just saying that the radio frequency wasn't secure. So we have to assume that our distress call was intercepted by the hunters.
Which means we're going to meet up with some heavy resistance along the way.
I tell you, I really hate those guys.
Okay, then we've got our work cut out for us. We're dangerously low on supplies, and the camp has to be fortified. We're also going to need eggs, T-Rex, Raptor, anything we can find. This isn't going to be easy. Are you up for it?
I'm ready.
Absolutely.
You bet.
Aye, aye.
All right, now let's get off this island and end this nightmare.
This is it. One last desperate push to escape. The game doesn't even hit you with a recruit screen for this final mission. You start off with all 5 explorers in your party. Either everyone makes it home, or no one does. This one's for all the eggs. There's no reason to hold back. Oh, this is going to be fun. The mission starts you off in a clearing to the southwest. Directly north is an absolutely massive enemy base, swarming with hunters, vehicles, and dinosaurs. But as usual, they'll never send out anything more your way than a small raiding party. You're free to explore the eastern side of the map, and you have to in order to reach this detonator and clear the way to the helipad. The dense tangle of forest and cliffs are teeming with wild T-Rexes and raptors, but they can't get to you through the trees. Most of the level is just spent with your army parked at one narrow corridor or another, waiting for your herbivores to chew through the barriers so you can finish the fight. If any of your explorers have guns on hand, they can shoot the wild dinosaurs through the trees, but it's rare that they'll stay put long enough to down them. As is par for the course by now, it's just a lot of resource collecting and a lot of busy work. But when it does come time to storm the enemy base, oh, is it satisfying. Oh, you've got a fleet of tanks and 4 times the manpower? That's nice. No, you fucking don't. The raw power of my T-Rex army crashing through the enemy base like a fucking runaway train was so awesome the game couldn't handle it. It actually crashed halfway into the battle, and who can blame it? This right here? This is beautiful. This makes all the egg collecting worth it. I fucking love it. Once all the hunters are, out of the way, the only thing left standing between your explorers and the escape helicopter is this single wild T-Rex. And oh, you sweet baby, you are not prepared for what's coming your way. Clear the helipad, get everyone to the extraction point, and that's it.
Oh, nicely done. I'm impressed.
The game ends with everyone escaping via helicopter while a T-Rex watches on. It's a bit of an anticlimax for such a story-driven game, but hey.
They say that getting there is half the fun. Man, were they ever wrong.
Story is one of the biggest selling points when it comes to games for me. It takes truly exemplary gameplay for me to overlook a bad plot, but a fun story can make me forgive a lot of poorly implemented mechanics. Chaos Island's gameplay isn't bad, and as a kid I'm sure it would have kept me engaged for hours on end, but as an adult, its raw simplicity just left me a little bored for much of the title's second half. I would have finished it anyway for the sake of the retrospective, and I still ended up enjoying my time with it a great deal, but the thing that kept me going through the game's doldrums was its campy, kid-friendly interpretation of the Lost World. Sure, the DNA serum goes against just about every theme of the franchise, especially back in the 1990s when the franchise actually had themes to express. But to engage with those ideas and how the DNA serum is an outright rejection of them is too complex for what the game is trying to be, and that's fine. It's the first game made in conjunction with the film to really attempt a direct adaptation, rather than simply a thematic one, and it doesn't do a bad job. Sure, there are some things lost in the jump from movie to game, characters and set pieces I would have loved to have seen interpreted through Chaos Island's cutscenes and mechanics like Roland Tembo and Peter Ludlow, or the trailer scene, but I don't mind that much since it just doesn't make sense for them to be here. The game's hunters might be in InGen's employ, and they might be on Isla Sorna for the same reasons, but their motivations and characterizations are more complex in the film than the simple underdog versus overwhelming force story Chaos Island is going for. The hunters here are faceless goons, and they kind of have to be when you spend so much of the game killing them off. As soon as you introduce the idea that the people you're fighting are, you know, people, the story runs into the same issues as the film did, where the protagonists come off as far more villainous in their actions on the island than the antagonists do, despite how stupid an idea it is to try and recreate Jurassic Park on the American mainland. That kind of conflict requires more complexity than Chaos Island was willing to include, and that's okay. Although Roland and Ludlow do technically appear in these snippets of film footage included in the cutscenes, so you know what? Fuck it. I'm counting it. Just imagine it though. Arliss Howard and Pete Postlethwaite lending their voices to a video game. To this video game. Oh, it would have been great. The characters who do appear don't really resemble their cinematic or literary counterparts, like I mentioned long ago at the start of this section of the video, but they're charming, and that's all they really needed to be. They're just shallow caricatures, but hey, the same would be true of their cinematic incarnations come Jurassic World Dominion, and it's just nice to see some of the leads other than Sarah Harding get some proper screen time in one of these video games. I don't really know how Ian Malcolm became the human face of the franchise. I guess it's just down to Jeff Goldblum's charismatic performance, because as a character he doesn't actually do much. He's very important to the first half of Jurassic Park, both book and film, but once he gets injured, you could cut him out of the story and nothing would fundamentally change. It's like in those Choices Matter branching story games developers such as Supermassive, Quantic Dream, and indeed Telltale are and were famous for, when a character is obviously supposed to die at a certain point in the story, but the devs put in the option to save them anyway, so they survive, but they just fade into the background for the rest of the narrative, only popping up now and then to deliver the odd line of dialogue. Malcolm's like that, in both books, and in Jurassic Park the film, to the point where some early versions of the script didn't even include him. But as a character, he really comes into his own in The Lost World. I've already mentioned how much I like Goldblum's toned down performance in the second film. The dude has been through a lot, both on and off the island. The experience didn't just humble him, it's made him into much more of a hero. Perhaps even more than Alan Grant and Ellie Sattler, given it's implied they took InGen's hush money while he tried to blow the whistle on what happened. I really enjoyed Jurassic World Dominion for the stinking pile of shit that it is, but one moment that I really fucking can't get over is how the film feels the need to redeem Malcolm for how things went during the Tyrannosaur attack on the tour cars in the first film. You know the moment, where he waves the flaming spear to distract the Giganotosaurus and throws it right down the thing's gullet and it starts breathing fire like a fucking dragon. No! It's so fucking stupid, and the moment had me screaming with my friends in the theatre over just how fucking stupid it was. But it doesn't even feel earned because Ian Malcolm already redeemed himself multiple times in The Lost World. When the Tyrannosaurs attack the Hunters camp, he's the only one other than Roland able to keep his cool in the chaos of the moment, screaming, "Don't move, don't move," the same way Grant yelled at him to ditch the flare when the roles were reversed in the first film, and he's the only one at all to completely avoid any attention from the Rexes. Then when the Buck goes on a rampage through San Diego, he and Sarah almost single-handedly get the thing back into the Venture's cargo hold and away from the public. So it's great to finally get the chance to play as that interpretation of the character in a video game tie-in, especially with Jeff Goldblum reprising the role, even if he's not as invested as he was in the film. I've already gushed about how much I like the book's interpretation of Sarah, and how good it feels to get the chance to see her in action in these tie-in games. But it's nice to see Eddie, Nick, and Kelly get a little time in the sun too. John Hammond might not be playable, but Richard Attenborough is certainly a presence, and all the actors add an authenticity to the experience that voice doubles or text boxes could never match. They even make up for the absence of certain scenes and set pieces like the trailer attack, although I struggle to imagine how they could have been included. As far as including set pieces from the film goes, Chaos Island might have every other game in this retrospective beat. You've got the raid on the Hunter's Camp, the Rex attack on the Hunter's Camp, a raptor battle in a field of long grass, and the fight through the worker village. About the only thing missing is a level set in San Diego. Wait, there's no way. The set piece was added to the film so late in production. Oh my god. The bastards actually did it. Well, there you have it. A Lost World game finally made it to San Diego. It's pretty short, but it's undeniably charming. Your only objective as the Rex is to reach the freighter and be reunited with the child, which you can do within about 10 seconds. It's more fun to hang around and wander the streets of the concrete jungle, rip a tram or two off the tracks, maybe have yourself a dino dog.
Eat one of these things and not a T-Rex in the world will.
The one downside is that the hunters and their tanks still hit as hard as they did in the main campaign, so there's no real way to explore the map and take in the sights, at least not on the difficulty I played. You can heal the Rex by eating a dino dog vendor or two, but there will always be too many hunters to take out completely. At least you get to see the amphitheater version of Jurassic Park. According to Noah Falstein on his website, development of the game went so smoothly that they had time at the end of production to jump back into crunch mode and build this bonus level as a little victory lap to tie up the title with a neat little bow. I'm glad it made it into one of the games released the same year as the film. I know it's contentious in the fandom, but I don't think The Lost World works as a story without it. Even the book feels a little stunted for its absence, and after how badly Fallen Kingdom and Dominion botched their dinosaurs reach the mainland plots, I've come to like it a lot more than I used to. It's just a shame that all the effort is so poorly remembered these days. The San Diego incident isn't the only secret DreamWorks Interactive had the time to sneak in there either. You can play as an alien called Remdal if you spawn him in through what I think are the console commands. I didn't use him very much, I just jumped into an old save to see how he fared against the hunters in the final level, and while he's still too squishy to solo the game, at least he can dish it out as much as he can take it. Far out. I really enjoyed my time with Chaos Island The Lost World Jurassic Park. It's not without its flaws, but it's fun, and contemporary reviews seem to agree, about as much as they agreed on how to spell Vince Vaughn's name. I was only able to find one outright negative critique, and it was this piece by David LaPrade from The Adrenaline Vault. Quote, "The title provides some conceptual leeway by assuming the scientists can breed full-grown dinosaurs which can be controlled. Perhaps that's a bit of a stretch, but it is necessary within the scope of the story and gameplay. The best part of the game involves an army of Tyrannosaurus Rexes and Raptors. To be honest, I'm surprised some of these actors are associated with such a low-grade product. Perhaps it was part of their contract for doing the film. I can't imagine anyone, especially devoted real-time strategy gamers, giving this title more than a quick cursory glance before running the uninstall program and marching it back to the store, receipt firmly in hand." End quote. Jesus, David, what did Chaos Island ever do to you? I don't even really disagree with him, but to me, everything he lists as a negative is all part of the game's charm. Could it have benefited from a bit more complexity in the mechanics and plot? Of course. Just off the top of my head, I can think of a bunch of things to make the game more engaging. Maybe you could have had Carnotaurus as a stealth unit, or Pteranodons as air support. Maybe you could have had access to vehicles. Maybe you could include Peter Ludlow and Roland Tembo as a pair of starter villains, and then surprise both sides with the arrival of a much larger Biosyn force, led by Lewis Dodson, to loot the island. There's a lot you could do to flesh out the gameplay and the narrative and the presentation, but that's just not what Chaos Island wanted to be. The developers at DreamWorks Interactive set out to make a simple RTS aimed at kids based on The Lost World, and that's exactly what Chaos Island was. It might not be for everyone, no one's ever going to call it groundbreaking, but for what it is, it's perfect. I've discovered one or two hidden gems among the Jurassic Park video game catalogue, the SNES game, the Sega CD game, and The Lost World for the Genesis, but Chaos Island is the first I would genuinely call a forgotten classic. It deserves to be remembered alongside titles like Trespasser and the next game in this retrospective. One of the comments I got on the first part of this retrospective mentioned how when it comes to arcade games, the machine itself is a big part of the player experience, one that is lost when playing the titles at home through emulation, which is not something I really considered when talking about the arcade game made for Jurassic Park. And I'm not really surprised I overlooked the machine when talking about that game because it's not one that I had ever seen before, other than as a tiny JPEG on Wikipedia. Case in point, I never even bothered to check whether that first cabinet used a joystick or a light gun, but as it happens, I know where to find a physical Lost World machine. So while making this video, I took an excursion out to take a look at the thing and get a sense of the experience one might have actually playing it legit. Or at least, I did know where to find a physical Lost World machine, because when I went to look at it, that motherfucker was gone. God damn it. Admittedly, it has been a few years since I visited the arcade, so I guess the Lost World machine must have been swapped out for something else in the meantime. But since I was there, I decided to have a look around and take in the games that were on offer. They have a physical presence that home consoles really don't. The actual game contained within the machine is only one part of the experience. There's the design of the cabinet, the feel of the seats, and in the Lost World's case, the heft of the light gun in your hands. To say nothing of all the lights and sounds that the cabinet employs to draw curious players over in the hopes they might waste a few dollars on a round or two. Arcade machines are also very public forms of entertainment, unless you're rich enough in both money and space to buy one for home use. That unavoidable public aspect of the experience, along with the sheer size and cost of the things, is probably why there's a lot less talk about coin-operated arcade machines now than as there was at the time The Lost World debuted in 1997. You just don't seem to hear that much about them anymore, unless you're already part of the community, or at least you don't in Australia. Even the other people present at the arcade while I was there were mostly playing pool. But even if arcade cabinets don't shine as brightly in the zeitgeist as they once did, there is undeniably something unique about the experience that you can't get playing a game on a console or a computer. The same way watching a DVD at home isn't the same as seeing a film at a cinema. It's easy to forget now in the age of 60-inch plus televisions and photorealistic graphics, but arcade cabinets once came with screens far bigger than most TVs on the market, and the graphical fidelity they boasted was far beyond what most consoles were capable of. The only game I've covered for this retrospective to even come close in looks by comparison is the PlayStation 1 title, and that was made for a much smaller screen. I may have missed my chance to play The Lost World legit, but at least part of the experience has been preserved through emulation. And hey, I did happen to stumble across a Jurassic Park 2015 machine hidden away in a quiet corner of the place. But I'm getting ahead of myself by about 15 games. The Lost World isn't only regarded as one of the best Jurassic Park games, it's remembered as one of the best arcade games ever, and it's not hard to see why. A full game might only last 30 minutes, but the Lost World arcade packs a huge amount of content into that short time frame. Its 5 chapters take you through a kaleidoscope of abandoned ruins, dense jungle, and open fields bursting at the seams with dinosaurs wanting to bite your head off. There are moments of downtime, but they are few and far between, and they only serve to build up tension for the next big set piece. The game's pacing is like a fine-tuned roller coaster, expertly designed to deliver maximum thrills, and it's great, even playing it at home with a mouse instead of in an arcade with a light gun. The gameplay might be simple at first glance, but the developers at Sega AM3 did add in some variety to spice up the moment-to-moment experience. Much of the game is spent behind the wheel of a Jeep, which is great verisimilitude given the physical cabinet is built to resemble the front seats of a vehicle, and so a lot of the game is spent hurtling away from rampaging dinosaurs at speeds that would make Lightning McQueen blush. The goal during these sections is to keep the road clear of incoming obstacles, be they hordes of raptors, an angry T-Rex, or one big pile of shit.
I need to use the bathroom.
Oh no! Clearing these obstacles by shooting the circles, which the game calls sights, before they turn red, means you get to progress to the next section of the level, but fail and you're in for a bad time. Sometimes failing to shoot an obstacle like a boss raptor or the dino doo-doo feces just means you'll have to kill a few extra dinosaurs. But sometimes it means playing through an entirely separate section of the game. Save this Triceratops in Stage 1 and you'll skip right through to Stage 2. If you fail to input the passcode in the Site B lab before the timer runs out, you'll have to run a gauntlet of raptors and closing doors, but succeed and you'll immediately move on to the roof. I find it very funny that by being better at the game, you'll actually see less of it overall, but I can't deny how fucking satisfying it is to pull off some of these skips. Fuck yeah! When the game isn't moving at 100 kilometers an hour, it slows down and presents you with short shooting galleries where you have to clear all the enemies to progress. These moments of downtime also give the player the chance to pick up collectibles hidden around the game environment. There aren't many to choose from. Most are just these crunchy bars that will restore 1 pip of health if you manage to find 3 of them, but the extra weapons are well worth rooting out. Each of them only lasts a certain amount of time, but they do bypass the need to reload. In normal gameplay, you get 5 shots before you need to aim off screen and pull the trigger to reload. With a special weapon, you can just go buck wild. The laser sight upgrade is alright, but as you've probably noticed, I added a crosshair through the emulator anyway, so all it really meant for me was unlimited ammo for a few seconds. The shotgun was a blast. It doesn't have huge spread, but it fires off so many shots at once that anything it hits is going back to the fossil record as Swiss cheese. The grenades were great. You don't even have to aim when whatever you shoot at is going to be reduced to a smoking crater in the ground. Its only downside is how it lasts 10 seconds and then it's gone. My favourite special weapon had to be the lightning gun though, mostly because it looks really cool, but also because shots chain through multiple enemies if they're close enough together. Either way, the special weapons are all a huge amount of fun. I just wish they were in the game more. You get each of them exactly once and that's it. Most are very easy to miss too. You'll never even get the chance to pick up the laser sight if you manage to save this Triceratops. That's because most of the special weapons will only be given as rewards if you save other hunters throughout the game. It's hard too. Most of them pop in so quickly that you'll just as likely shoot them on reflex as you will the dinosaur trying to kill them. Others find themselves buried under swarms of compies, and it is so easy to thread the needle and shoot them rather than the trash mobs bullying them. You really want to save this guy on the motorcycle because if you don't, not only do you miss out on the shotgun, but his bike becomes an extra obstacle you have to deal with. At least the way the raptors take him out looks cool. If the other hunters don't give you extra weapons when rescued, they'll throw you a special crunchy bar that automatically restores 1 pip of health the second you pick it up. They're a fun addition to the game, especially with how random their appearances can be. The game will go entire levels without featuring another hunter at all, and then suddenly there'll be a whole crowd of them right beside you like they were never gone to begin with. I especially like this guy who shows up during the Carnotaur fight out of nowhere, and then vanishes from the game. He never gets eaten, he never helps out, he's just gone. It's like he ran in through a Scooby-Doo door and immediately ran back out again. Surviving the onslaught of dinosaurs isn't the only goal you're given. This is an arcade game. What really matters is your high score once the credits roll. Most shots will rack up a few points regardless of what you hit, but if you can pull off these special types, you'll send your score sky high. That said, I was never able to tell why I got any of the special types in the heat of the moment. Long shots and quick shots are obvious enough, but I had no idea how I managed to get any trick shots. A little research revealed what each of them do. Snipe shots are when you hit an enemy's weak point. Quick shots are for shooting dinosaurs within a second of them popping up on screen. Long shots are for when you manage to pick off a distant enemy. You'll even get some echo points if you shoot out destructible bits of the environment. And if you manage to clean up some enemies stunned by the noise, it counts as a trick shot. Clear a bunch of obstacles without taking damage, and that's bingo. High scores are recorded by level and overall, which is really cool. I read in magazines that there are different scoring systems for single player and multiplayer too, but I played the game on my own, so I can't really say anything about it other than acknowledge that it's there. The game comes with 2 difficulty settings, but it deals with them in a way I've never seen before. If you choose beginner, you'll start from the beginning of the game, but if you choose experienced, you'll get warped right to stage stage free and begin from there. I guess it makes sense that you'll need to be a more experienced player to rack up a better score with only half the game left in front of you, but it's not an approach to difficulty that I've ever considered before. There's also a third option, Shuffle, but I never tried it out, so I have no idea what it does. You'll just have to keep your secrets. The last major aspect of the gameplay is the boss fights, and this is the Lost World Arcade's only stumbling point in my opinion. Don't get me wrong, they all look great, and they're fun fights, but they all drag on a little longer than they really should. There are 5 in total: a chase with the Mama Rex on an overgrown jungle road, a game of cat and mouse with a Carnotaur in the laboratory dome, the 2 final fights with the adult Rexes around the abandoned worker village, and a battle with a Deinosuchus in the swamp.
Given I don't think raptors are capable of operating even the smallest of boats.
Huh. Oh my god! The same sights used to avoid obstacles on the road are used during boss fights as enemy weak points. Shooting one of the sights does way more damage than just plugging away at the boss in general, but shoot them all and you'll cancel the incoming attack. You need to be really good at the game to do it consistently though. The bosses rarely give you the courtesy of standing still while rushing in for a snack. There were 1 or 2 I still couldn't get even after modding in a crosshair and relying on save states. I don't really have a problem with that. It's an arcade machine, you know what you're getting into when you drop the coins in to buy a credit, and the difficulty was certainly a lot less bullshit than the arcade game made for the original film. What soured the bosses for me is that they ruined the pacing. They all start off maintaining the same sense of speed and movement as the rest of the game, be it a chase through the jungle or a hunt between these consoles, or a rampage through the buildings of the worker village, but after a certain point the fights run out of space and just stop moving. Eventually you'll hit a dead end, figuratively or literally, and the game will just dump the boss in front of you to throw out repetitive attacks until its health bar hits 0, and it just completely ruins the fast-paced rollercoaster ride experience the Lost World Arcade evokes so well at every other moment. The one exception is the Deinosuchus battle, which anchors you in place for the first half of the fight, and then throws you back into action during the second phase when it bursts up through these pontoons and attacks you on foot. The long boss fights aren't the only issue I have with the game. There are a handful of enemies that are just bullshit to fight. These 2 raptors camping the lift during the battle with the Carnotaur, and the Dilophosaurs and Pachycephalosaurs in general are an absolute chore to deal with, given how quick they are to hit and how hard they are to kill respectively, but they all only appear once, so it's not a huge deal. I guess what I'm saying is that whenever the game stops to put its coin-operated business model front and center, it just takes me right out of the experience. I dislike the strict free health points per life for the same reason. Otherwise, in terms of gameplay, the Lost World Arcade is awesome. Its presentation is more of a mixed bag. For a title released in the late 90s, it looks fantastic. There's no denying that. All of the dinosaurs look amazing. All of the environments are incredible. And I love all the little details like how the Carnotaur has wonky chameleon eyes, or how you can shoot out little bits of the backgrounds. It does get a little bit anime with the weird translation issues like the lab being described on the map as Labo, the big shit, and some of the dinosaur attacks being a little beyond the realms of possibility like the Deinosuchus's tail whip, but honestly, that just adds to the charm for me. Where the presentation becomes a real mixed bag is the sound design. For the most part, it's great. The music is perfect. All the Foley work sounds crisp and crunchy. Most of the dinosaurs have their film-accurate roars. Although the Pachycephalosaurs sound a lot like the T-Rex. And the Deinosuchus sounds like it's from a completely different franchise entirely. But then you get to the voice acting, and it's just,
They wiped us out. We've got to save Ian and Sarah.
Turn to the right!
Hey, over here. They went down this slope. What the?
First aid is now over.
There's something here.
Where's Sarah and Ian?
They went to the laboratory. You can find them with this detector.
Look out! Ian! Sarah!
Get away! He's coming!
This is the Site B laboratory. That's a chameleon-type dinosaur.
Look! Ian and Sarah!
Hurry up!
a little bit silly. The deadpan performances are certainly charming in a campy way, and the meme scream never failed to get a laugh out of me. But it skews much closer to something like Dino Crisis than Jurassic Park. In fact, Dino Crisis is the vibe I got from this game more than Jurassic Park or The Lost World. The raptors even have the same colorations as they do in Dino Crisis 2, and the environments The Lost World arcade takes you through are not too dissimilar from the ones DC2 would feature upon its release in 2001 either. It doesn't help that no one in this game resembles their film counterparts, except for Sarah Harding. Looking at the game as an adaptation of The Lost World and not as a thematic predecessor to Dino Crisis 2, it's not that bad. There are a bunch of set pieces taken right out of both the movie and the book, like the game trail chase, the raptor attack in the abandoned InGen complex, the Carnotaur using its camouflage to hunt you down, and even the Rex attack on the trailers. I know, I can hardly believe it either. It took 7 fucking games, but we finally got the trailer scene in there, and better yet, all of them are adapted really well. The game trail chase and the raptor attacks convey the speed and chaos of their source material counterparts, and the Rex attack on the trailer starts off slow and suspenseful before suddenly building to a desperate escape. The trailers might not end up going over the side of a cliff, but that is a small price to pay. Also, shout out to the balls on this raptor that leaps into the trailer while the Rexes are tearing it apart to take a shot at the baby Tyrannosaur. Honestly, I'd have done the same. But while The Lost World might adapt a bunch of set pieces from the source material, it doesn't do them in the same order or for the same reasons. The game does have a very loose plot, and it's not that of the film. Your goal as Albert and Ellen is to rescue Ian Malcolm and Sarah Harding on the other side of Isla Sorna. Which isn't much of a narrative hook, but hey, what do you expect? It's an arcade machine. Ian and Sarah aren't even in the game all that much. You save them from the Carnotaur, take them back to the trailers, and then they just vanish after the Rex attack. You know, I'm starting to feel bad about how often Ian Malcolm gets sidelined as the protagonist of his own story, even if he isn't leading man material. At least Sarah got to show off her skills in more than Chaos Island. Otherwise, most of the material adapted in this game comes from the original Jurassic Park, like the Labo just being the Visitors Center. That weird mix of both titles brings to mind the other Sega-published Lost World games. And while researching the arcade game, I think I discovered why all three of them feel like a blend of the two movies. According to an interview with Shinichi Ogasawara in official Sega Saturn magazine, there was very little interaction between AM3 and Universal. To quote a few questions from that interview, how closely do you work with the movie's creators? We hardly had any communication with them at all. We mostly worked together with the people in charge of promotion. Did you meet any members of the film crew? Yes, we did. About 5 of us went to America and visited Universal Studios. That's where we met Stan Winston. He developed all of the makeup for the live-action dinosaurs. We were allowed to see the sets, and we saw some of the full-size velociraptors as well. The game isn't exactly the same as the movie. How did you decide which scenes and characters from the movie to use in the game? In the beginning, we didn't have any information about the movie. We started out from just the original script. Using this, we picked out all the parts that we thought would make it into the final movie. Then about 3 months before we finished the software development, various materials came in and we added extra details. The game contains 2 dinosaurs that didn't appear in the movie, such as the Deinosuchus and Carnotaurus. Can you tell us why you decided to create these particular dinosaurs? We definitely wanted to have a water-based dinosaur. We considered having a creature like the Loch Ness Monster, but decided that trying to hit a long, thin neck could be a little awkward. As for the Carnotaurus, this chameleon-like dinosaur actually appears in the original Lost World script. We were expecting ILM to create this cool creature, so we included it in the game. Hearing that AM3 wanted to include something like an Elasmosaurus instead of the Deinosuchus just makes me think of Dino Crisis 2 again, but that's beside the point. If this is what AM3 had to work with in adapting The Lost World for the arcade, I can't imagine Sega as a whole or Appaloosa Interactive over in Hungary had much more material to go on while developing the Game Gear or Genesis titles. If anything, the admission that AM3 mostly worked with Universal's marketing department explains why the Genesis title was overflowing with art assets that looked like promotional material. But the most devastating fact revealed by this interview has to be that Carnotaurus was originally going to appear in the Lost World movie, and probably would have featured his book-accurate cloaking abilities too. Oh well, at least it makes the most of its appearance here. In fact, there's a good mix of dinosaurs from both the movie and the book. You've got the T-Rex, about 70 billion raptors, a herd of Dilophosaurs, Pteranodons, Carnotaurus, Pachycephalosaurs, a herd of Mamenchisaurus, swarms of Compies, a single Deinosuchus, Triceratops, Stegosaurus, and even a handful of randoms that show up in the background rather than as enemies or obstacles. Gallimimus, Parasaurolophus, and these dudes that according to the manual are a Natosaurus. Yeah, the arcade game came with an instruction manual, and the developers actually tried to hide these wonderful little doodles of the dinosaurs inside it. These drawings need to be shared with the world, so here they are. Absolutely splendid. 10 out of 10. It's a good roster of enemies and bystanders, carnivores and herbivores, trash mobs and boss monsters, and best of all, none of them overwhelm the experience, not even the raptors. Contemporary reviews seem to agree. All the ones I could track down from back in the day were glowing, even if they couldn't decide whether the groundbreaking Model 3 board used in the cabinet was capable of rendering 100,000 polygons a minute or 1 million. The only criticism I could find was for the sound, which at least one reviewer complained was like a wall of noise. Not bad for an arcade game in the late 90s, especially given the difficulties the developers struggled with in order to get it out the door in time. Both Shinichi Ogasawara in that interview with the official Sega Saturn magazine, and Miya Kumagai in an interview with Next Generation, mentioned the time constraints in finishing the game to coincide with the movie's release, not to mention their openness with AM3's inexperience with developing games for the Model 3 board. It's a story I've read many times over the course of researching the games I've covered for this retrospective, and it's nice to find an example where the hard work and sleepless nights actually paid off. Like its only presentation or competitor on the PlayStation 1, The Lost World Arcade got a special edition released 1 year later in 1998. This special cabinet added new features to immerse the player even deeper into the experience, like moving seats, an 80-inch screen, and some air cannons to simulate a T-Rex's bad breath. It also featured a massive overhaul of the game's pacing. Levels were moved around, and the story was rewritten to more closely resemble the film. For example, the trailer set piece now came at the start of the game instead of the end, and it even featured a final level set in San Diego instead of the battle with the Carnotaur, at least according to this interview in Sega Saturn magazine. I'd love to be able to show you footage of it, but unfortunately it looks like the Lost World Arcade Special Edition has passed into the realm of lost media. It was only released in Japan at a small handful of Sega-owned locations, all of which have since closed down, so who knows where any of the cabinets are now, if they even still exist at all. Its differences from the original game will just have to remain a mystery, teased by a few magazine articles and random pictures scattered across the internet. The saddest thing is that the developers were actually interested in porting the game to the Sega Dreamcast and the PC in 1998 and 1999, but it never came to be, and ultimately the idea was scrapped. Which is a real shame, because The Lost World Arcade is genuinely one of the best Jurassic Park titles out there. And if not for dedicated fans finding a way to emulate the title, the only way to play it would be by hunting down one of the dwindling number of physical cabinets left in the wild. I wonder if Steven Spielberg still has his. I feel lucky enough to have been able to cover it at all for this retrospective. There might be something of the experience lost when playing a game like this at home through emulation, instead of in a physical machine, but at least it is part of that experience. If you're a Jurassic Park nerd, or just a fan of light gun games in general, it is well worth the effort of tracking down to play. Unfortunately, this will probably be the last Jurassic Park arcade game I cover for the retrospective, unless someone finds a way to emulate Jurassic Park 3, or I drag myself out again with a bucket of spare change and a camera crew to play through the 2015 title. But if this is to be the last cabinet I get the chance to critique, I think we ended on a high note. Anyway, I think we've shot the shit enough about this game. It's time we moved on to the title everyone's really been waiting for. That's right, it's Warpath, baby! Get dunked on, Giganotosaurus. Fuck off back to Dominion, you Joker wannabe banana brain piece of shit! Yeah! Before we talk about Warpath, I need to make something very clear. I am not a fan of fighting games. It's like one of the only video game genres that I've never been able to click with. And that's not to say I think they're bad. I love the concept. Give me a title with a roster of thousands, hundreds of dumb costumes to unlock, a bunch of cool levels, an over-the-top plot, and lore so convoluted not even the creators can really keep it straight. And I'm hooked. I love that kind of shit. And I'm always up for a round of Smash Brothers or whatever with friends. But that doesn't mean I enjoy playing them on my own. And it's not like I go into games wanting to hate them. As I said about The Chaos Continues, I try to give everything I play the benefit of the doubt, and whenever I get back on my bullshit about fighting games, I always think, maybe this one will be different. But there's just something about the genre that makes my blood boil. I can put up with bad games, I can put up with rage bait like Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy, but this has me seeing red. I spent 3 hours with the game and then tapped out. I could not stomach another second of this shit. In fact, my time with Warpath made me so fucking angry at the game and my own, let's be real with each other, absolutely dogshit performance that I went and tracked down a few other PS1 era fighters just to see if there was any difference in the way they played. Titles like Bloody Roar, the Mortal Kombat trilogy, Street Fighter Alpha 3, and Dead or Alive. I didn't play any of them for very long, and they all still left me quite frustrated, but even without looking up the controls and each character's combos, I found them to be much more engaging and intuitive mechanically than Warpath ever was. Case in point, I somehow managed to combo Smoke into position for a fatality in my second game of Mortal Kombat ever, even if I wasn't able to follow through on the opportunity. I think with enough time and enough practice, I could one day learn to play each of those games without wanting to put my fist through the fucking screen, but I do not think that's possible with Warpath. There's just something rotten about the game, and I don't even know how to express it. Usually games I hate are easier to talk about than titles I enjoy playing because it's just fun to be negative, but this is so far out of my wheelhouse I really don't know where to begin. That's the whole reason I sought out those other fighting games, just to give myself some context for where the genre was when Warpath first released. It's also the reason I've barely spoken about the game since this section of the video began. So instead, let's talk about what I actually liked about it. One thing that playing those other fighting games made clear to me is that very few of them actually cared that much about the arenas in which the fights take place. There are exceptions, of course, but for the most part the presentational focus is on the fighting itself, and that's fine because that's where it should be. Warpath doesn't just dump you in an empty void with a distant JPEG for a horizon. A lot of effort clearly went into creating stages based on set pieces from the first two Jurassic Park films. The Raptor Pen, the Hunter's Camp, the T-Rex Paddock, the petrol station with the big red ball, the iconic Jurassic Park gate. My personal favourite has to be the Worker Village from The Lost World. The stage just captures the atmosphere of the scene it's adapting perfectly. They're not just there as backdrops either. A lot of the arenas feature environmental objects like boxes, barrels, petrol pumps, electric fences, and big rocks that can be used in the fight. There is nothing, and I mean nothing, more satisfying in this game than ending a fight by throwing your opponent into some kind of environmental obstacle. The context of each scene changes the shape of each stage too. Some of them are quite large and open, others are long but narrow, and a couple of them are surprisingly small. Sure, there are some duds in the roster like the Visitors Center, which is big and grey and empty, and there are more than a handful of stages that are just flat circles, but the scenery generally more than makes up for it. I may not have seen all of them, but the ones I did see were good. Whenever I unlocked a new dinosaur fighter, I was always eager to see the stage that unlocked with them, as well as the special introduction they would get if paired together. Speaking of the dinosaurs, there's a decent variety of them, even if the big carnivores are overrepresented in the roster. Though for a dinosaur fighting game, I suppose that's to be expected. What's most surprising is that there aren't actually that many from the movies. In fact, this is the first, and perhaps only Jurassic Park game not to feature a velociraptor. Maybe this screaming boy in the main menu is meant to be a velociraptor, but it uses the model for the Megaraptor, so who knows. T-Rex is still here though, as are Triceratops, Pachycephalosaurus, Stegosaurus, and the bane of my existence, the Compy, although those last two aren't playable characters. The Compy serves as a healing item in certain stages if you're quick enough to snap them up. A mechanic Warpath for some reason decided should be called an edible, which is very funny. Anyway, the Stegosaur's only appearance is in the background of the audio options menu. It's not a playable character and doesn't show up anywhere else. The rest of the roster consists of dinosaurs that would end up making appearances in later Jurassic Park films like Spinosaurus, Giganotosaurus, Stygimoloch, and Ankylosaurus, and expanded universe-only losers like Acrocanthosaurus, Styracosaurus, Carcharodontosaurus, Suchomimus, Cryolophosaurus, Albertosaurus, and Megaraptor. When I first saw this game had a dinosaur called Megaraptor that was just a giant velociraptor, I genuinely thought the developers had pulled an I made it the fuck up. But no, it's a real dinosaur, though unsurprisingly was probably nothing like Warpath presents it to be. There are a handful of other dinosaurs that only appear through their vocalizations or background details, like Brachiosaurus, Mamenchisaurus, and Parasaurolophus, but they're all blink and you'll miss it cameos. They all look fine, there's just something about them that feels a little off. And it's not the scientific inaccuracies. Jurassic Park has built a media empire off paleontological shit takes. It's something about the models themselves. The Carcharodontosaurus looks alright side on, but from the front gives off big Simpsons facing forward vibes. The Triceratops looks pretty great until you notice its eyes have been stretched halfway up its frill for some reason, which makes it look like a half-melted wax figure. And there's just something about the Tyrannosaurus Rex model that shits me off. Like its head is too big for its body, and it keeps zooping up and down like a weird fucking bird, and I just don't like it. I keep wanting it to be the model from the Lost World PS1, because as shit as that game was, it did look amazing. The rest of them all look pretty normal and pretty good, although I could do without the Ankylosaur's smug anime girl smirk, and the Spinosaurus looks like the before picture in a be careful who you call ugly in middle school meme. It's so fucking smooshed, it just makes me laugh. Don't worry, my boy, you'll get your day in the sun. But the weirdest quirk of the character models I saw has to be the Suchomimus' crazy tongue. Fucking look at it. These are all nitpicks you don't really notice when the models are in motion though, and the animations are all smooth and fluid. Most of the time. Some of the attacks are pretty brutal too, like the Styracosaur's pin move. A wrestling term the animal has clearly misinterpreted given the gaping holes it leaves behind in its enemies' heads. All of the pin moves are pretty great to look at. There's just something fun about picking up a dude and smashing him into the ground, or hurling him across the arena, especially if it's into some kind of environmental object. One detail I really like about Warpath's presentation is that the dinosaurs take damage over time. You can see cuts and bites on the models as the fights go on, and even if it's not an especially bloody game otherwise, it does give the battles a sense of animal desperation. They're not here for a friendly bout, they're here to rip each other's guts out. They all come with a bunch of skins too, though most of them are pretty boring. For example, the T-Rex can come in grey or green, or blue and orange, which is way fucking cooler. These crazy colourful ones were my favourites of the lot, like the green Stygimoloch skin, the purple Triceratops skin, and these cool tiger prints some of them have. It is very funny how many of the big carnivores have skins that come so close to the coloration the Spinosaurus would end up getting in Jurassic Park 3, including the Spino itself. My favourite has to be this black and orange print the Megaraptor gets. It's great. It is a small part of the game's presentation, but I really like the game's menus as well. How they're set in a gloomy, abandoned Jurassic Park, like it's some kind of haunted house. They don't really reflect the energetic chaos of the game's fights, but they do present a sort of calm before the storm. The sound design is pretty good too. Each hit or bite or strike is given extra weight by the Foley work, and even if the dinosaur roars can get annoying when played over and over and over again, it still does a good job of building the scene. All the movie mainstays come with their canon vocalizations too, which is great. It's a bit more of a mixed bag with the newcomers. Some of them really stand out in a bad way, like the Stygimoloch, which is very obviously some kind of deer. And the Suchomimus, which uses the same bass sound effects as a lot of video game adaptations of the Xenomorph from Alien. The rest of them, though, are pretty forgettable. I can't think of any that I really liked, although I can't comment on the Albertosaurus because I never even saw it. Michael Giacchino returned as the game's composer, so you know the soundtrack's full of bangers. What sucks is that the music is so buried in the mix that it's genuinely hard to hear sometimes. The dinosaurs and Foley work come across so much louder for pretty much the entire game, and each fight is generally so short that you'll never get a good listen to any of the music tracks Warpath does feature anyway. The one you'll hear more than any other in the game is also the worst, and it's the sting that accompanies a dinosaur going into frenzy mode. I was so sick of these 8 seconds of music by the end of the game. Where the sound design really falls short is in the voice acting. There's only one guy, and he's doing his best, but he has like 3 lines of dialogue outside of the museum, and they get old real fast. I'm not talking about the announcer fight, victory, flawless stuff. That's fine. It's the game's pathetic attempt at having a commentator that really only chimes in at the end of a fight.
There's a number one out there.
Maybe he says stuff if you're able to pull off a combo or two, but I don't know. And if not, they may as well not have bothered. The aforementioned museum gives the guy a bit more material to work with. It's a kind of gallery where... Hang on, that's a typo. Shame. Straight to jail. It's a kind of gallery where you can get a better look at each of the dinosaur models and learn some quintessential cool dino facts that these video games seem determined to teach their players. All of the info is pretty basic. You get a rundown of when each dinosaur lived, their height and weight, where they sit on the family tree, and how to say their names, along with a chance to look through their different skins. Each dinosaur comes with a short bit of informative voiceover too. For example,
the Giganotosaurus is the largest meat-eating dinosaur ever discovered. It was 14 meters long, 4 meters tall at the hips, and tipped the scales at an incredible 7,250 kilograms. While this made it slightly larger than the Tyrannosaurus rex, the brain of the Giganotosaurus was smaller, only the size of a banana.
See? I didn't just say it as an insult. It's scientifically accurate. The dude struggles a bit with the names sometimes though, but whatever, it's not a problem, it's fine. And aside from the contractually obligated,
we've spared no expense,
there's this gem hidden in the intro.
While you should note that no dinosaur is harmless, he is also not invulnerable.
I would show you more of these, but this footage is from my second recording when I came back a few days after my first attempt to play the game that ended in a rage quit, and to my disgust, I discovered the game did not save my progress, and fuck playing through this shit again, so the 8 starting dinosaurs is all I have to give you for the museum. The game does have a save function and even autosave, but it's off by default, and the switch to turn it on is buried deep in the options menu, which is kind of shit. I get it, you've got maybe a single megabyte to work with on a PlayStation 1 era memory card, assuming you're a rich fuck who can afford such luxuries, but for fuck's sake at least give me the prompt to save my progress after finishing arcade mode. How have we got to 1999 and Jurassic Park games are still fucking up their save systems? What's interesting is that while playing those other fighting games I mentioned, I discovered that Dead or Alive featured the exact same save system hidden away in its own options menu. In fact, Warpath copies most of its homework from Dead or Alive, right down to the different game modes. Just exchange skin for scales, horniness for horns, tits and ass for teeth, and I can't think of a way to end this joke. Please send help. The one I played most of all was Arcade, which is the closest thing to a campaign mode Warpath has. Each go of Arcade pits your dinosaur of choice against 7 random enemies, and if you're still unlocking the other fighters, a final battle with one of the potential player characters. I don't know what happens if you unlock them all. I guess you just go through 8 normal fights. It's only really worth playing to unlock all the fighters, stages, and extra modes, which add a little extra reason to keep playing. Aside from Arcade mode, you've got Practice mode where you can hone your skills against a lobotomized AI partner, Versus, which is the dedicated 2-player mode, Survival where you have to endure multiple fights without healing between matches, Team where you get to pick multiple fighters but is also multiplayer only so I didn't really get a good look at it, and Choice, which is just a free play mode where you can fight whoever you want, wherever you want, as long as you've got everything unlocked. You need to beat Arcade mode once to unlock Survival and Choice, but otherwise everything's available from the get-go. Maybe you unlock more modes if you beat Arcade mode with every dinosaur, but I didn't, so I don't know. By default, each bout lasts 2 60-second rounds, and if you run out the clock, whoever has the most health takes the win, but it is rare that fights last that long. I think it happened to me once in all 3 hours of play. And it is at this point that we once again run up against the brick wall that is my inexperience with fighting games, so I can't go into the level of depth that I would like, but even without knowing the ins and outs of the genre, I still understand what feels good to play, and this doesn't feel good at all. It is frustratingly mediocre. I spent most of my time with it bored out of my skull, and while watching the recordings back to take notes, I genuinely had to get up every now and then to do chores around the home because I needed something, anything to keep me stimulated through the process. It's not challenging. The level of difficulty doesn't demand you reach any manner of skill with the mechanics unless you're playing on hard. You can very easily button mash your way through this game, and you might as well because getting the combos to work in the heat of battle was next to impossible. I couldn't find a copy of Warpath's manual anywhere, but like with Chaos Island, I did stumble across a strategy guide containing tips, tricks, and every player character's combos. I went into the game with the guide on hand. I intended to use it and show off all the different moves and all the different combos, and even with that crutch, I don't think I managed to intentionally pull off a single one in all 3 hours of play. There were definitely moments where I lucked out and pulled off a killer move, but aside from pin meta, I didn't really mean to do any of it. The only time I actually got to pull off a combo was as the T-Rex in practice mode with a brain-dead opponent. Like with The Lost World for the Gamecom, I don't know if it's me, or the game, or the emulation, or some combination of all 3, but something just felt off about Warpath. Sometimes it feels like damage frames are placed in weird positions within the animations, so an enemy can hurt you before they've even started moving, even though you're already in the middle of an attack. It's not as bad as this sort of thing was in The Lost World for PS1. Warpath will take your side if your attack has an earlier damage frame than your opponent's, but it looks wonky. Like all the loaded animations have to play in order, even if you or your enemy have already moved on to doing something else. In every other fighting game I played as a result of my time with Warpath, I always understood why damage was dealt, either to myself or to the enemy. The animations always made it clear what was happening, even if it was still sometimes frustrating. But in Warpath it feels like they're only ever a suggestion of what's going on. It doesn't help that the camera fucking hates you. There were numerous times when it just switched angles to put you on the opposite side of the screen for no fucking reason. And in some stages it's really easy to bunch up against an invisible wall and send the camera crawling up the barrier for an awkward top-down view. I understand they're aiming for a cinematic ringside look, but all the camera did most of the time was make the fights even harder to read than they already were. In terms of general controls, every dinosaur has 2 light attacks and 2 heavy attacks mapped to the face buttons, a couple of strafing dodges, a taunt, and a frenzy attack modifier on the shoulder buttons, with movement saved for the directional pad, including a jump and a duck. Only the face buttons are used in the long 7-hit combos, while pressing them together or in conjunction with the directional controls is what it takes to pull off the special moves like the pin or the kick. Taunting is interesting because it's a way to quickly raise your frenzy meter, which allows you to deal big damage to enemies for a short period of time through special frenzy attacks. But like with just about everything in this fucking game, I never got them working. The mechanic overall is a bit shit anyway, because whenever you enter frenzy mode, your dinosaur stops for a second to play an animation, but you're not given iframes during the transition, so it's just a free hit for your opponent if they're right up close to you. The only mitigating factor is that when they enter frenzy mode, you can do the exact same thing to them. The last bit of general gameplay I can really talk about in any depth are the edibles. Not all stages have environmental objects, but every arena features an edible, be they compies, humans, goats, or even a dog. That's right, this random dog got a physical appearance in a video game before Peter Ludlow, the Lost World's main fucking villain. They're not here to referee the fights, although it sometimes feels that way with how close they get. Like I mentioned before, they're here as health pickups. If you manage to grab them and press X, they'll restore a decent chunk of your life bar, but it is rare that things work out that way. Most of the time they'll catch a wayward tail whip and get yeeted up into the fucking sky, or get crushed underneath a pinned body. One poor fucker got grabbed in my jaws and then pinned inside my opponent. It was never not funny to be in the middle of a fight and then just see one of these little guys go fucking flying. They were great. Even if their constant running around only adds to the visual noise of the fights. The fact they never take the opportunity to run away almost makes me wonder if they're here intentionally. You know what, never mind, I cannot deal with this kinky shit again. Moving on. Your opponents can grab them too, which is fine, but what's more confusing is how the herbivores use them for health pickups as well. True, it would be kind of weird to have a random bush running around the arena for the vegetable enjoyers to eat, and it's not like herbivores in real life can't sometimes supplement their diets with meat, but the ones in this game aren't even eating the damn things. All you have to do is impale them on some spikes, or ram into them, and you'll still get the health back. Their presence also really brings into focus how cursed the verisimilitude is in this game. Having all the dinosaurs be oversized monsters is fine when they're the only things on screen, but add in humans and compies the size of humans, and the suspension of disbelief shatters. You can turn the edibles off in the options if you want. In fact, you can customize the game experience pretty extensively for a game of this age if you want to, right down to rebinding all of the controls, but I never had a problem with them. Much like in real life, the edibles were the only reason to show up to the party. Is it too obvious I've never hotboxed a drug before? This would be the part of the critique where I go into all the differences in each of the fighters, and maybe if you can actually pull off the combos, there is some notable difference, but to my mind, most of the dinosaurs just played exactly the same. I don't think it helps that so many of the fighters are big theropods, which turns half the roster into variations on a T-Rex. There are little differences between them, like how some pin moves have more distance than others, but overall I found the big carnivores to be mechanically very similar similar. The only outliers in Camp Meat Lover were the Spinosaurus and the Megaraptor, which, being more medium-sized, had different speeds and skill sets. They even had unique attacks depending on who they were fighting. When battling a Suchomimus, both smaller dinosaurs would jump up onto its back during a pin move instead of grabbing it by the neck and dumping it on the floor, as they do with every other opponent. Some dinosaurs also dealt damage when getting up from a pin, which was a bit of variation, I guess. These were the only examples of this sort of thing I found in the game, which is a shame, because even though it's still just ultimately the pin move, it does add a little detail and variation that the fights sorely needed to remain interesting. Over on Team Vegetarian, the Stygimoloch and Pachycephalosaurus were more or less the same fighter with different skins, and the same was true of the Styracosaurus and Triceratops. The only truly unique fighter in the game is the Ankylosaur with its low-to-the-ground body and big swinging tail club, but I guarantee if the Stegosaurus had made it into the game as a playable character and not a bit of menu scenery, it would have had the same sort of moveset and played the same sort of way. Prior to Warpath, the fighting game I've put the most amount of time into is the PS4 re-release of Injustice: Gods Among Us. It's the sort of game I mentioned at the start of this section, a fighter with a bunch of characters and a crazy plot, and its campaign gives you the opportunity to play as just about every single hero and villain on the roster, excluding DLC editions. Even just playing through the campaign, I felt how so many of the fighters in that game were different from one another. They had different strengths, different weaknesses, different speeds, different attacks, different combos. I felt the depth and variation, even though some characters you only get to play as once or twice. Warpath is of course a fighting game from a much earlier era, but it's lacking even a variety of character types that I'm certain I would find in those other 90s brawlers if I played them for more than 30 minutes each. Warpath's gameplay loop was just so bland. There was never anything to get excited about. I wanted to be done with it after one successful round of arcade mode, but for some insane reason I stuck with it. Once I gave up on my plan to showcase all the different combos for all the different dinosaurs, my focus shifted to just getting through the game and unlocking everything for the sake of the video. So I picked a move I was good at and basically used it for the rest of the run. Yes, I am that guy who picks Kirby and spams down B in Smash Brothers. How can you tell? I picked a pretty effective one though. Not only does every dinosaur's pin move do huge amounts of damage, but they look great. I've already gushed about the Styracosaur and Triceratops's pin move, gushed about as much as all the blood they've spilled after turning their opponents into pin cushions, but the T-Rex's is a close second. It's just very satisfying to look at, and it's also basically the only move you need. Not only can you pin to win, you can pin your way to a flawless victory if you're sharp enough with the controls. It saw me through 10 successful rounds of arcade mode with 10 separate dinosaurs, and probably would have seen me through 6 more if Warpath's most frustrating feature hadn't reared its ugly head one time too many. I've already mentioned how mind-numbingly boring the gameplay loop is, how it's challenging but not in a way that's fun, just in a way that wastes time. I went entire arcade runs without having to put in any effort at all, just 10 to 15 minutes of my life that I'm never getting back. But sometimes the enemy dinosaurs would just go feral and decide I'd lost the fight before it had even begun. There were so many times when the computer-controlled enemy would attack as soon as the fight began, before I had any time to react. There were other times where they would chain hit after bloody hit, without giving me any room to breathe. But the moment that made me rage quit was this fight against the Stygimoloch as the Triceratops. It just started spamming the same move, stun-locking me into a defeat there was nothing I could do to avoid. And you might well say, isn't that what you just said you did the whole game? Yes, it is, and if I was playing against another human being, it would be bullshit and poor form. I accept that, but I'm the only person in this scenario. I'm the only one meant to be having fun here, and this is about as far from fun as you can fucking get. As for the game's story, there isn't one. Back then, fighting games didn't need stories, especially the ones that originated as arcade cabinets. You didn't play them for any sort of narrative, you played them to play them. They still usually came with some very basic variation of there is a tournament and you are fighting in it, but Warpath doesn't even bother with that. InGen isn't competing in some international dino derby with Biosyn. The dinosaurs themselves aren't fighting for territory. You might as well just be smashing action figures together. You don't even get any kind of ending cinematic when you complete arcade mode for each dinosaur, and why would you? The fights make no sense in context with each other. There's no way to build a story out of them. Not even something as simple as, this dinosaur has defeated every other dinosaur and is now king shit of Fuck Island. And yet, ending cinematics would make the game a lot better. It wouldn't make sense, but at least it would be something to fight for, something to look forward to at the end of all this misery, something to make the effort worth it, because this screen does not have that effect. And before any Warpath enjoyers jump down my throat, I know you get a cinematic for completing arcade mode with the Albertosaurus, but that's not an ending, that's a commercial for a Universal Studios ride, and fuck that. Albertosaurus is the last dinosaur you unlock for the game. It's buried so deep I never even saw it. So that's 12 successful attempts at arcade mode, each with a different dinosaur, before you even get the chance to make a run for that sweet Universal Studios marketing copy. 104 fights, 208 rounds, over 3 hours of game time, and that's assuming you win every single bout, all for some 30-second commercial, and that's just fucking shit. That's not a reward, that's a fucking insult. Jeff Goldblum's backhanded congratulations upon 100%ing The Lost World for the PlayStation 1 was certainly disappointing, but it did at least acknowledge the effort. Someone at least dragged Jeff in front of a camera so he could call me a nerd. This is just soulless corporate propaganda. It might be ahead of its time the way just about everything you buy these days comes with ads baked into the product, but that doesn't make it any less shit. And the dumbest part is, if you look up the ad on YouTube, it features a Triceratops, which is a dinosaur fighter in the game, so why the fuck is the ad tied to the Albertosaurus? Stupid fucking game, waste of my fucking time. I think that's what did it in the end. What made me turn on Warpath. The long stretches of monotony suddenly broken by flashes of intense frustration without any kind of clear end goal. Without even a 20-second pre-rendered cinematic as an incentive to play through arcade mode with each dinosaur, what's the fucking point of playing? To unlock even more of the mediocre gameplay loop? To watch an ad for a bloody theme park ride? Fuck that. It certainly didn't help that even on an emulator, the load times were fucking abysmal. Without a story, I don't even know if I can say that I've finished this game. I mean, I did finish it. I finished arcade mode 10 fucking times. But I didn't finish it. I didn't unlock all the dinosaurs or their stages. I never completed any survival games. And without anyone to suffer through this brain rot with me, I wasn't even able to try out the versus or team modes, which is where I'm sure Warpath actually shines. A bad game can be made bearable when played with a friend, especially if it has multiplayer, but after my experience with Warpath, there's no way I'm subjecting anyone else to this shit. It's not even a very good adaptation. Of the 16 dinosaurs that physically appear in the game, only 5 had appeared in the movies at that point. And like I've mentioned, of that handful, 2 of them aren't even playable. Future film installments would canonize Spinosaurus, Stygimoloch, Ankylosaurus, and Giganotosaurus, but their appearances here in Warpath aren't actually adapting anything. And of the 4, only Ankylosaurus and Stygimoloch in any way resemble their eventual film counterparts, size inaccuracies aside. The game pairs arenas with certain dinosaurs, and sometimes it comes together really well, like the T-Rex bursting out of the cargo hold of the freighter at San Diego, given how underrepresented that set piece is, or the Megaraptor leaping out of the Velociraptor pen, or the Triceratops busting through the hunter's camp, or the Pachycephalosaurus appearing in what looks like a zoo exhibit from the abandoned park. But the vast majority of the dinosaurs have nothing to do with the stages they're paired with. Why is the Giganotosaurus jumping through the T-Rex pen? Why is the Suchomimus Kool-Aid manning through the front gate? Why is the Stygimoloch at the Site B worker village? Or the Styracosaurus at the Jurassic Park helipad? Or the Ankylosaurus in the visitors center? Or the Spinosaurus in Dr. Wu's lab? I could go on, but I'll save us all the effort. I get that they can't really pair the T-Rex or the Raptor with every single arena, but the way all these iconic set pieces are just handed out to random dinosaurs really muddles whatever adaptation educational vibe Warpath is aiming for. Good as the stages generally are, they can sometimes be kind of bland or confused. For example, I'm not even sure if this crashed vehicle in the Carcharodontosaurus' arena is meant to be the tour car the Rex yeeted into the moat from the first film, or the hunter's jeep that got yeeted by a Triceratops from the Lost World. The Visitor Center stage has the When Dinosaurs Ruled the Earth banner, and the painted window between the entrance hall and the restaurant, but the iconic skeletons are gone. I understand they needed space for the arena to be built, but the skeletons could have easily been background sprites or unique environmental obstacles like those featured in so many other stages. Without some sort of plot to tie the game together, and with so many of the arenas spaced out across such a large distance, it's hard to even tell what aspect of Jurassic Park Warpath is even trying to adapt. The menus and credits suggest an abandoned Isla Nublar from some point after the films, that the jungle has already largely reclaimed Jurassic Park and is in the process of burying it, but then in the game itself, everything seems present tense. All the arenas adapting set pieces from the films are presented as they are in the movies. There's no sense that these fights are taking place at any point after the moments they're meant to represent. Like I've already mentioned, it's nearly impossible to build a plot out of the pieces the game has to work with when it jumps in location from Isla Nublar to Isla Sorna to the continental United States, mostly featuring dinosaurs who had not or had yet to appear in the films. I guess you could frame it like some sort of greatest hits flashback medley, but I don't know, even that's pretty weak. This is just another Dino Attack game with a Jurassic Park skin, and I don't think that's an assumption on my part this time around. I'm not sure who dug it up or when they did. If you know, please post it down in the comments. But there exists a prototype version of Warpath dated to roughly a year before the final 1999 release, and it has nothing to do with Jurassic Park. The menus and logos are more reminiscent of other fighting games like Mortal Kombat. The few dinosaurs that are present are much more stylized in colour and build, and the couple of arenas available are just generic prehistoric mountainsides. There's no way to know for certain unless someone from Black Ops actually comes out and confirms it, but it feels like this prototype represents what the game was initially going to be. Something separate from Jurassic Park. More colourful, more cartoony, more violent even, like a lot of fighting games from the time, which would explain why the dinosaurs take wounds over the course of each fight, and how brutal some of the moves are, despite there being almost next to no blood. It seems to me that at some point during development, the publisher, EA, either offered Black Ops the chance to turn the game into a Jurassic Park tie-in, or forced the change upon them once they secured the IP. And the end product is something that looks and sounds like Jurassic Park, but doesn't really feel like it. It has none of the franchise's character or atmosphere. The presentation is good, but it's just hollow. If the developers were rushed to make the changes quickly, and given EA's track record, I would not be surprised. That might be why it feels like there's so much stuff missing from Warpath 2, like ending cinematics for each dinosaur, or a playable Stegosaurus. It might also be why there are so many big carnivores with very cartoony models. If Warpath had actually started off as an original IP, and not a Jurassic Park tie-in game, I think it might have ended up being better off for it in the long run. It might not have been rushed out the door. There would have been more room to breathe in creating some sort of basic tournament plot without being shackled to the set pieces of Jurassic Park and the Lost World for arena ideas. It probably wouldn't have seemed so weird that the roster consists of so many carnivores, and there would have been actual room to grow in any potential sequels. Because, come on, who at the time was clamoring for Warpath Jurassic Park 2? There was just nowhere for the idea to go. Everything they could possibly do with the property at the time was done in one game, and visuals aside, done pretty poorly. Reviewers at the time seemed to agree. I found a lot of praise for the museum and the visuals, but almost universal criticism for everything else. I think Glenn Wigmore for All Games summed it up best when he wrote, quote, "It doesn't have that little extra something, that charisma charisma. When playing Warpath Jurassic Park, you feel like you're just playing something average, end quote. And yeah, that's pretty much it. It does tickle me though that Warpath predicted so much of the franchise's future in the dinosaurs of its roster, as well as Jurassic Park's shift in focus toward big set-piece fights. In 1999, a Jurassic Park fighting game feels a little out of place, but in 2023 it makes perfect sense. Jurassic Park 3 and the sequel trilogy have so much material for new arenas and new fighters. There's just so much more potential to do the idea justice now than there was back at the time of release. For all the shit I've given it, Warpath Jurassic Park was weirdly ahead of the curve, both a ghost of something lost, whatever incarnation the prototype might have become if the Jurassic Park brand hadn't been slapped onto it, and a portent of things yet to come for the franchise over the next 2 decades. In that regard, it's a great adaptation of the later films, but as a Lost World tie-in, I was left wanting. I wasn't expecting to talk so much about Warpath. I was actually a little worried I wouldn't have much to say about it given its mediocre reputation, that the end of this video would feel a little stale without the inclusion of a lengthy section on Trespasser to act as the essay's climax. But I guess sometimes things just don't go the way they're planned. I'm glad I did give Warpath a bigger focus than anybody probably expected, myself included, though, because it really does feel like a turning point. The early era of the franchise is over, and the 2 main creative minds behind it, Michael Crichton and Steven Spielberg, have stepped away. I don't know about Crichton, but Spielberg is very open about his love of video games, and up to this point you can feel his influence trickling down through just about every adaptation. I've read numerous interviews from developers of both Jurassic Park and the Lost World tie-ins, and I think I've even quoted a couple in this retrospective, gushing about Spielberg's interest and involvement in the process of adapting the franchise for one console or another, however small his presence might have been. I think he's a big reason why there were so many tie-ins made for these first 2 movies, and why a lot of them had so much money thrown at them too. Why so many of them tried to raise the bar in one way or another. Every Jurassic Park tie-in game I've covered, and even one I haven't got around to yet, began development while the franchise was still under Spielberg's aegis, except for Warpath. There is none of Spielberg's trademark charisma here, even diluted through the developers. It is just a mediocre cash grab with a recognisable name. The bitter creative dregs at the very bottom of the barrel, a middle-of-the-road whimper at the very end of the franchise's early age. The Lost World Jurassic Park is a story about ghosts. Things that should be dead and yet linger unwanted. There is none of the optimistic though flawed ambition of the first Jurassic Park. The Lost World is a mean and cynical tale of scavengers picking clean the corpse of a failed dream, or at least trying to. But that ghostly quality also leaves it diminished in a way, unable to cohere into something complete the way Jurassic Park so effortlessly could, and you can feel that indecision about what it ultimately wants to be shining through in every iteration of the story, be it the book, the film, or any of the games I've covered in this video. They are as different from one another as the games made to tie into Jurassic Park were similar, and that messy freedom to experiment produced titles that were among the best, worst, wildest, weirdest, chaotic, paint-by-numbers, cutting-edge, last hurrah, well-known hidden gem, cursed object adaptations I've ever played. It was, ironically, much more of a rollercoaster ride than my experience with the games made for Jurassic Park. The highs were higher, the lows were lower, and while there were fewer attempts to adapt set pieces or characters or tone from The Lost World, when they did get it right, they got it really fucking right. About the only thing missing is a digital attempt at another sequel. A few of the Jurassic Park tie-ins framed themselves as such, but none of the games I covered in this video did. I think that speaks to how much room there is to breathe in The Lost World as a concept to put your own creative spin on things. With Jurassic Park you have a comfortable, if rigid mould, and if you want to try something different with the idea, you really have to change the framing to make it work. Here, you can swap things around, put the pieces back together in an almost entirely different way, even toss out a bunch of them if you want, and it'll still be recognisable as The Lost World. That said, The Lost World Jurassic Park did end up getting one video game sequel, one final ghost to lay to rest, but I'm going to save that for the next part of this retrospective. For now, I think I'm going to take Jeff's advice and turn the thing off, go outside, breathe the air, take a walk, and get the stink blown off me.
Just go. Go, really. Turn off.
And that's the video. I'm kind of surprised how easy this one was to make after the nightmare marathon that was the Men in Black critique. There were no technical issues, no injuries, it was smooth sailing from start to finish. My only regret is that it ended up so long. The whole point of giving Trespasser its own video was to try and keep the length of both projects down, but as my friends can attest, every creative work I get stuck into ends up longer than it should. So that's par for the course, really. I promised my friends I would never make another video as long as the first part of this retrospective, and I guess I kept it by making something even longer, but whatever, I'll try and keep them a little more manageable in the future. Speaking of which, the next part of this retrospective is going to be a full critique of Trespasser. I did all the game recordings and the research for that video alongside this one. I've just got to sit down, bash out the script, record it, and edit the thing into an essay. Hopefully it won't be too far away, but it won't be the next video on this channel. Someone in the comments of the Men in Black critique mentioned Virus. It is aware, and now I have to talk about it, so that'll be out for Halloween if all goes to plan. So if you enjoyed this video and want to support the channel so I can keep making more content like it, please don't forget to subscribe, let me know what you think down in the comments, and share it around everywhere you can. I'd really appreciate it. Also go give my shorter videos some love. The algorithm doesn't seem to like them as much as these long boys. Anyway, that's it from me. I'll see you next time. Thanks for watching.